Chapter 473. Inside Li Zheng Hall. Li Tai cupped his hands to Li Er and Zhang's son. Imperial Father, Imperial Mother, please allow me to report. It is precisely because this son has never experienced construction that this son wants to personally give it a try. Engineering, engineering, engineering. If this son does not experience construction, how can this son be called a disciple of engineering? What is learned on paper is shallow, and what is learned must be done personally. I believe that personally practicing is far more useful than reading books in the classroom. What is learned on paper is shallow, and what is learned must be done personally. Could these two lines be your new work, Qingke? Li Er's eyes lit up. He did not mention whether Li Tai should go to the construction site, but instead, he was concerned about the poems. Li Tai was stunned and replied, Imperial Father, this was written by Mr. Li? Oh, that kid? A few days ago, he wrote 2 love poems. I thought it was a coincidence. Now, it seems that Li Zishuan has some talent in poetry. What are the other 2 lines of the poem? Li Er rubbed his chin and asked with interest. Li Tai was instantly speechless. His original intention was to share his insights at the construction site with Li Er and Zhang's son, but before he could finish, Li Er was concerned about the 2 lines of the poem. Wasn't he going too far off the topic? Imperial Father, Mr. Li only said 2 lines of the poem. I know nothing about the rest, Li Tai said gloomily. Li Er nodded, then frowned, and did not speak. Empress Zhang's son was not as unreliable as Li Er. After all, as a mother, she doted on her son more. At this moment, she frowned and said worriedly, although what you said makes sense, it will be even hotter on Yunshan in this scorching summer. You have never suffered since you were young. How will you be able to stand it? Li Er also snapped out of his daze and nodded. Yes, Qingke, your imperial mother is right. It is easy to get heatstroke in the summer. Don't get involved. If you want to experience engineering practice, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. As an emperor, Li Er had always been strict with his sons. However, Li Tai was fat. Fat people were naturally afraid of the heat. Therefore, Li Er was also very worried that Li Tai would get a heatstroke on this hot day. However, Li Tai's mind was now filled with the thought of leading his team to cause trouble. Why would he care about this little bit of difficulty? When he heard that Li Er didn't agree, he quickly said, Imperial Father, Imperial Mother, this son is not afraid of the mere heat. This son only arranged for others to do the work and did not personally do the work, so it is not that tiring. The ones who worked really hard were the commoners. They were also Imperial Father's people. Normally, they couldn't even afford to eat fat meat, but they had to do the hardest and most tiring work at the construction site. Just for a few dozen copper coins a day, they were willing to sweat like rain. If I don't go to Cloud Mountain today, I'm afraid I won't know these things for the rest of my life. This son doesn't want to be a prince who doesn't work hard, doesn't know the 5 grains, and doesn't care about the hardships of the commoners. I implore Imperial Father and Imperial Mother to fulfill my wish. These words were said sincerely by Li Tai. Li Er and Zhang Xuan's expressions also gradually became solemn. The atmosphere in the main hall became very heavy for a moment. After a long time, Li Er stood up and came to Li Tai. He patted his shoulder and sighed. Ha ha, Qingke, you have really grown up. I didn't expect you to be able to understand so much in just a short day. I am very gratified. Li Zishuan is a qualified teacher. Not bad, not bad. Qingke, since you have already thought it through, then go ahead and do it. Imperial Father supports you. Empress Zhang's son opened her mouth, but she wasn't completely a loving mother. She hesitated for a moment, then came to her son's side and said softly, Imperial Mother is also very gratified that you can say such words. Go. Just take good care of yourself. Li Tai was both happy and touched. He hurriedly said, Thank you, Imperial Father and Imperial Mother, for your support. By the way, I am very curious about what happened in Yinshan today. It actually made you feel so much all of a sudden. Come, tell me and your Imperial Mother. At the second watch period, the moon hung above the treetops. Li Tai had just come out of the Li Zheng Palace. The moment the little fatty came out of the palace, he immediately became a runaway wild horse. Wu Chundao, hurry back to the prince's residence and ask the kitchen to prepare food for this prince. Hurry, hurry, hurry! Li Tai sat in the carriage and hurriedly ordered the guards outside. He only wanted to eat meat now. Yes, Your Highness. Wu Chundao was stunned. This was the first time he had received such a strange order. He responded, then urged the war horse under him to gallop out. In the carriage, Li Tai rubbed his stomach and sank into the sofa. He let out a long breath and said, Ha! Now I can finally fight side by side with my brothers of the 1st Regiment and the 8th Squad in peace. Ha ha! In the future, the name of Yanhuang College will spread through the ages, and it will also be thanks to me, Li Tai, F*CK. My stomach is really F*King hungry. Lizheng Palace, Zhangsun Palace. After the emperor and empress did it, Li Er held Empress Zhangsun and looked at the bed curtain above his head in a daze. Your Majesty, are you still thinking about what K said just now? Empress Zhangsun leaned on Li Er's chest and asked softly. She had been husband and wife with Li Er for many years. Of course, they still had this bit of tacit understanding. In fact, what Li Tai said just now also touched Zhang Suan's heart. Ha ha, that's right. Wine and meat go to waste at the door of the Vermilion, and there are frozen bones on the road. Li Zishuan, that brat really dared to say that. Since the establishment of the Tang Dynasty, which of the emperors and ministers hasn't worked hard for the people and the country? In the end, they ended up with such an evaluation. What a great irony! Li Er came back to his senses, stroked Empress Zhangsuan's back, and said with a long sigh, Your Majesty, that child probably said those words just to give Qin Ke a warning. He didn't mean anything else, but his words were indeed a little too harsh. I was thinking that with Qin Ke's temperament, she actually didn't break off with Xiao Xian after hearing those words. I have to say, ever since Ke followed Li Zishuan to study, his temperament has changed a lot. Empress Zhangsun first helped Li Zishuan a little by saying a few words. After all, those 2 lines of the poem that satirized current politics still had some treason in it, and then sighed with emotion at Li Tai's recent changes. Li Er nodded and said, I understand what Guanyin made means. Qin Ke has indeed changed a lot recently. Li Zishuan's knowledge is outstanding. He paused, then continued, It's a good thing for young people to have dreams. I also hope that he and Qin Ke can build Yanhuang College well and carry forward the study of engineering. I give them a chance, and I only hope that in my lifetime I can see the eternal prosperity that they speak of. Erlang, you definitely will. Chapter 474. The next morning, the sun had just risen, and Li Zishuan was practicing Tai Chi with the 3 beauties in the west courtyard. It had to be said that in terms of work and rest, he could be called a healthy bro. The reason why he was so healthy was because he was enjoying the wonderful time in the morning. If he was asked to practice Tai Chi with a group of men in the morning, this guy would definitely stay in bed and not get up. Before he finished 1 round of Tai Chi, he heard from the servants that Li Tai was here. The servants were very sensible. Everyone knew that Li Zishuan had a reserved program in the west courtyard in the morning, so it was not convenient for outsiders to come in. So this time, Li Tai wanted to barge in like before, but he was stopped by the servants at the door. Li Zixuan was very satisfied with the comprehension of the servants. Because it was summer now, when the beauties practiced Tai Chi with him in the morning, they all wore very soft and close-fitting training clothes. In this era, there was no underwear. Wearing such clothes, one could still see some spots on the outside. Li Zixuan was not willing to let this little fatty take advantage of him. In this aspect, Li Zixuan had always been very stingy. "Qingke, why are you here so early? Have you eaten?" Li Zixuan asked his wife to continue practicing with Xiao He and Xiao Shi. He walked out of the west courtyard alone and saw Li Tai drinking tea in the front hall. He asked the servants to serve breakfast and asked, "It's almost morning. How is it early?" Li Tai rolled his eyes and said sarcastically, "I heard from your servants that you haven't woken up yet, so I didn't go in." "Sir, you are so lazy. You are not setting a good example for the students." "Get lost. It's you who woke up too early today. You must have been too excited from being a team leader last night, right? Don't you know what time you used to wake up every day?" Li Zixuan scolded with a smile. Logically speaking, he was already very diligent, okay? He was a proper model worker. "Nonsense. I am worried about the progress of the construction of the academy," Li Tai said stubbornly. "Hee." Li Zixuan chuckled. Just then, the servants served breakfast. His breakfast was also very simple. There was a plate of pickled vegetables and a bowl of very thick rice porridge. There were no steamed buns or buns. There was no baking powder in this era, so the steamed buns were not very tasty. Therefore, Li Zixuan only ate steamed buns and porridge in the morning. No one would believe that he, a nouveau riche who earned hundreds of thousands of dollars every minute, had such a shabby breakfast. "Qingke, did you eat it or not? If you haven't eaten, I'll get someone to bring you a bowl." In his own home, Li Zixuan didn't have to be polite. He sat down at the table and prepared to eat. He asked Li Tai, "I've eaten." "Xiao Xian, quickly finish your meal and follow me to the construction site." Li Tai looked at the shabby breakfast and shook his head as he urged. As a foodie, the little fatty must have eaten before he came over. If Li Zixuan had something new for breakfast, he might have sat down and tried a few bites out of respect. But now forget it. Li Zixuan ignored him and started eating. As for his speed, it was neither too fast nor too slow. He was not in a hurry. Slurp, slurp. It had to be said that the porridge and pickled vegetables were a match made in heaven. Li Zixuan ate with gusto. After a while, he finished the bowl of porridge. Li Tai looked at him suspiciously and thought, "Isn't it just a bowl of porridge? Is there a need to eat so happily?" Suddenly, the little fatty noticed the black strip of vegetables on the plate. He asked curiously, "Xiao Xian, what is this? Why is it so black?" "This is my family's homemade pickled vegetables. It goes with rice. It's crispy." "Why?" "Qingke, do you want to try it?" There was no accurate statement about the origin of pickled vegetables. According to the relevant evidence, pickled vegetables originated from the Bronze Age. But pickled vegetables made from radish, at least in this era, did not exist. Don't doubt that there were no radish in the Tang Dynasty. China was the country with the richest radish germplasm resources in the world. There were about 2,000 local varieties of radish. In the Book of Songs, there was a sentence, "Kai feng kai fei." Generally, people thought that fei was radish. In the Han Dynasty literature, radish had 8 of the top 10 characteristics, such as luo fu, etc. The main ingredients were nothing more than refined salt and soy sauce. There was a lot of refined salt at home, but it was very expensive. As for soy sauce, this thing was also available in the Tang Dynasty. Soy sauce evolved from soy sauce. As early as 3,000 years ago, there were records of soy sauce being made in China's Zhou Dynasty. The invention of soy sauce brewing by the ancient Chinese Han working people was purely an accidental discovery. China's ancient emperors used condiments. The earliest soy sauce was made from fresh meat. It was similar to the process of making fish sauce today. Because of its excellent taste, it gradually spread among the people. People who read a little bit of ancient Chinese probably knew the story of Fan Zhongyan's cutting rice porridge. Fan Zhongyan's family was poor when he was young. He lived in a temple and studied hard. Every day, he cooked a pot of thin porridge. After it was condensed, he divided it into 4 pieces, 2 in the morning and 2 in the evening. He only ate chopped pickled vegetables. Not only that, but he also tasted the marrow and knew the taste, and wrote an essay called Fu Fu, in which there was a line like inside the Tao family's urn pickled dark green and yellow in a big mouth, chewing out gong shang jiu. It was a dish of pickled vegetables that was only for the poor to eat, but it was written in a very good tone and color, and Tao were very happy. Such hardships had caused him to develop a firm and unyielding, hard-working and thrifty style, and he had a deep understanding of the hardships of the people. In the future, no matter high in the temple or far away in the martial arts world, he would take the world as his own responsibility. He would worry about the country and the people, get rid of corruption, and benefit the common people. Then I'll try it. Li Tai was interested. He pursed his lips and hesitated. Li Zishuan glanced at him. He knew that this was a guy who wanted to save face. He was too lazy to argue and directly asked someone to add a pair of chopsticks. After a while, the dishes were served. Li Tai picked up the chopsticks and copied Li Zishuan. He ate 2 pieces of pickled vegetables and a mouthful of rice. Li Tai immediately felt that the pickled vegetables tasted really good. He smiled and said, "Oh, Xiao Xin, this pickled vegetable is really good. It's full of flavor and texture. No wonder you enjoyed it so much. Hee. Is there a need to say it? Is it because with this kind of dish, the porridge will taste better?" Li Zishuan nodded and smiled. Ha. It's true. Xiao Xian, I'll bring some pickled vegetables back from you later. Li Tai was very happy to find new food. Okay, I can give you some, but you are the Prince of Wei. Won't you feel embarrassed if you eat pickled vegetables with rice? Li Zishuan asked a very practical question. Chapter 475. Slurp, slurp, slurp. Oh, whoever wants to say that I'm an embarrassment, let them say so. It's fine as long as I eat comfortably. Go get another bowl of porridge for me. Li Tai finished a bowl of porridge and pickled vegetables very quickly. He rubbed his round belly and ordered Xiao He, who was beside him. Let's go. Almost everyone in the Li family knew Li Tai's frequent customer. Xiao He rolled her eyes when she heard such an impolite order, but she still took the empty bowl to get more rice. Li Zishuan glanced worriedly at Li Tai's round body and said, "Qingke, with your body shape, is it what? What's wrong with my body shape?" Li Tai looked down at his waist and legs and said innocently, I want to say, Qingke, shouldn't you consider losing weight? You think I don't want to, but the feeling of being hungry is worse than killing me. So, I'll just keep on being like this. Li Tai rubbed his head in frustration and said gloomily. Li Zishuan sighed and said helplessly, "Anyway, be careful. Being too fat isn't a good thing for your body." Okay, I got it. Xiao Xian, you're so long-winded. Li Tai waved his hand impatiently and said. At this moment, Xiao He brought a bowl of porridge for Li Tai. Li Tai ignored Li Zishuan and focused on enjoying his second breakfast. Li Zishuan shook his head and stopped persuading him. He took the empty bowl out. Unlike Li Tai, who was a glutton, he was already full. Burp. Xiaoxian, let's go. I'm afraid the construction site has already started. Li Tai had already eaten breakfast in the morning, but he still ate 3 bowls of porridge at Li Zishuan's place. How big his stomach was really depended on how much food he had. Oh, Qingke, you go first. I still have to make some arrangements. Li Zishuan raised his head and looked at the rising sun in the east. He thought for a moment and said, Arrange what? Li Tai thought that Li Zishuan wanted to slack off, so he walked over and asked, Look, Qingke, it's not even 7:30 in the morning, 7:45 in modern times, and the sun is already so solid. You can imagine how hot the weather is today. I'm afraid it's even more unbearable on the Cloud Mountain. I have to arrange for people to buy a batch of things to relieve the heat. Otherwise, it would be bad if the craftsmen and commoners get heat stroke. Li Zishuan said with a serious expression. The Li Zishuan had a lot of ice cubes. Li Zishuan wasn't afraid of the hot weather, but the 10,000 or so commoners couldn't help but be afraid. With the medical standards of this era, heat stroke was life-threatening. Previously, Sen Bao had gotten heat stroke while helping him test the telegraph machine. She had been lucky enough to escape death. What little Xian said made sense. By the way, don't you have a lot of ice cubes at home? Can you help me bring some ice cubes over later? Li Tai said hurriedly. He still had lingering fears when he thought about yesterday's hot afternoon. Okay, but didn't you want to share wheel and woe with your subordinates? If you use ice cubes, then what about the members of your team? First of all, I don't have that much ice cubes at home. Li Zishuan looked at little Fatty and said with a smile that wasn't a smile. Ah, that's true. Li Tai scratched his head and said, Then little Xian, what method do you plan to use to relieve the heat for the craftsmen and commoners? Li Zishuan thought for a while and said, It's nothing more than cold melon and cold bean soup. Also, it seems like we can't let the commoners work for 2 hours in the afternoon. Cold melon was watermelon. In this era, there was no such thing as watermelon. According to historical records, it had been introduced to the southeast coastal area of our country 5 generations ago. However, it wasn't called watermelon. Instead, it was called cold melon because of its cooling properties. As for cold bean, it was the modern mung bean. This thing had a long history of planting in China and could be traced back to the Han Dynasty. Okay, that's it then. If the others can bear it, then I'll be fine too. I'll go to the construction site first. Li Tai waved his hand and went out to lead his imperial residence guards to Cloud Mountain. Li Zishuan called Wang Zhong and asked him to go to the East Market to purchase a batch of watermelons and mung beans. At this time, the gatekeeper, Ah Fu, walked over and said, Young master, there's a letter for you. Who sent it? Li Zishuan frowned and asked, It's from the Shao Mansion. Ah Fu bowed and said, Shao Mansion? Li Zishuan was even more confused. He didn't know many people with the surname Shao in Chang, and it was useless to ask more, so he opened the letter and read it. However, after reading it, Li Zishuan's expression became even more strange. This was a letter from Xiao Yu. What was important was that Xiao Yu wrote the letter to ask for the immortal mirror for his grandson. Li Zishuan was really confused. What the hell was this? Xiao Yu was the former cabinet elder and the current minister of civil affairs. He was a proper big shot in the imperial court. He wrote the letter just to ask for a mirror. Was today April Fool's Day? Li Zishuan's mouth twitched slightly and said to Wang Zhong, who hadn't left in time, Uncle Wang, ask manager Sun to send 3 small immortal mirrors to the Shao Mansion. Ah, Wang Zhong's eyes widened. He suspected that he had misheard. What's wrong? Ah, No, no, no. Young master, this old man will go and ask manager son. Wang Zhong quickly came back to his senses and said. Li Zishuan nodded understandingly. He was still a little confused. Inside the Taiji palace, Xiao Yu, who was in the morning court, was a little depressed. He didn't want to write that letter. Xiao Yu had been wise all his life and was quite wise in the literary world, but in the end, for his grandson, he threw away his old face to ask for a mirror. If outsiders knew about it, he would have no place to hide his old face. That's right, Xiao Shui was Xiao Yu's eldest grandson. Therefore, he had no choice but to write the letter because his grandson was still relying on this deceiving immortal mirror to marry his wife. However, with his identity, it was definitely not appropriate for him to personally ask for the immortal mirror. After thinking about it, Xiao Yu felt that it was more appropriate to write a letter to Li Zishuan. He thought that Li Zishuan would also give him face. Meng, are you relieved now? If Grandpa personally asks, there will be no problem. Xiao Shui smiled fawningly at Meng, in the Xiao Mansion's courtyard. But what if Grandpa Xiao doesn't ask? Meng frowned and said, Hey, that's impossible. Which minister in the current imperial court will not give my grandpa face? Even the emperor. Even the emperor is very concerned about my grandpa. Xiao Shui wasn't stupid. He knew that there were some things that could be said and some that couldn't. He quickly stopped the second half of the sentence and changed his words. Well, that's true. Then this lady will forgive you this time. Hee. Chapter 476. Then, Menger, is our wedding date going to be as planned? Xiao Shui, who was soft-hearted, was like a lackey at this moment. He licked his lips and asked, Emma, if the Strange Taste Pavilion really sends the mirror over, of course it will be as planned. But Menger rubbed her chin and mischievously stopped at a key point. But what? Xiao Shui's heart trembled. He suddenly had a bad premonition. The heavens had pity on him. He had been tormented miserably by the girl in front of him for the past few days. Xiao Shui, why are you so afraid? I just want to ask, do you really like me? Unlike other young ladies, Menger was quite bold. She didn't blush at all when she said this. There was only purity in her eyes, the kind of purity that didn't know anything about the mortal world. Xiao Shui's heart melted at this moment. How could he say anything else? He nodded like a chick pecking at rice and said, Yes, of course I really like you. Xiao Shui, swear to the heavens. Hee. I don't want you to swear. Menger giggled and placed her finger on Xiao Shui's lips. Then she stood up and twisted the hair in front of her forehead and said, I want to say that since you really like me, then when we get married, you have to compose a poem like, I don't have the wings of a colorful phoenix, but our hearts are as one. I want Sister Nanxiu and the others to be envious of us. Xiao Shui was dumbfounded. He screamed crazily in his heart, Li Zishuan, you're so *king deceitful. Young master, you brought so many cold melons. How much is it? Near noon, Li Zishuan brought dozens of carts of cold melons and a few bags of mung beans to Cloud Mountain. Second Master Lu, who was at the entrance of the mountain, saw this huge convoy and immediately stepped forward in surprise. Isn't this because I'm afraid that everyone will be too tired? It's just a few carts of cold melons. It's not worth much. It's better that everyone doesn't get heat stroke than anything else. Li Zishuan smiled nonchalantly. TSK. Young master, you're really generous. How is this a few carts? It was probably more than 10,000 pounds. To tell you the truth, I, Lu Wanshan, have lived for more than half of my life, but this is the first time I've seen such a compassionate boss. Lu Wanshan looked at the huge fleet and said with emotion, "Everyone is born and raised by their parents. What's the difference between rich and poor? It was just a different reincarnation." "Ha ha, Second Master Lu, I'll go up first." Li Zichuan sighed with deep meaning. He cupped his hands at Second Master Lu and led the team up the mountain. "What's the difference between rich and poor? It was just a different reincarnation. Ha ha, our young master is really different from the rest." Second Master Lu squinted his eyes and looked at Li Zichuan's back with a complicated expression. "Qingke, what's wrong with you? Are you pregnant?" When they arrived at the top of the mountain, they saw Li Tai standing at the entrance of the mountain. His cheeks were puffed up, and he was trying to hold back his laughter. His expression was very strange. Li Zichuan could not help but complain. F***CK, you're the one who's pregnant. Uffed. Ha ha, I can't take it anymore. It's over. Let's go to the side. If Shouting sees me laughing, he'll kill me. When Li Tai heard this, he jumped 3 feet high. As he spoke, he could not help but hold his stomach and laugh. However, this little fatty could not help but look back as he laughed. In the end, he even pulled Li Zichuan into the small forest at the side. Li Zichuan was shocked. Who would be willing to go into the forest with a damn fatty? He did not do gay things. Wait, what exactly happened? What's the meaning of your sneaky look? Li Zichuan could not stand this gay little fatty and hurriedly said, "Uffed. Ha ha ha. Forget it. I'll go to the side and laugh for a while more. Little Xian, go to the shed and see for yourself." Ha 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 ha. Li Tai waved his hand and fled in panic. Li Zichuan was confused. Did this little fatty take the wrong medicine today? He shook his head and walked to the big shed in front of him, which was the temporary command room of the construction site. When he went in to take a look, Li Zichuan immediately knew why Li Tai was laughing. Shouting, are you acting in an opera? Uffed. Ha 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 ha. Yen Shouting was originally a handsome gigolo. However, at this moment, he had turned into a young man full of pimples. In just one night, there were dozens of small red spots on his face, and there was a huge red lump in the middle of his forehead. The most awesome thing was that Yen Shouting's eyes were like that of a giant panda's. His entire person looked too beautiful to look at. Bang! Little Xian, shut up. What are you laughing at? Didn't I become like this because of your academy? If you keep laughing, I'll quit. Yen Shouting, who rarely cursed, didn't care about anything else at this moment. He slammed the table with all his might and roared at Li Zichuan. Damn it! Okay. I won't laugh anymore. Ha ha, I really won't laugh anymore. Uff, Shouting, let me laugh for a while more. Ha ha ha. As Li Zichuan spoke, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Huff, huff. Yen Shouting panted heavily. His face was getting darker and darker. He clenched his fists so tightly that they made cracking sounds. He was going to go berserk at any moment. Li Zichuan saw this and quickly held back his laughter. He waved his hand and said, "Cough, cough, I won't laugh anymore." Shouting, "Hurry up and tell me what's wrong with you. Why are there so many bumps on your face?" "Damn, it's all your fault." Yen Shouting's face darkened as he yelled, "This is a F*** King Barren Mountain. At night, the mosquitoes are like locusts passing through, and there are no curtains at the construction site. Do you know how hard I slept last night?" Li Zichuan suddenly realized that Yen Shouting's head was full of mosquito bites last night. Speaking of mosquitoes, whether it was in Chang'an City or in the middle of nowhere, there were a lot of them in summer. Li Zichuan did not feel it before. First, the Li family often burned mosquito repellent. Second, the Li family's bed had curtains similar to modern mosquito nets. Third, Li Zixuan's bedroom would put a lot of ice cubes every day. Usually it was 30 to 40 degrees outside, but only 15 to 16 degrees inside. It was like turning on the air conditioner. Mosquitoes did not like such a cold environment, so he was not bothered by mosquitoes usually. But at the construction site, it was completely different. Li Zixuan had spent the whole day arranging the accommodation for the workers yesterday. He did not consider the mosquitoes at night at all. Even if he did, he was pressed for time and could not solve it yesterday. More than 10,000 curtains were not a small number. Even if he had money, he could not buy so many curtains in such a short time. Chapter 477. Inside the shed at the peak of Yunshan, Li Zixuan took a few deep breaths and forced himself to calm down. Yan Xiaoning did not have it easy. If he continued to laugh, it would really hurt his heart. Oh, Xiaoning, did the others not sleep well last night? Li Zixuan thought about it and asked if the mosquito problem was too serious. He had to find a way to solve it. Yan Xiaoning glared at him and said unhappily, "What do you think? Don't tell me those mosquitoes specifically caught me and bit me. Everyone basically did not sleep well last night. Oh, not only mosquitoes. We also heard a tiger's roar last night." Tiger's roar? Li Zixuan was shocked. He hurriedly asked, "The world has been peaceful for a long time. Why are there still tigers nearby? No tigers broke in last night, right?" Yan Xiaoning replied, "That's not true. The tiger's roar was very far from here. According to Second Master Lu, it came from Fenglin Mountain. The terrain there is steep, dense forest, and few people go there. It is not surprising that there are 1 or 2 wild beasts there. Yunshan is close to Plum Village and Han Village. There are many people here, so those wild beasts would not dare to come here for no reason." Li Zixuan was relieved. He nodded and said, "That's good. But from now on, each team must send 2 people out to keep watch at night in case of any accidents." Yan Xiaoning knew the severity of the matter. He nodded and said, "I understand. Don't worry." Hiss. F*CK. I really suffered a huge loss this time. My body is really F*King itchy. As Yan Xiaoning spoke, he could not help but scratch the parts of his body that were bitten by mosquitoes last night. Li Zixuan then noticed that not only Yan Xiaoning's face, but also his arms were also left with many mosquito kisses. This good brother of his had indeed sacrificed a lot for Yanhuang College. Li Zixuan clasped his fist and said, "Xiaoning has indeed troubled the college. I will get someone to send some alcohol over later. You can apply it on the mosquito bites. It should stop the itch quickly. In the afternoon, get a couple of people to collect some mugwort and wormwood. Smoke it for everyone's residence. It should be much better at night. I'll get someone to send another batch of mosquito repellent sachets over and let everyone hang them on the bedside. With this multi-pronged approach, I'm sure the mosquitoes won't be as rampant as last night." In the Tang Dynasty, there were no mosquito repellents or chemical repellents like dichlorvos, but people still thought of many ways. Wealthy families would have curtains on their beds and mosquito repellent plants in their bedrooms, such as insect-eating grass, patchouli, violets, balsamine, chrysanthemum, and so on. These plants could not only repel mosquitoes, but also purify the air. Carrying a perfume pouch was also one of the habits of the ancient people. Many of the herbs in the perfume pouch were also believed to have the effect of repelling mosquitoes, such as patchouli, peppermint, perilla, calamus, lemongrass, star anise, and so on. This was equivalent to carrying "mosquitoes don't bite" on one's body. Of course, the most common method was to burn mugwort and wormwood to smoke mosquitoes. The cost was low, the killing area was large, and the effect was good. Well, It was worth mentioning that since the Song Dynasty, there were mosquito-repellent incenses. At that time, it was called mosquito smoke or mosquito repellent. The main ingredients were mugwort, realgar, and duckweed. The product was similar to incense, and there was a special workshop. During the Ming and Qing dynasties, the production of mosquito-repellent incense had further development. The raw materials kept increasing, including ferula, qianghua, chuanxiong, sulfur, camphor, tobacco, and so on. So don't say that mosquito-repellent incense didn't exist in the ancient times. But it definitely didn't exist in the Tang dynasty. Yan Xiaoning raised his head and said, "Mugwort, wormwood, and perfume pouch are all fine. I thought about it before, but isn't alcohol used to make medicinal wine? Can it really stop the itch? Xiao Xian, don't lie to me." Previously, when Li Zishuan treated Qin Xiong's illness, he only made one type of medicinal wine. Those who were well-informed knew that one of the key ingredients was alcohol. Li Zishuan also specially bought a batch of alcohol for the military, so Yan Xiaoning was very suspicious of Li Zishuan's suggestion. "Of course. Xiaoning, when have I ever lied to you? I'll ask someone to send the alcohol over later. You'll know when you try it." People in the modern world would usually apply toilet water after being bitten by mosquitoes. When the main character of a time travel novel went to ancient times, they would also make toilet water to make money. However, Li Zishuan found it troublesome. He felt that this thing was flashy and a waste of time. He didn't lack the money for toilet water now. Why was toilet water able to stop the itch? Actually, it was mainly because of the alcohol in it. Toilet water was a type of perfume product that used floral oil as the main ingredient and was refined with alcohol. The essence used in toilet water was slightly inferior, and the content was also lower. It was usually 1% to 3%, so the fragrance was not as long-lasting as other alcohol solutions. The concentration of alcohol in toilet water was 70% to 75%. This kind of mixture could easily penetrate into the bacteria and denature the proteins in the protoplasm and cell nuclei, causing them to lose their vitality. Thus, the disinfectant effect was strong. "Oh, then I'll believe you this time. If you're lying to me, I won't be the commander anymore." Yan Xiaoning curled his lips and threatened. Li Zishuan's face was full of black lines. How untrustworthy was he? He couldn't help but say gloomily, Okay. If it doesn't work, Xiaoning, feel free to look for me. Come out with me now and distribute the cold melons outside to everyone. It's not easy on such a hot day." Yan Xiaoning's eyes lit up. He said happily, "Ha! At least you have a conscience. You even know to send us cold melons. TSK. Nothing is better than cold melons on such a hot day. Hey, then hurry up and distribute the things. It's almost lunchtime. I've already sent a batch of cold beans to my father-in-law at the foot of the mountain. Everyone will have cold bean soup to drink in the future." Li Zishuan patted Yan Xiaoning's shoulder and smiled. Yan Xiaoning nodded. The two of them left the work shed. Yan Xiaoning went to gather the leaders of the various regiments to collect the cold melons. Li Zishuan went to the construction site and wandered around to check on the progress of the project. "Captain, it's almost noon. Why is Captain who asking us to go over?" In the forest, Gu Xiaomao led 20 people and followed Li Tai to the 1st Regiment's encampment. After spending more than a day together, Gu Xiaomao knew that Li Tai was easy to get along with, so he asked, "Hey, why are we going over?" "We're going over to distribute the good stuff. Everyone is going to have a good meal at noon." "Ha ha." Li Tai smiled and leaked some inside information to Gu Xiaomao. This was also why Li Tai was so awesome compared to the other team leaders. "Wow, Is there good food coming? Gu Xiaomao licked his lips and said excitedly. The villagers behind him also had their eyes lit up. They all stared at the back of Li Tai's head and prayed to hear the answer they were hoping for. Chapter 478. N. You can say that. It's a batch of cold melons that Xiao Xian brought over to relieve the heat. Our brothers in the team did well yesterday, and it should be because our team did well. At least we weren't last place. Hee hee. Everyone can't let down their guard today. Understand? Li Tai didn't forget to instruct his men as he turned around and said to the people behind him, Understood. Captain, we will definitely not embarrass you. Gu Xiaomao cupped his hands and said seriously, it's actually cold melons. Boss is so generous. Captain, there's nothing to say, just based on how good boss is to us. We will definitely do our best. Yes, we will definitely do our best. And, don't worry, our brothers will definitely not be worse than the other teams. In this era, it wasn't that ordinary people couldn't afford to eat cold melons. It was just that most people didn't have the means to eat it every day. Eating it once in a while was already a great enjoyment. And Li Zishuan actually brought over a batch of cold melons for more than 10,000 people. Of course, they were grateful from the bottom of their hearts. And it's good that you have this intention. Li Tai nodded and said with relief, Yinshan Mountain at noon today was destined to be unusual. There was still half an hour before lunch, but all the craftsmen and workers received the order to stop work and returned to their respective camps. After returning to the camp, everyone was dumbfounded because they saw a lot of cold melons. Oh my God! So many cold melons. Where did they come from? Could it be that the team leader brought the team leader to steal from someone's melon field at the foot of the mountain? Damn you! Where would the team leader have the time to do that? They must be sent over by boss. And when I was working just now, I saw boss bring a long convoy up the mountain. The group of people below couldn't help but talk about it. At this time, the team leader of their team walked in. He was a middle-aged man. Quiet! These are all cold melons sent by boss to everyone. In a while, each house will take one back. You are not allowed to eat now. Otherwise, you won't be able to eat later. After returning to the house to plant the cold melon, it was time for dinner. Also, yesterday, our 5th team got last place. Although it might not be because of our 3rd team, but everyone has to be more spirited today. If you're in last place again, I'll see if you're worthy of the cold melons that the boss sent over. Is that clear? The workers' dormitories on Yinshan Mountain were all 6-person dormitories, and this cold melon weighed at least 5 kilograms. On average, everyone could get at least 1 kilogram. From this point of view, everyone had to admire Li Zishuan's generosity. Listen up, Captain. We promise that we won't slack off in the afternoon. Yes, I definitely won't slack off. Everyone in the team patted their chests and promised. The middle-aged captain nodded and continued. After lunch and eating the cold melon, everyone should rest in the house. Today's weather is too hot, and the boss is afraid that you guys will get heat stroke, so he postponed the start of work to 3 p.m. Everyone should rest well and start work on time. Try to finish digging the foundation that the captain assigned to our team by the afternoon. You hear me? Work can only start at 5 p.m.? Captain, can we start work ahead of time? Otherwise, I'm afraid we won't be able to finish digging today. Yes, Captain. Can we start work ahead of time? The middle-aged man shook his head and said, No, whatever the boss says, we have to do it. At that time, the law enforcement team will patrol the construction site. Any team that doesn't start work according to the boss's stipulated time will have their points deducted. If we can't finish the task We can work overtime after dinner while it's not dark yet. But we can't start work ahead of time. Yes, Captain, this is a good idea. Then, we'll continue working after dinner. Yes, continue working. Continue working. The boss cares about us and treats us like humans. We can't be ungrateful and don't know what's good for us. Yes, yes, yes. We can't let the boss down. We can't get last place again. Walking on the cloud mountain, Li Zishuan realized that a lot of changes had happened on the cloud mountain in just half a day. The weeds and bushes from before were almost all cleaned up. Many uneven places were also filled in. The craftsmen used lime to divide the ground into small pieces. The blueprint of the academy was drawn by Li Zishuan. When Li Zishuan saw the lines drawn by the lime, he knew that it was the layout of the academy that the craftsmen had measured in advance. He guessed that the workers would dig the foundation according to these lines. Well, this progress is quite fast. Looks like Yan Xiaoning didn't learn from his father for nothing. His ability to command and dispatch is undeniable. Li Zishuan walked around and couldn't help but stop and sigh. There was strength in numbers. An organized and planned team was even more powerful. This motley crew of more than 10,000 people had already formed a very strong fighting force under Yan Xiaoning's command. At the very least, Li Zishuan was very satisfied with the current progress. Moreover, he could feel that the entire construction site was bursting with a radical and high-spirited fighting spirit. As the cooperation between the teams became more and more tacit, the progress would only become faster and faster. 2 months was enough to build an academy. Li Zishuan made a rough estimate in his heart and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. As long as nothing went wrong, he didn't need to worry about the construction site anymore. Well, he could be a hands-off shopkeeper again. Li Zishuan thought happily in his heart. Xiaoning, you've finished distributing the cold melons to everyone. Feeling the footsteps behind him, Li Zishuan turned around and saw Yan Xiaoning, so he laughed. I've finished distributing them, but you're really generous. You probably have more than 20,000 pounds of cold melons, right? Didn't I hear that you were short of money a while ago? Why are you still spending money like this? Yan Xiaoning couldn't help but complain. Li Zishuan looked at him, and then said with a strange expression, Xiaoning, if you get married in the future, your sister-in-law will probably have nothing to do all day long. Yan Xiaoning's eyes widened, and 2 big question marks were drawn on his forehead. He asked in bewilderment, Why? Li Zishuan hesitated for a moment, then moved his right foot back and said, Cough, cough. Because Xiaoning, you've done all the things that a housekeeper should do, so your sister-in-law will have nothing to do. Yan Xiaoning was stunned for a moment before he realized that Li Zishuan was saying that he had a big mouth like a housekeeper. He couldn't help but be furious and roared, F***CK. Xiao Xian, you bastard, you don't know what's good for you. I'll fight it out with you. Ha ha, what a joke. What a joke. Brother Xiaoning will mind. But Li Zishuan was already prepared. This guy quickly slipped away as if there was oil on the soles of his feet. Chapter 479. Yanhuang College's current financial situation was still relatively healthy. First of all, Li Zishuan never planned to build the entire college in one go. 2 months wasn't enough to complete such a large project. Therefore, according to the first phase of the college, 150,000 strings of cash was enough to support the various expenses of the construction site for a month. Of course, he believed that the workshop would have some breakthroughs in the research of cement recently. When that happens, the construction cost would be greatly reduced. Currently, the construction site only bought 2 days' worth of cement mortar at a time. They were prepared to replace it with cement at any time. Moreover, products such as the immortal mirror and colored glass cup had just been released. The market demand had not been fully released yet. Therefore, Strange Taste Pavilion could be considered as Li Zixuan's cash cow now. Basically, a batch of goods released every few days could earn at least 10,000 strings of cash. For Li Zixuan now, earning money was just that easy. Therefore, spending a few hundred strings of cash to buy watermelons for the workers to relieve the heat was really nothing to him. Although he didn't have the ability to change the fate of all the poor people, he would definitely help these pitiful and respectable workers in front of him. After joking with Yan Xiaoning for a while, the two of them went to the square in front of the construction site. At that moment, the workers were queuing up to get their food. Yesterday, the overall performance of the workers of the 5 regiments was very good. However, because the task of the 5th regiment was lighter than the other regiments, they fell behind in yesterday's evaluation. Therefore, the food they had today was the worst in the entire construction site. Although it was the worst, it was still much better than most people's meals. This was because their food was rich in oil. This was all secretly instructed by Li Zixuan. It was fine if they couldn't eat meat, but there must be oil in the food. Otherwise, the workers would definitely get hungry quickly and lose their energy to work. Of course, the so-called oil was definitely lard. If it was vegetable oil, Li Zixuan wouldn't be able to eat it. Yo, there's also black bean soup today. When it was a worker's turn to get food, he was surprised. Hee. This is what the young master prepared for you. Everyone, drink more later. There's enough black bean soup. The auntie in charge of getting food laughed. Ha! The boss was afraid that everyone would get heat stroke. Without a doubt, we will definitely remember boss's kindness in our hearts. Yeah, first it's a cold melon, and then it's a cold bean. Boss has really given us a lot of thought. Madman Ma will never forgive anyone who slacks off. Yes, whoever dares to play tricks is truly heartless. Li Zixuan's small action once again caused a huge reaction among the commoners. As the saying goes, there will be no harm if there is no comparison. Compared to the past, Li Zixuan really treated them as human beings. They felt genuine concern and respect from Li Zixuan, which was very precious in this era. In just 2 days, Li Zixuan had made more than 10,000 workers and craftsmen identify with him. His speed was quite fast. It could only mean that treating others with sincerity would also result in sincerity. Haha, Xiaoxian, you're quite impressive. I think all the workers are full of admiration for you now. I'm afraid even I can't compare to your influence. As the chief commander of the construction site, how could Yan Xiaoning not know the mentality of these workers? He stood at the edge of the square and exclaimed to Li Zixuan, "Ha! Xiaoning, this is called charisma. Do you understand?" Li Zixuan patted Yan Xiaoning's shoulder and laughed as he said, shamelessly, "Get lost. What bullsh *T charisma? Don't lie to me. It's just a way to buy people's hearts. My father used it a lot too." Yan Xiaoning rolled his eyes and said, unhappily. Li Zixuan said, anxiously, "Hey, what do you mean by buying people's hearts? These people use their hard work to get paid, and I treat them with sincerity. Xiaoning, don't talk nonsense. There are so many craftsmen and commoners in the world, and I don't lack money. Why would I need to buy people's hearts?" Yes. You're right. Go and eat. Remember to send me the alcohol in the afternoon. Yan Xiaoning waved his hand and went to get food. After having lunch at the construction site, Li Zixuan didn't go home immediately because the weather was really hot. The whole earth felt like it was being baked in a furnace, and it was extremely hot. In his previous life, Li Zixuan thought that the ancient times would be cooler because modern society had developed for so many years and would be affected by the global greenhouse effect. In the ancient farming society, the natural conditions were not destroyed, and even if the summer was hot, it wouldn't be too hot. But after experiencing it, he knew that it wasn't the case at all. At the very least, he was extremely hot now. Luckily, all the sheds at the construction site were built in the forest, or else the workers would be in a worse situation in the wilderness. Li Zixuan stayed in Yan Xiaoning's temporary residence for 2 hours until the sun outside wasn't so solid anymore. Then he took the carriage back to Chang and City. When he got home, Li Zixuan took out a bottle of 75% medical alcohol and asked the servant to send it to Yan Xiaoning. Not long after, Sun Huaiming came. Old Sun's face was flushed red. He came to the Li residence to report the results of the day to Li Zixuan. Today, the Strange Taste Pavilion had another batch of glass products for sale. Young master, great news! Today, we have prepared 400 colored glazed cups, 400 colored glazed lamps, and 200 small celestial mirrors. The number of people lining up at the Strange Taste Pavilion did not decrease. Instead, it increased by several times. Many people stayed at the restaurants in the East Market last night. This morning, the Strange Taste Pavilion had not even opened its doors, and there was already a long line of people waiting outside. Until now, we've sold out all our stocks. Today, we sold more than 80,000 strings of coins worth of goods. It's amazing, Sun Huaiyuan said excitedly. Li Zixuan nodded indifferently. All of this was within his expectations. The high profits of these colored glass products would definitely continue for a period of time. He smiled and said, "Yes, shopkeeper Sun, you've done very well. In the future, the glass cups, the small celestial mirrors, and the small celestial mirrors will be sold in batches every 3 days. And then the large celestial mirrors will be sold in batches every 10 days. We have to control the quantity, and don't let the celestial mirrors become cheap goods that can be seen everywhere." Sun Huaiyuan had been a manager for so many years, and his understanding of business wasn't low. After hearing this, he immediately understood Li Zixuan's intention. He quickly cupped his hands and said, "Young master, you're really far-sighted. I'll definitely do as you say." "Ha ha, Manager Sun, you flatter me." Chapter 480, Shao Mansion. Menger, look. The Strange Interest Pavilion just sent 3 small immortal mirrors. Ha ha. Xiao Shui carefully took the 3 wooden boxes to the backyard and laughed at the cute girl on the swing. "Wow, is that true? Is that true? Let me see." The little girl quickly stopped the swing and stabilized her body. She trotted to Xiao Shui and said excitedly, "Hee, of course it's true. Here, take it." Xiao Shui handed over the 3 exquisite wooden boxes. Menger took them and opened one of them. Suddenly, a palm-sized shiny mirror appeared in front of her eyes. She took it out, but the smile on her face could not be hidden. "Wow, it's really the immortal mirror. It's really the immortal mirror. The person inside is so clear. Grandpa Xiao is amazing. He got 3 immortal mirrors at once. Sister Nanxiu and the others will be envious of me. Hee." Menger held the 3 immortal mirrors and said happily from the bottom of her heart. However, her words completely broke Xiao Shui's heart. "Menger, although Li Zixuan gave my grandfather face, I was the one who asked my grandfather. I risked being scolded to beg my grandfather. How can you forget my contribution?" Xiao Shui said pitifully and gloomily. "Well, that's right. Then Menger thanks Brother Shui." Menger tilted her head and thought for a while and finally smiled. "Hee, you're welcome." You're welcome. Xiao Shui's heart was greatly satisfied. Hearing this, he scratched his head and laughed. 2 days later, on this day, Li Zixuan had just finished his breakfast when he heard that Faubert had come. He couldn't help but be happy and thought to himself, could it be that there's a new breakthrough in the research of cement? Li Zixuan hurriedly came to the main hall and saw Faubert walking around excitedly. Young master, we have experimented with the correct formula for cement. The workshop has made cement. Faubert saw Li Zixuan come in and hurriedly said excitedly, "Ha ha, is it true?" Li Zixuan was even more excited than Faubert. With cement, he didn't need to worry about the construction of the academy. It's true. Young master, look, this cement has already coagulated. It's 100 times stronger than the failed product of our previous experiments. As Uncle Fu spoke, he took out a fist-sized lump of cement from his sleeve. Li Zixuan's eyebrows twitched. With such a lump of cement in his sleeve, wasn't Uncle Fu afraid that it would fall and hit his foot? Li Zixuan shook his head and threw away the messy thoughts in his mind. Li Zixuan took the cement block. It was slightly heavy and cold. Li Zixuan gently squeezed it, and it didn't break. Then he used 1% of his strength, and it still didn't break. Faubert stroked his beard proudly and said with a smile, "Ha, young master, what's crack?" Before Uncle Fu could finish his words, he saw the cement block shatter with a kacha sound. Li Zixuan had used 5% of his strength, and the cement block couldn't hold on and turned into powder. Uncle Fu's face suddenly became very interesting. He was stunned on the spot and didn't know what to say. Li Zixuan looked up and saw Faubert's embarrassed expression. He quickly waved his hand and said, "Cough, cough. Faubert, you don't have to be like this. I just wanted to test the endurance of the cement on a whim, so I used a bit of my true qi, which caused the cement block to break. The cement you made this time has actually reached the standard. It's hard enough for ordinary people. The workshop did very well and didn't let me down." Only then did Uncle Fu recover. He more or less knew that Li Zixuan was a martial arts grandmaster. He just didn't expect that a martial arts grandmaster would be so frivolous, thinking about playing all the time. What a mother asterisk cur. Since young master said so, this old man is relieved. Then I'll go back and ask people to mass produce this cement and send it to Yinshan. Resisting the urge to complain, Fu Bo cupped his hands and said, "Ah, thank you for your hard work. Then I'll go to the workshop with Faubert and take a look." Li Zixuan thought and said, "Okay." The two of them rode the carriage to the workshop. Li Zixuan was taken directly to the cement kiln by Faubert. "Young master, because the demand for lioli in the strange interest pavilion has been quite high recently, so in order not to affect the production progress of lioli, this old man has asked people to dig a new kiln for burning cement. In the future, the construction site will definitely need a lot of cement. We have to dig more kilns." Faubert pointed to the kiln in front of them and said, Li Zixuan nodded and said, "Well, Faubert, you can decide on these. Don't delay the construction of the academy." Faubert cupped his hands and said, "Yes, young master. Young master, look, this piece of ground is covered with the cement we made. It has just solidified this morning. It is really smooth and hard. It is much better to walk on than the bluestone road. If we use cement to build roads, how comfortable would it be for the carriage to walk on it?" Li Zixuan couldn't help but laugh. Faubert's ability to draw parallels was quite strong. He really thought of another use of cement. "Ha ha, Faubert, you are right. This cement can not only be used to build houses, but it can also be used to build roads when mixed with sand and stone. This thing is the best road building material." As Li Zixuan spoke, he couldn't help but squat down and gently touch the cement floor with his hand. The familiar hard and rough feeling made him feel absent-minded. Cement floor, cement floor. This is the most common and representative thing in modern industrialized society. Who would have thought that it would appear in the Tang Dynasty? He had introduced a modern product into the Tang Dynasty. Thinking about it, in a few decades, there would be cement roads everywhere and cement brick houses everywhere. Such a scene. How similar would it be to modern society? Sigh. Since he was destined to not be able to go back, then he would try his best to create a society similar to modern society. It could also be considered as a kind of emotional sustenance. Li Zishuan's eyes were a little red. Falbert noticed something strange and quickly asked, young master, what happened to you? Ah, nothing. Li Zishuan recovered from his distant thoughts and quickly shook his head. There was a gust of wind just now, and the sand on the ground was blown into my eyes. Falbert looked at Li Zishuan suspiciously. He didn't feel the wind at all, just now. Ahem. In order to cover up his embarrassment, Li Zishuan coughed and said, Falbert, get people to hurry up and produce cement. Now that we have cement, the academy is even less short of money. The relocation plan of the workshop can also be pushed forward. Find a time and pick a group of people to build the new workshop there. And yes, young master. Chapter 481. After leaving the workshop, Li Zishuan asked San Bao to drive the carriage to Azure Dragon Lane. Wang Rinbiao had told him the address of his house in Chang, and Azure Dragon Lane was located in the southeast corner of Chang, and not far from it, it was Chang'an's most prosperous and famous public garden and scenic tourist area. Half of it was in the city, occupying about 2 lanes. The other half was outside the city, extending southward. It was located in a low-lying area at the head of Fengqi Plain. Due to the accumulation of water, it formed a pool. The pool's banks were like the Guangling River, hence the name Chu River. As an otaku, Li Zishuan rarely went out unless he had something to do. He had never been to this area before. As he stood outside Azure Dragon Lane and looked at the beautiful scenery of Chu River, he was momentarily captivated by the winding banks and the scenery of Changzhou-like waters. San Bao, what river is that? Li Zishuan had never been to Chang and in his previous life, nor did he remember being here in this life. Hence, he did not know that this was Chu River. Young master, that is Chu River Pool. There is a palace dedicated to His Majesty on the shore. There are also pavilions built by various departments of the imperial court. It is very prosperous. Not only can the emperor's concubines and high-ranking officials come here, but even ordinary citizens can enjoy the scenery here. It is especially lively here on the 3rd of March every year during the Shaanxi festival. As a native of Chang, and San Bao was very clear about this. When he heard his young master's question, he hurriedly spilled the beans and told him everything he knew. Oh, Li Zishuan nodded and thought to himself, wouldn't it be a pity if I didn't go and play in such an excellent tourist spot? I can bring my wife and little sister here to row a boat and have a barbecue in the future. Let's go to Wang Rinbiao's house. Li Zishuan looked at Chu River Pool, then got back into the carriage. Yes, young master. Yo, Lord Ju, why are you here? Come in. When Wang Rinbiao heard that Li Zishuan was here, he personally came out to welcome him. Ha, long time no see. Rinbiao is getting more and more suave. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, half jokingly, Ha, Lord Ju must be joking. Please come in first. Yao, get someone to serve tea. Wang Rinbiao instructed in a low voice before leading Li Zixuan around the screen wall in the front yard to the main hall. Leng Yuyao came in with 2 maids and poured a cup of tea for Wang Rinbiao and Li Zixuan. Cough, cough, the task of pouring tea was naturally done by the 2 maids. Leng Yuyao, a great expert, would definitely not do this kind of work herself. She stood motionlessly behind Wang Rinbiao, with her long sword in her arms. A cold aura emanated from her body, making it seem as if no one was allowed to get close to her within a radius of a few miles. Cold, this woman is still as cold as usual. Li Zixuan sighed in his heart without batting an eyelid. Leng Yuyao was beautiful, but she was too cold. Most likely, only Wang Rinbiao could endure it. Li Zixuan was quietly sizing up Leng Yuyao, and Leng Yuyao was also quietly sizing up Li Zixuan. Although she didn't know the details of the assassination in the eastern suburbs of Chang and City a few days ago, she knew that Li Zixuan broke through to the Grandmaster realm and turned the situation around. This news caused quite a stir in the Jianghu. A Grandmaster less than 15 years old. When Leng Yuyao heard the news, she couldn't help but feel a sense of frustration in her heart. Now that she saw Li Zixuan again, she felt a faintly discernible, dangerous aura emanating from him. Leng Yuyao's heart was very complicated. Lord Ju, my humble house is simple and crude. I'm afraid I've neglected you. Please have some tea. Wang Rinbiao couldn't feel the probing eyes of the 2 great experts in the room, so he said with a smile, "Ha ha, Rinbiao, why are you so polite? Our 2 families have worked together so many times. Wouldn't it be strange to address each other with titles? How about we call each other brothers and friends?" Although Li Zixuan didn't like the tea of this era, he still understood the principle of when in Rome, do as the Romans do. He was now in someone else's house, and it would be very impolite to be picky. So he picked up the teacup, took a symbolic sip, frowned slightly, and swallowed it. Then he smiled at Wang Rinbiao. As for why he frowned, of course, it was because the taste of the tea was too damn sour. Before the Tang Dynasty, there was no way to make tea. From the Wei, Jin, Southern and Northern dynasties to the early Tang Dynasty, people mainly plucked the leaves of the tea tree and mixed it with pepper, ginger, cinnamon, and other seasonings to make a soup for drinking. Drinking tea was just like drinking the vegetable tea soup today. The Wu people called it Ming porridge. Just by looking at the ingredients, one could imagine the taste of the tea soup. Cough, cough, don't even think about it. How ruthless! Ha ha! Then Rinbiao, it would be impolite to refuse. My father has always valued you, Xiao Xian. He has always hoped that the Wang family can maintain a good relationship with the Li family. Wang Rinbiao said with a smile on his face, "Ha ha! Provincial Governor Wang is honest and upright. If I go to Sui province to play in the future, I'll have to ask your father to take care of me." The Sui province of the Tang Dynasty was roughly near the present-day Sui province of Hubei. However, the area under its jurisdiction was much larger. Li Zixuan's hometown in his previous life was not far from here. He really wanted to take some time to go there and see what his hometown was like in the Tang Dynasty. Wang Rinbiao smiled and said, "That's easy. Xiao Xian, if you really want to go, I'll personally accompany you there. I also have to visit my father. Ha, let's not talk about this first. I'm here today to look for you. Rinbiao, I have some serious business." Li Zixuan put down his teacup and sat up straight. He said seriously, "Rinbiao, you should have heard of the Azure Glass Cup, and Divine Mirror in the Curious Pavilion recently, right?" "That's right. He was here today to talk about cooperation. Since the Curious Pavilion had already started to sell glass products, he naturally wanted to maximize the profits. Just like before, he planned to monopolize the Chang and market. As for the other markets, he still wanted to let Wang Rinbiao act as his agent. They had a very good foundation for cooperation. Wang Runbiao seemed to realize something. His eyes lit up, and he said, "Of course I've heard of it." "Xiao Xian, what do you mean?" "That's right. I want to cooperate with you. Renbiao." "Renbiao, haven't you thought about this before?" Wang Renbiao quickly replied, "Ha, of course I have. I even talked to shopkeeper's son about it, but he said that the production of these things is limited and can't even meet the demand in Chang, and so I can only wait for your workshop to expand its production before I make any plans." Li Zishuan nodded and said with a smile, "So that's how it is. But, Renbiao, there's something you might not know. The Curious Pavilion's workshop will be moved to the vicinity of Yunshan in the near future. The area and scale of the new workshop will be more than 5 times larger than it is now. When the time comes, we will be able to recruit more craftsmen. Correspondingly, the workshop will also produce more azure glass cups, divine mirror, and those things like Don't Touch Me from before. When the time comes, I'll need you to help me distribute these products to various places." Chapter 482, Azure Dragon Lane, Wang Residence. Wang Rinbiao's face lit up with excitement after hearing Li Zishuan's words. He smiled and said, "That's great. This business is exactly what the Wang family is looking for." Li Zishuan asked, "Rinbiao, how many goods can you take?" He had to make a budget so that the workshop could make the necessary arrangements in advance. Wang Rinbiao pondered for a moment, then smiled confidently. "Oh, the Azure Glaze Cup, the Azure Glaze Cup, and the Immortal Mirror. I can buy as many as you have. As for the new carriage, Don't Touch Me. Even if the strange Interest Pavilion's workshop expands, it won't be able to produce much in a month. So, little Xian, you don't have to worry about not being able to sell your goods. You can take as many as I have. Renbiao, aren't you a little too arrogant? You should know that the Azure Glass Cup, and Immortal Mirror are not cheap." Li Zishuan raised his eyebrows and said in surprise. Wang Rinbiao smiled and said, "Ha ha, it's not that I'm arrogant, but you underestimate the Wang family. Putting aside the Wang clan, any one of the 7 great clans would be able to swallow this business deal. Of course, there are definitely many clans who want to work with you, little Xian. However, I, Wang Rinbiao, am rather fortunate to be able to obtain your permission before them. Moreover, Chang is not the only place with rich people in Tang. There are many rich merchants in other states and counties, especially in Jiangnan and Suang. People there are very interested in the Azure Glass Cup, and Immortal Mirror. No matter how expensive these things are, they won't be able to sell. In the early Tang Dynasty, although the people were generally poor, there was no shortage of rich people. This was the case in any era. The Azure Glass Cup, and Immortal Mirror were the most excellent tools for the rich to show off. Wang Rinbiao had long understood these people's hearts, which was why he said so. "Ha ha, since you said so, I'm relieved. The workshop will expand production as soon as possible. When the time comes, I'll hand over all the goods that Chang and can't take. As for the cooperation method, let's do it like before. I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first." Li Zishuan stood up and waved his hand. Previously, the Wang family had taken on the task of distributing the scooter, Drunken Immortal, Gentle Village, and Datang daily to all parts of the country except for Chang, and therefore, when they worked together again, there was no need to explain anything else. "Since little Xian is busy, I won't force you to stay. I'll send you off." Wang Rinbiao also stood up and walked Li Zishuan to the gate with Lung Yuyao. The 2 of them cupped their fists and bid farewell. At this moment, Lung Yuyao suddenly asked, I heard that Li Xian'an has broken through to the supreme power realm. Is that true? Li Zishuan was stunned. He did not expect that the cold-faced beauty, who had been silent for a long time, would actually speak to him. He nodded and smiled. There is indeed such a thing. What does Miss Yu Yao have to say? A rare blush appeared on Lung Yuyao's face as she said, I don't dare to teach you. I'm just curious as to why you're able to advance so quickly in your martial arts at such a young age. I wonder if you can share a thing or two with me. Aside from Wang Rinbiao, the only thing that Lung Yuyao cared about in this world was martial arts. Therefore, although she was a little unhappy with Li Zishuan before, she still braced herself to ask for his advice at this moment. Wang Rinbiao looked at Lung Yuyao thoughtfully, but he did not blame her for being rude. Haha, why can't I say it? Since Miss Yu Yao wants to hear it, then I'll tell you briefly. Li Zishuan did not use this opportunity to make fun of Lung Yuyao. He thought for a moment before replying, on the path of martial arts, studying hard and practicing hard is never wrong. However, I've always been busy with mundane affairs, so I'm definitely not as diligent as you in practicing martial arts. Therefore, ever since I left the mountain and returned home, my martial arts have been stagnant and have not made any progress. At this point, Li Zishuan paused. After Lung Yuyao heard it, she almost vomited blood. It was really infuriating to compare oneself to others. The reason why I was able to break through this time was mainly due to my comprehension. I comprehended some Tao from a very mysterious Taoist martial art. Coupled with the life and death crisis I encountered during the assassination, it stimulated all the potential in my body, and finally, I broke through in one fell swoop. Therefore, in short, my martial arts is based on comprehension, so it may not be suitable for you. Everyone has their own martial arts path, and it's impossible to be the same. Li Zishuan said these words sincerely. Lung Yuyao's nature was not bad, and she even helped him once before. If he could help Lung Yuyao improve on her martial arts path, Li Zishuan would be very happy. Thank you. After listening, Lung Yuyao thought for a moment, and then solemnly cupped her fist and said to Li Zishuan, you're welcome. You're welcome. Li Zishuan was a little uncomfortable being treated so politely all of a sudden, and hurriedly waved his hand. Oh, that's right. Xiao Xian, the assassin who tried to assassinate you that day. Did you catch him? At this time, Wang Rinbiao asked, Not yet. How can it be so fast? Li Zishuan shook his head and said, His Majesty has already ordered the imperial government to step up the investigation, and Magistrate Hua also personally asked me for clues. I also told him everything, but there's no progress so far. Wang Rinbiao pinched his chin and said in a low voice for a moment, Xiao Xian, if it's convenient for you, tell us the specific details of the assassination that day. Yao has been in the martial arts world for more than 10 years, so she might be able to find some clues. Lung Yuyao also nodded at this moment and cast her gaze on Li Zishuan. What's there to be inconvenient about? I'll tell you all again, now. Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat. According to Qin Xiong's analysis, the black-clothed assassin was very likely from an unknown evil sect in the martial arts world. However, Qin Xiong knew very little about the forces in the martial arts world today, but Lung Yuyao was different. She was able to reach this level at such a young age, and Li Zishuan definitely didn't believe that she didn't have a master behind her. Regarding the martial arts world, she should know a lot more than Qin Xiong, so he might be able to get some clues from Lung Yuyao. It's like this. That evening, I brought Li Zishuan recalled for a moment and recounted all the details before and after the assassination in detail, including Qin Xiong's guesses and analysis a few days ago. Seventh cultivator of true blood palm. Seventh cultivator of true blood rain. He's. After listening to Li Zixuan's detailed description, Lung Yuyao's face suddenly changed, and she exclaimed, "Who is it? Miss Yuyao, could it be that you know something?" Li Zixuan quickly asked. Chapter 483. In front of Wang Renbiao's house, Li Zixuan stared at Lung Yuyao with an expectant look, hoping to hear the whereabouts of the black-clothed assassin from her. That afternoon, the black-clothed assassin had threatened to take revenge and kill Li Zixuan's entire family. Li Zixuan wasn't willing to let go of such a person who could threaten him in the dark at any time. If there was a chance, he would definitely eliminate the source of trouble. "Sir Li, Yuyao knows something about that assassin." Lung Yuyao thought for a moment and said with slight hesitation, "Miss Lung, please tell me. Li Zixuan will definitely reward you handsomely if you can get any clues about that person." Li Zixuan hurriedly cupped his fists and said sincerely. Wang Renbiao could see the anxiety in Li Zixuan's eyes and also said to Lung Yuyao, if you know any clues, don't hesitate to tell me. You don't have to hold back." Lung Yuyao nodded and said, "Yes, young master." Then she turned to Li Zixuan and said, "Sir Li, although Yuyao doesn't know the specific identity of that assassin, according to your description, I can guess his origin. In the past, Yuyao heard from my master that there's an evil sect in the Qinling Mountains called the Seven Cultivators sect. Although it's small, it has a peak Grandmaster realm expert. The Seven Cultivators sect's secret technique is the Seven Cultivators blood transformation palm. The Seven Cultivators sect. Miss Lung, do you know where this Seven Cultivators sect is located?" Li Zixuan's expression shook as he asked in a deep voice. As for Lung Yuyao's words about the peak Grandmaster realm expert in the Seven Cultivators sect, he didn't care at all. Although he wasn't a match for a peak Grandmaster realm expert in a one-on-one fight, if someone threatened him, Li Zixuan, he would find a way to kill them even if they were protected by a Grandmaster realm expert. Lung Yuyao shook her head and recalled, "I don't know the exact location of the Seven Cultivator of True Virtue sect. In the past, the sect that Yuyao belonged to had a grudge with the Seven Cultivators sect. An evil cultivator from that sect once abducted one of Yuyao's junior sisters. When my master found out about it, he was furious and brought several martial uncles with him to chase after that person. According to my master, they chased him all the way to the depths of the Qinling Mountains. Then they saw that thief climbing a steep mountain peak shrouded in black fog. At the foot of the mountain, there was a boundary stone with the word Spirit Snake Mountain written on it. Master, martial uncles, and martial uncles dismounted and climbed up the mountain. Not only was the mountain path steep, it was also filled with all kinds of poisonous snakes. Furthermore, the entire mountain seemed to be filled with poisonous fog. Master and the others had only stayed inside for a quarter of an hour, but they were already showing signs of being poisoned. Furthermore, Master could faintly feel a very strong pressure at the top of the mountain. Martial Uncle and Martial Uncle knew that it was impossible, so they persuaded Master to return to the sect and make further plans. Master had no choice but to leave with hatred. Seven cultivators of true virtue, Snake Spirit Mountain. Li Zixuan's expression gradually turned solemn. He propped up his chin and said with a frown, "Miss Lung, has the Seven Cultivators sect ever accepted any assassination missions to earn money?" I've never heard of it before. Although the people of the Seven Cultivators sect have done a lot of outrageous things, they have never assassinated an important official of the imperial court. To some extent, the Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue sect has always been very low-key in Jianghu, and only a few people know about it. If their sect specialized in assassination, they wouldn't be as unknown as they are now. Lung Yuyao pondered for a long time and shook her head. Li Zixuan was even more puzzled. He muttered to himself, "That's strange. I don't have any grudges with the Seven Cultivators sect. But that day, when I heard that assassins say that the matters of the pugilistic world shall be settled in the pugilistic world, it sounded as if there was a deep hatred between us. What's the reason for this?" Although, according to Lung Yuyao's words, the Seven Cultivators sect was very suspicious and should indeed be suppressed, Li Zixuan still felt that there was something fishy about this matter. Right now, he only wanted to find the real culprit. He didn't want to care about the other grudges of the pugilistic world. The matters of the pugilistic world shall be settled in the pugilistic world. I understand now. Lung Yuyao was startled for a moment and suddenly said loudly, "I wonder if Lord Li remembers the Battle of Northern Mang Mountain's Bloody Wind stronghold a few months ago." Li Zixuan didn't know what she meant. He looked at Lung Yuyao with a baffled expression and nodded, "Of course I remember." Lung Yuyao then continued, "At that time, Lord Ju went to Mang Mountain alone and challenged the Bloody Wind stronghold. Did you personally kill a young man named Flying Snake?" Li Zixuan seemed to have guessed something. His brows furrowed even deeper. After pausing for a while, he nodded and said, "There is indeed such a person. Now that you mention it, I remember that Flying Snake's strange movement technique is 80% similar to the assassin who tried to assassinate me that day. Could it be that there is some connection between the two of them?" Lung Yuyao replied, "When the Bloody Wind stronghold group kidnapped Lord Ju's wife at Rhinoceros Slope, I saw Flying Snake make a move. That move is undoubtedly from the Seven Cultivators sect. Since Lord Ju killed Flying Snake, Yuyao guessed that it was the elders of Flying Snake's sect who came to seek revenge." Bang! Li Zixuan punched the wall next to him and said, hatefully, "Humph! Seven Cultivators sect. Flying Snake. They provoked me time and time again. Do they really think I'm made of mud?" At the side, Wang Renbiao looked at the deeply sunken wall. The corner of his mouth twitched as he said, "Little Xian, this matter was caused by my second brother. My Wang family is willing to help you deal with the Seven Cultivators sect with all our strength." Flying Snake and Xiaoing had joined hands to kidnap Han Yushi. In the end, it was Wang Rinni who ordered them to do so. Now that Flying Snake was killed and the Seven Cultivators sect came to seek revenge, it was reasonable to say that this matter was related to the Wang family. Li Zixuan waved his hand and stared at Wang Renbiao, saying, "That is that. Provincial Governor Wang has already given me an explanation for the previous matter. What I want to know now is whether the assassin that day has anything to do with the Wang family. After all, your second brother hates me to the bone. Will he use Flying Snake's death to instigate the Seven Cultivators sect to assassinate me?" Although many people knew that Li Zixuan had attacked the Bloody Wind stronghold with his sword, not many people knew the details, including the killing of Flying Snake. Therefore, Li Zixuan had reason to suspect that the assassin was instigated by someone. Wang Renbiao was shocked. He quickly shook his head and said, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. After that incident, my second brother has been imprisoned by my father in the Wang family's ancestral home. The people of the disciplinary hall are guarding him day and night. There's no way he can come in contact with outsiders. Little Xian, if you're still worried, I'll write a letter and ask my father to personally investigate my second brother's situation in the past few months." "There's no need for that. I believe you." Li Zixuan waved his hand and said, "In any case, that assassin is definitely related to the Seven Cultivators of true virtue. Regardless of whether or not someone is stirring up trouble behind the scenes, I have to flatten this sect first, and then investigate the person behind him. I have to thank Miss Lung for the information today. Renbiao, I'll take my leave first. Chapter 484. After leaving the Wang family in a hurry, Li Zixuan did not even return home. Instead, he went straight to the government office. After explaining his identity to the government servant at the door, Li Zixuan was invited to a side hall at the back of the government office. After about 15 minutes, Yin Wenjie of the government office walked in wearing a purple official robe. He cupped his hands and smiled at Li Zixuan. Yo, Li Zhanshi, may I know why you are here today? Things were different now. Li Zixuan was the Crown Prince Zixuan, a rising star of the empire. He was no longer the little teacher of the Imperial College. Even Hua Wenjie had to be polite when he saw him. Ha ha! Greetings, Magistrate Hua. I have something I need your help with today. Li Zixuan did not put on airs. He politely bowed back to Hua Wenjie and smiled. Hua Wenjie's eyes flashed. Almost instantly, he realized that what Li Zixuan wanted to say was related to the assassination case. Normally, he did not have any contact with Li Zixuan. If there was any interaction, it would only be the assassination case a few days ago. Thinking of this, Hua Wenjie's expression brightened. He quickly waved his hands and dismissed his servants. He sat down beside Li Zixuan and said, Li Zixuan, if you have something to say, just say it. As long as it is within my power, I will definitely do my best to help. Li Zixuan nodded and said, I think Magistrate Hua can also guess a thing or two. That's right, I am here today because of the assassin. I have already investigated the assassin's background, but I need Magistrate Hua to help me find the assassin's hiding place. Oh, Li Zhanshi, quickly say it. Where did the assassin come from? Hua Wenjie's face flashed with a hint of excitement as he quickly said, Actually, he was bitter in his heart. The 10-day deadline given by Lier was about to arrive, but the constables of the governor's office failed to find any useful clues. On the contrary, many ruffians and scoundrels in Chang and city were arrested these days. It couldn't be said that the bailiffs of the capital government were incompetent. It was just that Li Zixuan had provided too few clues. They knew nothing about the black-clothed assassin's appearance, age, background, and so on. How could the bailiffs catch him? This era was not like the modern era, where there were surveillance cameras in key places. When there was a murder case, one could find the murderer through the surveillance cameras at each intersection. The investigation of this era relied on the clues left behind by the murder to gradually investigate. The worst part was that Li Zixuan could provide very little useful information to the capital government. How could the bailiffs even begin their investigation? Now that Li Zixuan could provide the identity and origin of the assassin, how could Hua Wenjie not be excited? At least he could keep his official position. According to my investigation, the assassin came from a small sect in the depths of the Qinling Mountains called the Seven Cultivators of True Virtue. That sect is located at a place called the Serpent Mountain. Today, I came here to ask Magistrate Hua to send someone to help me find out where the Serpent Mountain is located in the Qinling Mountains. Once you find out, I will deal with them. Li Zixuan looked at Hua Wenjie and said with a serious face, Seven Cultivators Sect, Snake Spirit Mountain? Hua Wenjie muttered a few words and then nodded. Okay, this old man will send someone to investigate. If there is any news, I will inform Li Zhanshi immediately. Thank you for your trouble. Thank you. Li Zixuan cupped his hands and thanked him. The Qinling Mountains traversed the central part of China, starting from southern Gansu in the west, passing through southern Shaanxi to western Hunan. Its main body was located at the junction of southern Shaanxi and northern Sichuan provinces. It was about 1,500 kilometers long from east to west, including hundreds of mountains of various sizes. If Li Zishuan didn't have anyone to help him, who knew how long it would take him to find it? The next day, on top of the cloud mountain, the morning sun reflected the rosy clouds covering the whole mountain with a golden coat, making it look exceptionally beautiful. The craftsmen who got up early to work were running around, digging foundations, building walls, quarrying rocks, chopping trees, and sawing wood. The division of labor was clear, and the scene was bustling with activity. At 7:45 a.m., a convoy of 4 or 5 ox carts arrived at the top of the mountain along the mountain path. Some of the sharp-eyed workers guessed that the boss had sent something good to the workers again. Faubert, why are you here? The shed that Yen Xiaoning stayed in during the day was very close to the mountain gate. He raised his head and saw Faubert in front of the convoy, so he quickly stopped his work and went out to greet him. Ha, young Master Yen, this old man is here to send you new materials today. Faubert said to Yen Xiaoning with a smile as he directed the crowd to unload the bags of cement. New materials? Is that all? What are they used for? Yen Xiaoning didn't know that the workshop was secretly developing cement during this period of time. He was busy with the division of labor at the construction site. This is the cement that the workshop made according to Lord Ju's instructions. It is used to replace the cement mortar and used to build walls. This stuff can not only be used to build walls, but it can also be used to build roads. Lord Ju said that the roads of the academy will be paved with a layer of cement mixed with sand and stones in the future. Faubert said with a sense of accomplishment as he stroked his beard. Cement. Why is this name so weird? Is this stuff really that easy to use? Yen Xiaoning opened a bag of cement and looked at the gray powder inside as he asked doubtfully. Faubert nodded and said, Of course, the craftsmen in the cement workshop have all done experiments before. There is no problem at all. Xiaoning, you can let someone try it now. Young Master said that the construction of the academy must be done with cement in the future. Okay, I will try it. Faubert, how do I use this stuff? Yen Xiaoning nodded in agreement after hearing Faubert's solemn answer. This is simple. Let me tell you the ratio of the water mixture. Done? That's it. But it doesn't look sturdy at all. If you push it hard with your hand, this wall will probably collapse. Under Faubert's guidance, the workers mixed some cement paste and then used it to build 2 walls. However, Yen Xiaoning felt that this thing wasn't very sturdy, so he asked Faubert, We still have to wait for the cement to solidify. Even if we use glutinous rice mortar, won't the newly built walls be very fragile? Xiaoning, you don't have to worry about these 2 walls today. You can take a look at it tomorrow. At that time, you will find out how magical this cement is. Generally, cement mortar will reach its final solidification after 5 to 8 hours at 20 degrees Celsius. At that time, it won't be able to move with fingers. Faubert was very confident about this, so he said to Yen Xiaoning with certainty, Okay, then we will take a look at it tomorrow. If the effect is really good, then we won't buy glutinous rice mortar in the future. Yen Xiaoning thought for a while and nodded in agreement. In his opinion, Li Zishuan's foresight and decisiveness were very trustworthy. Chapter 485. Yao, there. Send this letter to my father with a pigeon immediately. Azure Dragon Lane, Wang family residence. Wang Runbiao stuffed a slip of paper into a small bamboo tube, then handed it to Lung Yuyao and solemnly instructed, Yes, young master. Lung Yuyao took it with both hands. Seeing that Wang Rinbiao had no other orders, she took the letter and left. Around 3000 BC, the ancient Egyptians started using pigeons to send letters. China was also an ancient country that raised pigeons. During the Sui and Tang dynasties, pigeons were used to send letters in places like Guangzhou in the south. Although pigeons were many times faster than relay stations, it was not something that ordinary people could afford. Pigeons were sensitive to the Earth's magnetic field, and they were especially homesick. This was their innate advantage. But to become a carrier pigeon, the main thing was training. The main purpose of raising carrier pigeons was to fly, compete, and use them. In order to obtain an ideal carrier pigeon, other than careful breeding and scientific breeding, the most important thing was training. The training of a carrier pigeon was very complicated. It had to be trained from a young pigeon, from simple to complicated, from near to far, from day to night, and from basic training to professional training. Therefore, an ideal carrier pigeon was very expensive to train. Even if it was a rich family, they would only use carrier pigeons for urgent letters. This was because carrier pigeons could also encounter accidents on the road. Humph! Let's hope that my father can react in time. Now that the cooperation between the Wang and Li families is about to start, we can't let anything go wrong at this crucial time. After seeing Lung Yuyao off, Wang Rinbiao looked out the door with his hands behind his back and muttered to himself. At the same time, more than half of the guards in the capital office followed Dugu Xian and the imperial army out of the city. To a certain extent, this operation of the capital office not only had a certain degree of risk, but it also had a hint of unusual meaning. Ever since the establishment of the Tang Dynasty, the imperial court and the martial arts world had almost never had a direct confrontation. On one hand, the martial arts sects were very weak at this time. As long as no one was stupid enough to deliberately cause trouble, the imperial court would not take those sects seriously. Of course, the absolute disparity in strength also made the sects in the Jianghu abide by the rules and regulations in recent years. No one dared to go against the imperial court, much less assassinate an important official of the imperial court. It had to be said that the black-clothed man who tried to assassinate Li Zexuan had taken the lead this time. Moreover, he was the one who did not please either the martial arts world or the imperial court. Even though the imperial court was not afraid of these martial artists, the regular yamen runners of the imperial government were. That was why Magistrate Hua had invited Dugu Xian to lead the imperial army to help. In any case, Li Er had said that Dugu Xian would help him. It would be a waste not to use such a powerful helper. Once Dugu Xian made his move, Li Er would naturally receive the news. After all, Li Er had absolute control over all the armies of the great Tang. Any movement of the imperial army had to be approved by him. 7 cultivators of true virtue? Snake Spirit Mountain? How dare you? Li Er leaned over the imperial table and supported his chin with his hand as he said angrily. In front of him was the secret memorial written by Hua Wenjie. I don't care who the sect leader of the 7 cultivators of virtue is. If you don't give me an explanation for challenging the authority of the imperial court, I will annihilate your sect. Li Er thought coldly as he closed the secret memorial. What is this gray thing? You guys are actually using it to build walls? On Cloud Mountain, Li Tai had just ordered his team to transport back a batch of wood. However, he saw that the usual yellow glutinous rice mortar had disappeared and was replaced by a gray paste that he had never seen before. Furthermore, the workers were still using it to build walls. He could not help but mutter to himself in confusion. This is the latest cement developed by the workshop. It's specifically used to replace glutinous rice mortar. It's said that once this thing solidifies, it's even more durable than glutinous rice mortar. Furthermore, this thing can be brushed on the surface of walls and roads to form a flat and hard outer layer. Yen Xiaoning, who was also observing the cement mortar, walked over and said, "Is it really that magical? But I think this thing is just a pile of gray mud. It doesn't seem as amazing as you said." Xiaoning. Li Tai's eyes widened as he said in disbelief, "Oh, I also heard about this. As for whether it's really that magical, we'll know tomorrow." Yen Xiaoning frowned and said, in fact, he was also skeptical about this. Then let's wait and see tomorrow." Li Tai stopped and looked for a while, then shook his head and said, The next day, Li Zishuan also woke up early. He had to go to Cloud Mountain to see the actual effect and reaction of the cement. As for Li Tai, that follower, he had not come over for a few days. Every day, he went to Cloud Mountain by himself. The main reason was that Li Zishuan rarely went to the construction site after he started at Cloud Mountain and assigned all the tasks. Li Tai could only curse him in his heart for his lazy nature. Following the mountain path to the peak of Cloud Mountain, he saw a few cement walls that were as tall as two people standing not far from the mountain gate. The surrounding ground was also gray cement. Now, there was a circle of people surrounding the place. Li Zishuan smiled and walked over. This road is hard and flat. Even if it's raining, it won't be affected at all. I didn't expect this. This cement is actually so magical. An old craftsman touched the road with his hand and exclaimed emotionally, Damn, little Xian may not be good at other things, but he's still reliable when it comes to researching new things. Shouting, this cement is really better than glutinous rice mortar. This cement road is not bad. It's even smoother than the limestone road. No, this prince's palace also needs to use cement to level the road in the future. Li Tai touched here and there. Then he jumped up and patted Yen Xiaoning's shoulder as he laughed heartily. As for why he jumped up, cough, of course, it was because of his height. This little fatty only ate and did not exercise since he was young. His horizontal development was too great, and his vertical development was basically not much. Li Zishuan had just walked to the periphery of the crowd when he heard the little fatty's words. His old face could not help but darken. He quickly walked up to Li Tai and slapped him on the back of his head. What do you mean by I can't do anything? Xinkei, tell your master which part of me can't do? As a man, the taboo thing was for others to say that he couldn't do anything. This already involved a man's dignity. Li Zishuan was not willing to let this little fatty off easily. Chapter 486. Cough. So it's Xiao Xian. Why are you here today? Li Tai, who was in an extremely complacent and overly excited state, was almost scared out of his wits by this sudden attack. When he heard Li Zishuan's words that carried a slightly dangerous aura, the little fatty hurriedly changed to a smiling face and jested. Don't try to change the topic. What did you say just now? It seems like you have a lot of opinions about me. Why don't we find a time to have a good chat? Li Zishuan lightly patted the dust on Li Tai's shoulder and said with a faint smile, No. Li Tai shook his head like a rattle drum. And this guy even showed Li Zishuan a unique skill, saying 32 in 3 seconds. He continued, Xiao Xian, you must have heard wrongly. I didn't say anything bad just now. I was just praising the workshop's new cement. If you don't believe me, ask Xiaoning. Am I right? Xiaoning? Li Tai pulled Yen Xiaoning's arm and winked. Li Zishuan was dumbfounded by this fatty's unique skill. He shook his head and without waiting for Yen Xiaoning to cover up for the little fatty, he said, "Hee hee, I'll settle this with you later." After saying that, he walked forward and began to check the quality of the cement wall and the cement road. After pressing and hammering everywhere, Li Zixuan turned around and smiled at Yen Xiaoning with extreme satisfaction. "Xiaoning, how is it? This cement can completely replace glutinous rice mortar, right?" Yen Xiaoning nodded and said, "Of course it can, and it's even better than that. Glutinous rice mortar can't satisfy the functions that cement can achieve. Also, I feel that the academy you designed can only match the design style of Yanhuang College if it's built with cement." Ha! Li Zixuan laughed in his heart. Yen Xiaoning's taste was really good. Yanhuang College's design style was based on modern universities. If it wasn't built with cement, of course it would look quite strange. Ha ha, that's good. That's good. In the future, the workshop will fully supply the cement for the construction site. In terms of construction costs, we will save a lot of money. In this way, we only need to build the academy step by step. Li Zixuan said with a smile as he stood up and led Yen Xiaoning and Li Tai to the shed. And then Yen Xiaoning glanced at Li Zixuan in annoyance, as if he had seen through all the conspiracies in the world. Then Li Zixuan said, awkwardly, "Ha ha, then you won't have to come here every day, right? F***CK. I knew it, little Xian. Your stomach is filled with lazybugs." Yen Xiaoning said, rather crazily. Yes, Xiaoning is right. Little Xian, you are really filled with lazybugs. When Dr. Sun comes to Chang, and next time, you must ask him to treat you properly. Li Tai felt deeply about this. A few days ago, he was privately complaining about Li Zixuan's laziness. In the beginning, he could come to the construction site every day, but he only came once every 2 or 3 days. What was worse was that, according to Li Zixuan's words, he might not come in the future. This boss was really infuriating. Qingke, looks like we need to have a good talk. Li Zixuan squeezed a piece of cement in his hand lightly, and it instantly turned into powder. Then he looked at Li Tai and asked calmly, No. Li Tai showed off his unique skill again, and then waved his hand and said, Ha, you should talk to Xiaoning slowly. I have to bring my team to do a mission. After saying that, he turned and ran away. Li Zixuan then stopped joking and said to Yen Xiaoning seriously, Xiaoning, it's not that I'm lazy, but I have other things to do recently. The academy is already on the right track. Whether it's the funds or the allocation of personnel, they are all in place. I don't think there will be any more problems. When I'm done with this, I will come again to take a look. Yen Xiaoning saw that Li Zixuan was serious and didn't seem to be joking. He also became serious and asked, Little Xian, are you in trouble? If you need help, just let me know. Even if I can't help you, my father can think of a way to help you. Haha, it's nothing. I can solve this myself. Xiaoning, you can focus on building the academy. Li Zixuan waved his hand and said, casually, this was his personal grudge, and he didn't want to drag his good brother into it. Okay, since you don't want to say more, I won't ask. Anyway, if you need help, just let me know. Yen Xiaoning was silent for a while and sighed. Ha, good brother. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Feiji, the brothers have been patrolling around the mansion for the past few days. Did you notice anything strange? In the afternoon, Li Zixuan called the security captain at home, Brother Chicken, over and asked in a deep voice. Strange? I didn't hear anything strange from the brothers. Lord Ju, what's wrong? Did something happen? Pang Feiji was confused at first, then asked in a panic. The security captain was also under a lot of pressure. Nothing, but recently asked the brothers to be more alert. If they notice an unknown master sneaking in, don't fight blindly. Warn them immediately to avoid unnecessary deaths and injuries. Li Zishuan thought for a while and said seriously to Brother Chicken, Lord Ju, could it be that there will be more assassins? Pang Feiji's eyes suddenly lit up, and he asked with a little excitement. Brother Chicken had been idle for so long, he expressed that his big knife was thirsty for blood. Of course, he would be excited if there were blind people coming to him. Well, it's possible. I've already found out the identity of the assassin who tried to assassinate me a few days ago. He's from a sect, and I'm afraid that he'll bring his sect members to seek revenge. At this point, Li Zishuan glanced at Brother Chicken and said, Don't get any ideas. Don't underestimate these Jianghu people. This sect has masters at the peak of master stage. Brothers, if you meet them, don't be rash. Peak of master stage. Brother Chicken was secretly speechless and scared, but after a moment he came to his senses and said, Lord Ju, this is Chom, and even if he is at the great guru realm, I don't think he would dare to behave atrociously here. But we can't always be on guard like this. Why don't my brothers and I follow you to destroy that stupid sect? Chapter 487. Let's destroy that shitty sect together. Li Zishuan murmured. Then he looked at Brother Chicken and said with a faint smile, All right, I'll take you guys to destroy that sect in a few days. Feiji, you'll be the vanguard. Huh. Brother Chicken was dumbfounded. He was just shouting the slogan to show his loyalty. How could he dare to face a peak grandmaster? Wasn't that courting death? Cough, cough. Lord Ju, this. Brother Chicken stuttered for a long time, not knowing how to smooth things over. He was extremely embarrassed. Ha ha, look at how scared you are. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said with a smile, I'm just teasing you. Revenge must be taken, but Li Zishuan, won't let my brothers die for nothing. It's said that the terrain of Snake Spirit Mountain is full of poisonous miasma. If we attack it by force, there will be a lot of casualties. We must have a foolproof plan. Besides, we haven't found the specific location of Snake Spirit Mountain yet. We'll make another plan after we get the news from the government. If the 7 cultivators of virtue is willing to hand over the murderer, then it's fine. If they don't, then I have a way to teach them a lesson. Lord Ju, I, Old Pang, am not afraid. My head is as big as a bowl. What's there to be afraid of? When you want to destroy the 7 cultivators of virtue, remember to call me along. Perhaps Li Zishuan's confidence had infected Pang Feiji. Brother Chicken's face was flushed as he shouted loudly. Ha ha, all right, I'll bring you along if I need you. In the depths of Qinling Mountain, a huge mountain stood between the heavens and the earth. The mountain was as tall as the sky, and it was covered with lush trees. They were so dense that it seemed as if they were going to cover the entire mountain without letting the wind in. The strange thing was that the other mountains were filled with the chirping of insects and birds, but this mountain was eerily quiet. Even the birds in the sky took the initiative to take a detour when they were about to reach this mountain. In the forest, a winding mountain path could be vaguely seen. If one looked carefully, they would find that the whole mountain was surrounded by a faint black fog, which looked extremely evil. And at the bottom of this mountain, there was a huge rock that was half the height of a person. On it, there were 3 blood-red words, Snake Spirit Mountain. At the top of the mountain, houses of various sizes were sparsely distributed. One could vaguely see groups of 2 or 3 young people dressed in green robes walking on the small paths. The sleeves of their robes were embroidered with a giant 7-headed snake, looking exceptionally terrifying. This was the headquarters of the 7 cultivators of virtue. Humph, junior brother, you are really muddle-headed. That Li Zixuan is the founding father of the dynasty. Now, he is the crown prince, Zhan Shi. How could you dare to assassinate him? In a secret room, a tall man with red hair said to the thin man in black who was meditating in the corner, "Senior brother, ever since I returned to the sect the day before yesterday, how many times have you said these words to me? That Li Zixuan killed my most beloved disciple. If I don't exterminate his entire family, how can I still call myself the Snake King? How can I face my disciple who died so tragically? So what if he was a county man? If worse comes to worst, I will perish together with him." The skinny man opened his eyes and roared angrily. Looking at his eyes, his figure, and his words, it was clear that he was the black-masked assassin who tried to assassinate Li Zixuan a few days ago. Snake King. Flying Snake was his disciple. Flying Snake was really unlucky that day. As a middle-stage grandmaster, he tried to assassinate Li Zixuan, a small fry who was half a step away from the supreme power realm. Not only did he fail to kill Li Zixuan in seconds, but he also almost lost his head. Even though he managed to survive, his last move to escape consumed a lot of his life potential, which directly led to a great loss of his strength. Now, he was basically equivalent to a martial artist who had just entered the supreme power realm. At that time, he was covered in injuries, and his true chi was almost exhausted. However, he didn't dare to return to the sect to heal his injuries immediately because there were hundreds of Imperial guards chasing after him. After stumbling and hiding for several days, Snake King took advantage of the fact that the wind was gradually calming down and secretly returned to the sect. The Snake King of a generation was reduced to such a pitiful state. Foolish, stupid. Since ancient times, the common people have never fought with the government. Our sect should have just stayed put and quietly made a fortune. Why did you have to provoke the imperial court? The current emperor has a strong army under him. How can a small sect like the 7 cultivators of true virtue provoke him? You're forcing the 7 cultivators of true virtue to a dead end. The red-haired man glared at him and scolded angrily. What was even more strange was that his eyes were also red. "Humph, senior brother, don't worry. I won't implicate the sect. When I tried to assassinate Li Zixuan that day, I was masked. No one knows my true identity. And no one knows that I'm from the 7 cultivators of true virtue." Snake King snorted with dissatisfaction. "Bullshit." The red-haired man angrily punched the stone wall next to him and roared. "I heard a disciple say this morning that a large number of the imperial court's troops appeared in the periphery of the Qinling Mountains. I'm afraid Li Zixuan has already investigated your background. Our 7 cultivators of true virtue is in danger." "What? That's impossible." Snake King's face suddenly changed. He stood up and muttered, "Impossible. I haven't walked around in Jianghu for more than 10 years. Plus, I was masked that day. How could anyone recognize me? Maybe those troops aren't here for the 7 cultivators of true virtue." The red-haired man coldly snorted and said, "Humph, I hope they aren't here for us. Otherwise, the 7 cultivators of true virtue will definitely suffer a calamity." Snake King had already calmed down at this time. He expressionlessly said, "If they are really here for us, senior brother can just hand me over. I, Snake King, will bear the consequences of my own actions. I won't implicate the sect." As soon as his voice fell, the temperature in the stone room suddenly dropped to the freezing point. The red-haired man's face alternated between blue and white. After a while, he flicked his sleeves and roared, "Bastard! Do you think I, Yin Batian, am a despicable person who would betray my fellow junior brother in exchange for my own safety. Even if you made a mistake, I, as your senior brother, will shoulder it with you. At worst, the entire 7 cultivators of true virtue will die with us. Senior brother, Snake King was startled. A touched expression appeared on his face as he said, "I've implicated senior brother this time." "Humph. Although I, Batian, won't betray my fellow disciples, junior brother, you were too reckless this time. If the 7 cultivators of true virtue can escape this calamity, you'll have to reflect on your actions. The imperial court isn't something we can provoke." Batian waved his hand and said, unhappily, his face was still clouded over, "Senior brother is right. But senior brother, why are you so pessimistic? Snake Spirit Mountain is full of poisonous miasma and is a natural stronghold. It's easy to defend and hard to attack. Moreover, our 7 cultivators of true virtue has a peak grandmaster like you. If the imperial court wants to flatten our sect, they'll have to pay with 10,000 lives." Snake King gave Batian some face and admitted his mistake verbally. Then he said with a ruthless face, Chapter 488. Snake King was right. The 7 cultivators of true virtue was a natural stronghold surrounded by cliffs. There was only one mountain path leading to the 7 cultivators of true virtue, and this mountain path was winding and had many dangerous passes. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that one man could hold the pass while 10,000 men couldn't pass. Not to mention, the Snake Spirit Mountain was full of poisonous miasma. If one came, one would die. The reason why the disciples of the 7 cultivators of true virtue weren't poisoned was because they had been taking the sect's special anti-poison pills all year round, so they were completely immune to the poison. Inside the secret chamber, Snake King saw that Batian was hesitating and didn't say anything, so he continued to persuade him. "Senior brother, although Li Zixuan is in a high position now, I don't believe that Li Zixuan would be willing to take the lives of more than 10,000 people just to avenge his personal grudge. If those troops really come for us, we just need to set up ambushes at the various passes. Even if they don't die from the poison, they will be killed by the disciples of the 7 cultivators of true virtue. We just need to kill them until Li Zixuan feels heartache and withdraws his troops." This guy was getting more and more presumptuous. He even dared to call Li'er by his name. If outsiders heard him, they would definitely sue him for treason. However, Batian didn't react. Apparently, he had heard similar words many times. At this moment, he silently stared at the stone wall and pondered for a while before saying, "But if we do that, won't our 7 cultivators of true virtue be in complete opposition to the imperial court? In the future, the disciples of our 7 cultivators of true virtue won't be able to move an inch in Great Tang, and the other righteous sects will also attack us. After all, junior brother, your assassination of an imperial court official is a big taboo in the martial world." "Uft," Snake King sneered and said, "Senior brother, why are you so indecisive today? You only have 2 choices now. Either you hand me over in exchange for the imperial court's forgiveness, or you protect me and fight the imperial court to the end. After this incident, we'll go somewhere else and set up another sect." After saying this, Snake King paused for a moment, and a trace of ridicule flashed on his face. "As for those righteous sects of the martial world, they're just a bunch of hypocrites. Hasn't our 7 cultivators of true virtue always been independent of the martial world? Why do we need to worry about their attitude?" It had to be said that Snake King was extremely arrogant. He did not even take the 3 great martial arts sects of the Central Plains seriously. Batian frowned. After pondering for a moment, he finally made up his mind and said, "It's impossible for me to hand over my fellow disciples. Now, we can only fight to the death with the imperial court. If the imperial court is willing to take a step back, then we will take a step back too." Snake King smiled and cupped his hands in front of his chest. "He. Thank you for your righteousness, senior brother. Recuperate well. I'll arrange for a few disciples to gather information at the foot of the mountain." Batian was a little unhappy to have encountered such an unexpected calamity. He waved his hand, gave some instructions, and walked out of the secret chamber. Inside the secret chamber, Snake King sat down cross-legged again. However, he was no longer in the mood to heal himself. He was thinking about how Li Zishuan was going to lead his troops to besiege Snake Spirit Mountain. He. Little bastard, you better come here personally this time. I'll make sure you die on Snake Spirit Mountain," Snake King said viciously. Then he closed his eyes, calmed his mind, and continued to recuperate southeast of Chang and city Dunhua Square, in a mansion of a wealthy family. Exquisite pavilions, terraces, and pavilions secluded in beautiful corridors, as well as large rockery, an ancient stage, and exquisite jade were scattered in picturesque disorder in this enormous courtyard. Beautiful trees and exotic flowers could be seen. A clear stream zigzagged from the depths of the flowers and flowed under the stone crevices. A few steps further and gradually to the north, it was flat and wide. Buildings on both sides pierced into the air, and the carved sills were hidden between the trees and the colonel looking down. There was a clear stream flowing with snow. Stone pillars pierced through the clouds. White stones formed a railing around the edge of the pool. There were 3 stone bridges, and the faces of beasts could be seen. Obviously, this was an extremely wealthy family. "Granduncle, I heard that yesterday afternoon the capital magistrate sent out a large group of yamen runners. They followed Dugu Exian out of Chang and city and headed to Qinling Mountain. They haven't returned to the city yet." In the depths of the courtyard, there was an elegant room. There was plenty of sunlight in the room, and there were luxurious furnishings. There were all kinds of beautiful carvings on the window, and there was a half-burned white candle on the table. In the room, a young man bowed to a white-haired old man who was half lying on the couch in front of him. The white-haired old man was like a man on the verge of death. He always looked listless. After a long time, he opened his mouth and asked, "What's the matter?" After a long time, he asked, "So, Li Zishuan has found out about Snake King's background?" The young man bowed and answered, "Most likely. Ever since the assassination, the imperial court hasn't given up on investigating Snake King. According to our informants, Li Zishuan went to the capital magistrate yesterday afternoon. Not long after he left, the capital magistrate and Dugu Exian acted at the same time. Therefore, I'm guessing that Li Zishuan most likely has clues about Snake King." It's not 80%, it's 100%. The white-haired old man narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. Such a lousy person can't do anything right, but is good at spoiling things. However, I didn't expect Li Zishuan to be able to find Snake King's whereabouts so quickly. It seems that this kid didn't get to where he is today by luck. Then, Granduncle, what should we do now? The young man hesitated for a moment before asking, "Why, Xianji, are you afraid? Didn't you say that you weren't worried? Please forgive me, Granduncle. I'm not afraid of personal honor or disgrace, but I'm afraid that my plan will bring disaster to the family." The young man said with sincerity, "Ha, good boy. I didn't misjudge you." The white-haired old man laughed loudly. "Xianji, you don't have to worry. Your plan this time is very good. It's just that you used the wrong person. Even if that stupid thing is caught and spits out the truth, there's no evidence. The imperial court has no reason to convict us. Besides, it's still unknown whether the imperial court can catch him alive or not. The Snake Spirit Mountain is not a good place to go. You're so wise, granduncle. Xianji is impressed. The young man heaved a sigh of relief and cupped his hands. Huh, don't flatter me, kid. Although the white-haired old man said that, he couldn't hide the smile on his face. He waved his hand and continued. Xuanji, although this matter has failed, you have shown granduncle your wisdom. So don't be discouraged. Think of other ways to get rid of this scourge, Li Zishuan, in the next few days. It's best if you can join forces with the other Lis. There's strength in numbers. After all, ha ha, yes, granduncle. Chapter 489. Husband, did something happen in the past few days? I've seen you with a worried frown on your face several times. Night. Li Mansion, West Courtyard. Han Yushi asked softly, while helping Li Zishuan undress. Well, something happened. Do you remember the assassin in the east of Chang'an City a few days ago? Li Zishuan nodded and said, Husband and wife were one. Besides, the Seven Cultivators sect was not a very powerful force in Li Zishuan's eyes, so he felt that there was no need to hide it from his wife. Han Yushi's hand that was holding the clothes suddenly trembled. She frowned, and her voice suddenly became cold as she replied, Of course I remember. That person injured you. If I had the ability, I would definitely tear him into pieces. Li Zishuan chuckled, turned around, and pulled Han Yushi into his arms. Ha ha! Let the men do the fighting and killing. Wife, you just need to eat, drink, and rest well. Han Yushi angrily said, Eat, drink, and rest well? Wouldn't I become a pig? Ha ha! What's wrong with pigs? Pigs are the second smartest animals in the world. Go away. Husband, don't joke around. Let's talk business. What did you mean by the assassin just now? Could it be that you met him again in the past few days? Han Yushi rolled her eyes at Li Zishuan and asked seriously. Oh, that's not it. Li Zishuan pulled Han Yushi to lie on the bed together, and then continued. Yesterday, I accidentally heard the origin of the assassin from Wang Renbiao's house. It was said that he was from the Seven Cultivators sect of Snake Spirit Mountain. Then I went to the capital office and asked Magistrate Hua to help me find the specific location of Snake Spirit Mountain. I think there should be a result in a few days. Snake Spirit Mountain? Han Yushi muttered it again. In the end, she still felt that she had never heard of it before. She then said, I hope that the capital government can bring this assassin to justice. Otherwise, my heart will always be uneasy. Although Li Zishuan knew in his heart that this matter would not be resolved so easily, he still comforted him. Of course, of course. I'll definitely catch the assassin this time. Wife, let's rest early. Okay. This cement is really interesting. In the Sweet Dew Hall, the candlelight was still lit even in the middle of the night. Li'er played with a palm-sized cement block on the dragon table and smiled meaningfully. Beside him sat Empress Zhangsun. This husband and wife were not sleeping in the Li Zheng Hall in the middle of the night. Instead, they came to the Sweet Dew Hall to work. Who knew what they were thinking? Your Majesty, did Qingke bring this back today? Empress Zhangsun asked curiously. Ha, that's right. It's said that this is a new material that Li Zishuan asked the Strange Taste Pavilion Workshop to develop to replace glutinous rice mortar. Now, it seems that the effect is unexpectedly good. Li'er sighed, and then handed a large piece of cement to Empress Zhangsun. Speaking of which, who knew where Li Tai broke a piece of cement road from the construction site and brought it back. It was estimated that some craftsman would curse again tomorrow. Wow, it's so sturdy. Your Majesty, is this large piece all made of cement? Empress Zhongsun took it and squeezed it with her hand. She was immediately shocked and asked hurriedly, "Yes, indeed. The shaping ability of this cement is completely superior to that of glutinous rice mortar. Li Zishuan has brought a new, more practical, and cheaper thing to our Tang Dynasty." Li Er sighed with emotion. Your Majesty, how did you know that this cement is cheaper than glutinous rice mortar? Empress Zhongsun asked curiously. Needless to say, it's easy to guess. If the cost of this thing is higher than that of glutinous rice mortar, why would Li Zishuan spend so much effort to study it? I estimate that the composition of this cement should be just some sand and lime. It doesn't contain any expensive raw materials. If Li Zishuan were here, he would definitely give Li Er a wave of 666, 6666. Old Li's preliminary guess was simply too awesome. In that case, if this cement had appeared 10 years earlier, wouldn't the city walls of Chang and city save a lot of money? Besides, if the city walls were built with cement, they should be stronger, right? Empress Zhongsun said with regret. The predecessor of the Tang Dynasty's capital, Chang, and was Daxing City built by Yuan Kai in the early Sui dynasty. The Yuanha County Atlas recorded Sui's camp capital. Yuan Kai had 6 high slopes in the north and south of Vermilion Bird Street, which were the signs of the Qian hexagram. Therefore, he built the palace with 92 to be the residence of the emperor and established 100 departments with 93 to be the number of gentlemen. He didn't want ordinary people to live there, so he built Xuandu Temple and Xingshan Temple to guard it. It meant to refer to the theory of Zhou Yi's signs and the Qian hexagram's 6 lines to carry out the overall layout design of the capital. In the first year of Wuda, the Tang Dynasty was just established. Li Yuan ordered Yan Lai to rebuild the outer city of Chang. And city. The mileage of the Tang Dynasty was 360 steps for 1 li and 300 steps for 1 li for 1 li. The big foot was 12 inches, and the small foot was 10 inches. At that time, the total length of the outer city walls of Chang and city had reached about 36 kilometers. This was undoubtedly an unparalleled grand project in that era. Of course, the money spent was also an astronomical figure. Therefore, Empress Zhongsun felt a little regretful when she saw the cement. Ever since the Wei River Alliance last year, Li Er had been worrying about money. Empress Zhongsun was naturally especially sensitive and concerned about saving money. Now that things have come to this, it's useless to say more. Moreover, no matter how strong the city walls are, they will be useless in the face of a truly strong enemy. The soldiers of the Tang Dynasty are the strongest city walls of the Tang Dynasty. If the descendants of the future generations fail to live up to expectations and are attacked by foreign soldiers, they can only hide within the city walls. Then, I feel that it's better for the country to perish. My Tang Dynasty must have the 4 barbarians submit, and all the countries fear. No one will be able to attack Chang and city anymore. Speaking of the city walls, Li Er suddenly remembered that last year, Xieli and Tuli Khan led 200,000 Turkic soldiers to the Wei River and attacked Chang and city. At that time, if Xieli was a little braver and attacked Chang and city recklessly, even if the city walls of Chang and city were tall and majestic, they would not be able to withstand the attack of these 200,000 soldiers. This made Li Er have a new view of the city walls. It was better to attack forcefully than to defend to the death. This was the difference between Li Er and the emperors of the future generations. if Li Zixuan had time traveled to the Song Dynasty or the Middle to Late Ming Dynasty, if he were to create cement again, there was a 90% chance that the emperors of that time would use the cement to strengthen the city walls and defend against foreign enemies. They would increase the defense and ensure their survival. However, what Li Er pursued was completely to use offense as defense. When all the enemies were terrified, naturally, there would be no need for the city walls to defend against foreign enemies. Chapter 490. Rua. In the Ganlu Palace, Empress Zhangsun looked at the lofty and ambitious Li Er. Like a young girl who always liked heroes, a hint of admiration appeared in her eyes. She slowly praised him. "Your Majesty's words are true and reasonable. This is the blessing of the Tang Empire's people." Ha 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 ha. Being praised by his own woman, Li Er naturally had reason to be happy. He laughed heartily and said, "Guanyin maid, don't praise me. Otherwise, if I get carried away and make any mistakes in government affairs, Wei Xuanqing will scold me to my face again." As the ruler of a country, he was actually afraid of a subject. Li Er could be considered to be a first. At this time, Li Er was still at the stage where he was working hard to govern. He liked to listen to his subjects' remonstrances. However, Wei Zheng's way of remonstrance was really difficult to accept. Every time Wei Zheng tried to persuade him, Li Er would feel both pain and joy. Uft! Empress Zhangsun covered her mouth and laughed. "Your Majesty really knows how to joke. However, if all the cities in the Tang Empire follow your Majesty's strategy of using offense as defense, wouldn't this cement have less use for it?" Li Er touched his stubbled chin and pondered. "That won't happen. The superior performance of cement determines that it will be suitable for many places, such as the official roads." At this point, Li Er became a little high-spirited. He said hopefully, "If all the official roads in the Tang Empire are built with this cement, then the time spent on the road to other places in the future will be greatly reduced. Correspondingly, once a war breaks out somewhere, the Imperial Army can also arrive as soon as possible. Therefore, this cement really has a wide range of uses." "Congratulations, Your Majesty, on finding such a talent." Empress Zhangsun laughed, with a double meaning. Ha 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 ha. Deep in the Qinling Mountains, countless small groups of soldiers could be vaguely seen searching in different directions and then gathering together every once in a while. This was a small strategy that Dugu Xian came up with. He divided his soldiers into teams of 5 and spread out in different directions to search. They agreed to meet up a few miles ahead. The entire team was like a spider weaving a web, slowly covering the entire Qinling Mountains. This kind of carpet search made it impossible for the mysterious snake Spirit Mountain to escape. Today was already the 3rd day since the army entered the mountains. In these 3 days, the army would camp at night and continue to search during the day. Everyone suffered greatly. After all, the living environment in the mountains during summer was not good. On the contrary, it was somewhat bad because there were many mosquitoes and poisonous insects. Reporting, General, an evil mountain peak was discovered in the southwest direction. The words Snake Spirit Mountain were written on a stone tablet at the foot of the mountain. Dugu Xian had been paying attention to the state of the army, and it was not an exaggeration to say that they were exhausted. Just as he was wondering if he should bring the army out for a day of rest, he saw a rider galloping over from afar. Then a soldier dismounted and ran up to him, excitedly saying, "Brother Dugu Xian, you're exhausted." "What? Did you find the Snake Spirit Mountain?" Dugu Xian asked excitedly. "Reporting to the general, we found it. I found it." Ha ha. Dugu Xian laughed loudly, then ordered, "Pass down the order. All teams gather here immediately." Yes, sir. Half an hour later, the mixed army formed by the bailiffs of the capital and the imperial guards gathered together again. There were about 2,000 of them, and under Dugu Exion's order, the army began to move toward the southwest direction. The smart soldiers immediately guessed that their trip into the mountains was about to end, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. After about 3 miles, a mountain shrouded in black fog finally appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The words Snake Spirit Mountain were written on a stone tablet at the foot of the mountain in red. There was no sound of insects or birds on the mountain, and it looked very evil. Dugu Exien made a gesture. The army stopped. Dugu Feiying, who was at the side, said worriedly, "Big brother, there's something strange about this mountain." "Big brother, I'm afraid there's something strange about this mountain. Why don't I bring a team to explore it first?" Dugu Exien frowned and hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. "No, I have a feeling that this mountain is very dangerous. How about this? Feiying, bring 2 men out of the mountain immediately and return to Chang and to report the situation here to His Majesty. If we want to force our way up the mountain, we won't be able to do it. I'm afraid this mountain is really filled with poisonous miasma, like what Li Xianen said." "Yes, big brother." Dugu Feiying cupped his fists and replied. Then he picked 2 men, mounted his horse, and prepared to leave the mountain to report. "Okay, wait." Dugu Exien suddenly stopped Dugu Feiying. "Is there anything else, big brother? When you enter the palace to meet His Majesty, send someone to Yongla Lane and inform Li Xianen as well." Dugu Exien thought about it and said, "Got it, big brother." "What? You found the Snake Spirit Mountain? Then why did Dugu Exien send you back? Did you run into some trouble?" Ganlu Palace. The morning court had just ended, and Li Er had changed into casual clothes and was about to review some memorials in Ganlu Palace when he heard a servant report that Dugu Feiying was requesting an audience. He quickly let Dugu Feiying in, but he didn't expect to hear such news. "Your Majesty is wise. The army has indeed found the Snake Spirit Mountain and is currently stationed at the foot of the mountain. There is indeed a reason why they haven't attacked the mountain yet." Dugu Feiying went forward and explained the situation of the Snake Spirit Mountain to Li Er in detail. After hearing it, Li Er stood up and said without hesitation, "Dugu Exien, take another 3,000 Imperial Guards and go support Dugu Exien. You must make 7 cultivators of virtue hand over the assassin. Otherwise, take the army and attack." "Yes, sir." Dugu Feiying cupped his fists and replied. Li Er looked at Zhao Song and said, "Pass down the decree. Order the Imperial Physician Bureau to send 2 Imperial physicians who are experts in detoxification to go with Dugu Feiying. Tell them to find the antidote as soon as possible." "Yes, Your Majesty." "Ha ha ha. I finally found these guys who were hiding their heads but showing their tails." Translated by Kayomra. "Kayomra, Kayomra, Kayomra, little brother, please wait for a moment. I'll go with you." Yongla Lane, Li Mansion. When Li Zixuan heard the news from the messenger, he was so excited that he accidentally said the dirty words he learned from watching live broadcasts in his previous life. He had been anxiously waiting for news for the past few days. The messenger soldier was confused, but he still understood the last part. He quickly cupped his fists and said, "Yes, sir, sir." Although Dugu Exien didn't say that he could let Li Zixuan go with him, he couldn't do anything if Li Zixuan made the decision. He was just a small soldier. Chapter 4, 91. Hiya! Hiya! At noon, Li Zixuan didn't even have time to eat lunch. He led Pang Feiji and the other marquises to meet up with Dugu Feiying, who had just come out of the palace. The army of more than 3,000 people rushed out of the city and headed toward the depths of Qinling Mountain. Ha ha ha! Fei Ying, I didn't expect to fight alongside you two brothers again. Awesome, awesome! Li Zishuan and Dugu Feiying walked side by side at the front of the army. De Bai was very powerful. Its speed was not inferior to Dugu Feiying's horse at all. It's my honor to fight alongside you, Lord Zhu. Putting aside his official status, Li Zishuan was a martial arts grandmaster. Dugu Feiying didn't dare to be arrogant, and quickly replied humbly, "Ha ha! What do you mean, Lord Zhu? If you two brothers didn't save me in time last time, I might have gone to meet the King of Hell." Li Zishuan looked at Dugu Feiying and laughed. "Feiying, just call me by my name in the future. I still owe you two a drink for what happened last time. After we take down Snake Spirit Mountain, let's go to the Drunken Immortal restaurant for a drink." Dugu Feiying was very happy to gain the friendship of a martial arts master. He quickly said, "My brother and I were just doing our job last time. We don't dare to take credit for it, but the Drunken Immortal restaurant's wine is famous in Chang, and so let's have a drink together." Ha ha! Li Zishuan thought that Dugu Feiying would humbly decline, but he didn't expect to hear such an answer. Dugu Feiying was much easier to get along with compared to Dugu Xian's cold personality. Li Zishuan couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha! Good. Feiying is very generous. After this battle, we'll drink until we're drunk. We'll drink until we're drunk. Ha ha! Snake Spirit Mountain, 7 Cultivators Sect. Sect leader, bad news. A large number of soldiers have arrived at the foot of the mountain. Snake Spirit Mountain has been surrounded. The exit was also heavily guarded. Just now, a disciple from the kitchen went down the mountain to buy groceries and was caught red-handed by a group of soldiers. The general leading the group said that he would not withdraw his troops unless you hand over the culprit. Now, our sex people can no longer leave the mountain. In the highest hall of the Serpent Spirit Mountain, a green-robed disciple walked in and bowed to Yin Batian. Although he was mentally prepared, Yin Batian still couldn't help but panic when he heard that the army was coming. He sorted out his thoughts and forced himself to calm down. "I understand. Immediately pass down the order for all the disciples to be on standby in the previously arranged positions. Whoever dares to invade the sect will be killed without mercy." The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became heavy. The disciple in green, who was sitting below, was pale and trembling. Sect leader, those people are from the Imperial Army. If we kill them, won't we be, ugh. What's the point of keeping you if you don't obey the sect leader's orders? Yin Batian and Snake King were bold, but that didn't mean that the other ordinary disciples in the sect had the courage to go against the Imperial Army. Just as the green-robed disciple was about to say, "It's the same as rebelling," a black figure suddenly flashed in from outside the door. As the figure flashed, a thin line of blood appeared on the green-robed disciple's neck. The figure stood still, and Snake King appeared in the hall. He looked at the blood on his spikes, turned around, and coldly said to the disciples in the hall, "The 7 Cultivators Sect has nurtured you for decades. Now that the sect is under siege, instead of repaying the kindness, you intend to rebel. How despicable! From now on, all of you must work together to resist the enemy. If anyone dares to surrender, he will end up like you." The green-robed disciple just happened to fall to the ground, holding his neck. His blood dyed the ground red, and the temperature in the hall immediately dropped to the freezing point. "What's wrong? My words to the sect leader no longer have any effect." While everyone was silent, Snake King's emotionless voice once again reached everyone's ears. The disciples in the hall immediately came to their senses and trembled as they said, "We obey the sect leader's orders. We obey the elders' orders." "Humph, then why aren't you going?" Snake King indifferently glanced at everyone and coldly said, "Yes." The disciples in the hall hurriedly rushed out in a line. Batian sat on the seat of honor and expressionlessly watched Snake King's self-directed performance. At this time, he said, "Junior brother, have you fully recovered from your injuries?" Snake King shook his head and replied, "I've only recovered 60%. Now that the situation is urgent, how can I be at ease and recuperate alone in the secret chamber?" At this time, he glanced at the green-robed disciple on the ground and bowed to Batian. "I had no choice but to kill Qin Fei earlier to calm the people down. I hope senior brother can forgive me." Clearly, Snake King was also afraid that his overbearing action would make Batian unhappy, so he could only lower his head and beg for forgiveness. Batian waved his hand and said, "It's fine. Ever since Master passed away, although we're called senior brother in name, we're as close as real brothers. I won't take such a small matter to heart. The most important thing now is to think of a way to make the imperial court retreat as soon as possible. After all, defending the mountain to death is not a long-term plan." Senior brother is right. However, the reason why the soldiers haven't attacked yet is probably because they already know the power of the Snake Spirit Mountain's poisonous miasma. We don't have to panic too much. Moreover, our sect's food reserves are enough to last for half a year. If we continue to waste time like this, the imperial court won't be able to hold on for long. Snake King nodded and analyzed the situation for Batian. "Okay, junior brother, you should hurry up and recuperate. I'll go down the mountain to negotiate with them." Batian thought for a while and suddenly decided, "Senior brother, you must be careful. If you encounter that brat Li Zixuan, if you can kill him in one move, don't save it for the second move. That brat is evil and ruthless. He'll be a disaster sooner or later if we let him live." Flying Snake couldn't help but gnash his teeth in hatred when he thought of Li Zixuan. However, his injuries hadn't healed yet, and he could only use less than 60% of his strength at most. He wasn't a match for Li Zixuan at all, so he could only tactfully ask Batian for help. "Oh, junior brother, don't worry. Although they have a lot of people, they won't be able to stop me if I run away with all my strength. As for Li Zixuan, if there's a chance, I'll definitely capture him and use him to threaten the imperial court to retreat." Although Batian didn't have a big grudge against Li Zixuan, he had his own ideas. He wanted to use Li Zixuan as a breakthrough point to solve the crisis of the 7 cultivators sect with the smallest price. "Senior brother is brilliant." Snake King was a little disappointed, but he didn't show it on his face. He cupped his hands and flattered him. Chapter 492. Behave yourself. Our general will ask you a question in a while. If you dare to lie, I'll chop off your head. At the foot of Serpent Spirit Mountain, dozens of military tents had been set up here. It was clear that Dugu Xian had realized how difficult it was to deal with the 7 cultivators of true virtue and planned to fight a protracted battle. One had to admit that the Imperial Army was indeed an elite force. They were able to set up so many military tents in just half an hour. Strict discipline and clear division of labor. It wasn't without reason that Great Tang was able to stand at the top of the world. A soldier escorted a disciple of the 7 cultivators of true virtue to the commander's tent in the center and threatened the disciple. "Sir, this lowly one doesn't dare to lie." "I don't dare to lie." The blue-clothed disciple was just a kitchen steward of the 7 cultivators of true virtue. When had he ever seen such a scene before? He had long been scared out of his wits by the Imperial Army's murderous aura. When he heard the soldier's words, he quickly cried and promised, looking at his expression. He was just short of swearing to the heavens. At least you know what's good for you. Otherwise, this grandpa's horsewhip would have been used on you. The soldier was very satisfied and said a few words before bringing the disciple of the 7 cultivators of true virtue out of the commander's tent. Reporting to the general, the disciple of the 7 cultivators of true virtue has been brought here. Please give me your orders. The soldier dared to act arrogantly in front of the blue-clothed disciple, but he didn't dare to do the same in front of Dugu Exayan. He cupped his fists and bowed to Dugu Exayan like a docile little lamb. Bring him in, Dugu Exayan faintly said. And then ordered. Yes. The soldier cupped his fists and left the tent. Then he brought the blue-clothed disciple in. Dugu Exayan waved his hand, indicating that he could leave. Then he said to the blue-clothed disciple indifferently, "Tell me your name first. Also, tell me where your ancestral home is, and how long you've been in the 7 cultivators of true virtue." Although Dugu Exayan's tone was calm, the green-robed disciple felt as if he was facing a monster that had crawled out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead. This was the murderous aura of a general who had experienced many battles. I'm Lu Baodan, and my ancestral home is Taiyuan. My parents passed away due to illness 12 years ago, and I heard that the 7 cultivators of true virtue sect was looking for someone to cook for them. Since they provided food and lodging, I went to give it a try. The sect master felt that my cooking skills were pretty good, so he allowed me to stay. Later on, I stayed in the Serpent Spirit Mountain and helped them cook. The green-clothed disciple was so frightened that he knelt on the ground and answered Dugu Exayan honestly. Then let me ask you, has anyone from your 7 cultivators of true virtue been seriously injured recently? This was where Dugu Exayan's brilliance lay. Although he didn't know the name of the assassin that day, he was certain that the assassin was seriously injured. Therefore, by asking this question, he might be able to get some information from this disciple of the 7 cultivators of true virtue. Seriously injured, Lu bowed and frowned and thought for a while. Then he shook his head and said, replying to the general, "I've never heard of anyone from the 7 cultivators of true virtue being seriously injured recently." Dugu Exayan coldly grunted. Lu Baodan suddenly felt the surrounding air become colder. He quickly kowtowed and said, "General, please understand. I've never heard of anyone being injured. I'm not lying." In fact, this unlucky kid really wasn't lying. Snake King had sneaked back to the 7 cultivators of true virtue sect that day and had been in seclusion to heal his injuries. Even if he occasionally appeared in front of the disciples of the 7 cultivators of true virtue sect, he still had the appearance of a great expert. Outsiders simply couldn't see that he was injured. Take him away and keep him in custody. Dugu Exayan also saw that Lu Baodan didn't seem to be lying, so he waved his hand and impatiently ordered, "Hiya! Hiya! Surly, wait!" On the lush mountain path of the Qinling Mountains, a white-clothed woman galloped on her horse and chased after the sect extermination team, led by Li Zishuan. Those who could join the Imperial Army were all elite soldiers. When the soldiers at the back of the team noticed that someone dared to rush into the army, they quickly jumped on their horses and held their spears in front of them to stop her. "Who are you? The Imperial Army is on duty. Unrelated people, step aside." A young general pointed his spear at the white-clothed woman and shouted, The white-clothed woman didn't care and didn't slow down at all. She and her horse galloped toward them. The young general's face turned cold. He waved his hand, and the surrounding Imperial Army soldiers immediately waved their spears, ready to fight. A battle was about to break out, but the white-clothed woman didn't show the slightest fear. She still rushed toward them, without a care. "Stop!" Suddenly, a loud shout came from the front of the team. Then, a figure rushed to the back of the team. It was Li Zishuan. The dozens of Imperial Army soldiers in the formation hesitated. They didn't know if they should listen to Li Zishuan. After all, the commander-in-chief of this team of Imperial Army soldiers wasn't Li Zishuan. Then, Dugu Feiying also came over. He waved his hand and said, "Put away your weapons." "Yes, sir." Only then did the dozens of Imperial Army soldiers put away their spears. Then, they automatically surrounded Li Zishuan and Dugu Feiying. "Miss Lung, why are you here?" Li Zishuan was secretly impressed by the Imperial Army's well-trained training. However, he didn't stop walking. He quickly walked to the white-clothed woman and asked. That's right, the person who came was Lung Yuyao. Lung Yuyao got off her horse and cupped her hands at Li Zishuan. "Lord Ju, my young master has something to tell you today. However, he heard that you have left the city, so he ordered me to come and tell you." Li Zishuan looked at Dugu Feiying and the Imperial Army soldiers around him. He hesitated and said, "Miss Lung, we are preparing to go to Snake Spirit Mountain. If your matter isn't urgent, can we talk about it in a few days?" What Yuyao wants to tell you is about the 7 cultivators sect on Snake Spirit Mountain. If Lord Ju is in a hurry, we can talk about it while we walk. Lung Yuyao said, bringing a beauty to war. This Li Zishuan looked at Dugu Feiying, who was next to him. This guy was just winking at him, but now he acted as if he didn't know anything. He turned his head to the side and shouted at the Imperial Army soldiers, "Continue marching! Continue marching!" After saying that, he turned his horse around and rushed toward Snake Spirit Mountain. When he came to Li Zishuan's side, he whispered, "Ahem, little Xian, I didn't see anything, but you have to take it easy. It won't look good if sister-in-law finds out." Li Zishuan almost vomited blood when he heard that. Does this guy think that I'm having an affair with Lung Yuyao? He wanted to explain, but Dugu Feiying had already run far away. So he could only give up. He might have given up, but it didn't mean that Lung Yuyao would do the same. This girl was cold and arrogant. She would kill someone if she didn't agree with him. Although Dugu Feiying's voice was soft, she heard it clearly. She snorted coldly, picked up a stone with the tip of her foot, caught it with one hand, and threw it at the back of Dugu Feiying's head. Chapter 493. Whoosh! The pebble that Lung Yuyao threw was about the size of a pigeon egg. She threw it with all her might, and the pebble went straight for the back of Dugu Feiying's head. Li Zishuan saw everything clearly from the back, but he couldn't do anything to stop it. He couldn't help but think that this girl was really ruthless, because if this attack landed, even if Dugu Feiying didn't die, he would become a retard. Seeing that the pebble was about to hit him, Dugu Feiying used one hand to support himself on the horse and jumped into the air, dodging the attack by a hair's breadth. After landing on the back of the horse, he quickly reined in the horse and turned around to glare at Lung Yuyao. "You, I'm still the Lieutenant General of the Left Wuwei Guards, and you dare to attack me in public. If it was someone else who dared to play like this, Dugu Feiying would have long since turned his sword on them." However, he still didn't know what relationship Lung Yuyao had with Li Zishuan, so he could only vent his anger with his mouth. "Humph! You deserve it. Who told you to talk dirty?" Lung Yuyao didn't back down and glared back at him. Actually, she regretted it a little when she threw the pebble. Dugu Feiying was also a member of the imperial court, and if he was killed by her pebble, it would definitely bring trouble to her young master. But luckily, Dugu Feiying was still agile. Dugu Feiying glared at her and trembled in anger. He finally understood how troublesome it was to deal with a woman. Ugh. Cough, cough. Miss Lung, don't you have something to say to me? Let's get on the horse and talk. Feiying, the situation is urgent, so don't bother with Miss Lung. Li Zixuan tried to mediate between the two sides, mainly because he was anxious. Who knew what was going on over at Dugu Xian's side? It would be bad if they couldn't handle the situation and got wiped out by the 7 cultivators of virtue. Fine, little Xian, I'll give you face. Dugu Feiying glared at Lung Yuyao and turned his horse around to continue forward. Sir Li, a few days ago, my young master sent a letter to the family head via pigeon, informing him of the matter regarding the assassins from the 7 cultivators of True Virtue sect. After the family head received the news, he attached great importance to it, and specially went to see the 2nd young master, who is currently being imprisoned by the disciplinary hall. After asking around, 2nd young master hasn't had any contact with outsiders in the past few months, so the assassin that day definitely has nothing to do with 2nd young master. Lung Yuyao rode on her horse and followed Li Zixuan at the very back of the imperial army. The two of them rode side by side. Lung Yuyao whispered to Li Zixuan the purpose of her pursuit this time. Li Zixuan nodded and said with a smile, I've already said that day that I believe Ren Biao's words. I didn't expect Ren Biao to mobilize so many people and even make Governor Wang work so hard. He really shouldn't have done that. Lung Yuyao shook her head and said softly, Young Master cares a lot about his friendship with Lord Ju, so Young Master must confirm this matter again and again. Also, there's an important piece of news from the family head. It's about the origin of that assassin. Oh, Miss Lung, please speak. Li Zixuan became spirited and quickly asked. The family had learned from 2nd young master that the flying snake who kidnapped Madame Ju has a master realm master, known as Snake King. No one knows the specific name of this person, but his martial arts are all highly toxic. Therefore, the assassin that day is very likely to be the flying snake's master, Snake King. Lung Yuyao urged the horse under her as she replied, Snake King? His martial arts are all highly toxic? Li Zixuan frowned and nodded. It seems that the assassin that day is most likely Snake King. However, this person is really bold. He actually dared to openly go against the imperial court for his disciple. Even if the assassin was the flying snake's master, Li Zixuan still had a lot of doubts. The most important thing was that the assassin actually assassinated a country's baron for his disciple. This was the most inconceivable thing. In his view, given how powerful the great Tang was, the factions of the Jianghu would definitely not dare to directly clash with the imperial court. Moreover, Flying Snake had deserved to be killed. Logically, and realistically, the Snake King should not have taken such a risk for the sake of a disciple. Or could it be that the people of the evil sect were so loyal and righteous that they dared to go against the whole world for their disciple? This was a little different from the people of the evil sect in his impression. Actually, Lung Yuyao suddenly interrupted. She seemed to want to say something, but stopped. Then her ears turned red. Li Zixuan was dumbfounded. What does this mean? The iceberg beauty blushed? She can even be shy? You must be King kidding me. Li Zixuan suddenly felt a strange feeling in his heart. He thought to himself, could it be that what Dugu Feiying said just now was right? That shouldn't be. As the saying goes, The onlooker sees the clearest. Even a fool can see Lung Yuyao's feelings for Wang Rinbiao. But now, how should I explain this shy girl in front of me? Cough, cough. Miss Lung, what did you just say? Li Zixuan braced himself and asked. Lung Yuyao's face turned red and white. After hesitating for a while, she gritted her teeth and said, actually, the flying snake was not only the Snake King's disciple, but also the Snake King's Tao companion. I heard from the second young master that they had a very good relationship. That's why the Snake King wanted to kill Lord Ju at all costs. Tao companion. After hearing this, Li Zixuan's face turned green. He stared and asked, aren't they all men? How can they be Tao companions? Lung Yuyao said, angrily, isn't this a matter between you men? Lord Ju, you should know better than me, right? Asking an innocent girl to talk about such embarrassing things was really a bit difficult for her. Li Zixuan instantly thought of something bad. Holy shit, this picture is so King poisonous. Li Zixuan shook his head and didn't dare to think about it anymore. He was afraid that if he continued to think about it, he would vomit out the breakfast he had in the morning. With a depressed expression, he said, F*CK, so it's 2 F** king gays, damn it. According to this result, everything made sense. No wonder the flying snake had a disgusting sissy look at that time. It turned out that he had been bent. No wonder the Snake King had such a big reaction when he learned of the flying snake's death. It turned out that the flying snake was his other half. Lung Yuyao didn't understand, nor did she want to understand. She cupped her fists and said goodbye. Lord Ju, I've already told you everything that the young master wanted me to tell you. There shouldn't be anything else here. So Yuyao will take her leave. I hope Lord Ju can take care of yourself in the encirclement of the 7 cultivators sect. Goodbye. Chapter 4, 94. After chatting with Lung Yuyao, Li Zixuan felt unwell. He lowered his head and rode Big White to the front of the group. Hey, little Xian, you guys finished chatting so quickly? Dugu Feiying looked behind him and found that Lung Yuyao had disappeared. He turned around and winked at Li Zixuan with a smile. Li Zixuan looked at him strangely and said, Feiying, don't think too much. That girl is the personal maid of the eldest son of the Wang family. She has nothing to do with me. If you talk nonsense again, be careful that your head will be cracked open next time. Oh, so that's how it is. That little girl is really fierce. Dugu Feiying scratched the back of his head and said with lingering fear, Hee. Yeah, not only you, but she also wanted to beat and kill me when she first met me. So, if you're not really interested in her, it's better not to provoke her in the future. Li Zixuan shook his head and recalled the first time Wang Rinbiao brought Lung Yuyao to him. So he said to Wang Rinbiao. Dugu Feiying was startled and hurriedly said, Ba. Who would be interested in her? Hey, but what were you guys talking about just now? Blurg. It would have been better if this guy didn't ask. Once he did, some disgusting scenes appeared in Li Zixuan's mind. He retched and hurriedly waved his hand. Don't ask, that's so cruel. Dugu Feiying, dumbfounded. General, an expert came down from the mountain. He claims to be the sect leader of the 7 cultivators of virtue, Yin Batian. He wants to invite you to the front of the battlefield. At the foot of Snake Spirit Mountain, the main tent of the army, a soldier cupped his fists and bowed to Dugu Xian. Yin Batian, sect leader of the 7 cultivators of virtue. Hee. Is he finally unable to sit still? Dugu Xian muttered to himself. Then he got up and said coldly, Let's go. Come out with me to meet him. Even though Dugu Xian knew from Li Zixuan that the sect leader of the Seven Cultivators sect was a peak Grandmaster realm martial artist, he wasn't afraid at all. After all, he had never thought of fighting alone with others. He was a general with countless soldiers behind him. He was here to fight a war, not to be a hero. Even though Zhongshe realm pinnacle experts were powerful, they were still defeated by more than 1,000 elite Imperial guards. Yes, are you the sect leader of the Seven Cultivators of True Virtue? Dugu Xian led several of his personal guards to the front of the formation. Behind him, more than 1,000 Imperial army soldiers gripped their weapons and waited. Seeing the tall and burly red-haired man, Dugu Xian asked indifferently, "Yes, the fourth-generation sect master of the Seven Cultivators sect. Yin Batian greets the general. I don't know why you've surrounded Snake Spirit Mountain with your troops." There must be some misunderstanding, so I came down the mountain to explain things to you and clear up the misunderstanding. Although Dugu Xian was only in the Qi transformation realm, Yin Batian did not underestimate him. He cupped his hands towards Dugu Xian and smiled kindly. Misunderstanding? Hearing this, Dugu Xian sneered and said, "If it's a misunderstanding, then why is sect leader Yin standing so far away? Why don't you come to my tent and have a seat? Then we can slowly clear up the misunderstanding." In order to prevent himself from being surrounded by the Imperial army, Yin Batian purposely kept a distance of nearly 8 feet from Dugu Xian. He was prepared to flee at any moment if the situation turned bad. How could he possibly walk right into a trap? His expression changed, and he said unhappily, "The threshold for the general's tent is too high. I definitely won't go there. Why do you have to force me? Let's clear up the misunderstanding here." "Ha ha, the threshold is too high? I'm afraid sect leader Yin doesn't have the guts to come here." Dugu Xian glanced at Yin Batian and sneered. "You, General, don't go too far." Yin Batian had been high and mighty in the Seven Cultivators sect for so many years. When had he ever been mocked like this? If it weren't for the fact that this was not the right place, he would have drawn his sword and killed him. Dugu Xian was too lazy to talk nonsense. He waved his hand and coldly said, "Enough! Sect leader Yin knows very well why I led my troops to surround Snake Spirit Mountain today. If you want me to retreat, then immediately hand over the assassin who tried to assassinate Li Zhanshi a few days ago. Otherwise, when the Imperial army arrives, I'll lead my men to wipe out your sect." A hint of anger flashed in Yin Batian's eyes, but he quickly concealed it and pretended not to know. "General, I'm afraid you've misunderstood. Our Seven Cultivators sect has always been strict with our disciples. No one would do such an illegal thing. Therefore, I ask the general to investigate clearly and not wrongly accuse a good person." Dugu Xian coldly snorted and said, "A good person? Humph! You know very well whether or not you're a good person. This general also knows whether or not the assassin is from your Seven Cultivators sect. Therefore, don't play the fool here. This general won't fall for it." Yin Batian was dissatisfied and said, "General, you keep saying that the assassin is from my Seven Cultivators sect. Then, do you have any evidence? Or can you tell me the name of the assassin? I'll bring him here to confront the general." Yin Batian was betting that Lu Baodan, who was captured by Dugu Xian, didn't know that Snake King had tried to assassinate Li Zixuan. Under normal circumstances, there shouldn't be a second person in the entire Seven Cultivators sect who knew about this matter apart from him. He made the right bet. Dugu Xian was at a loss for words. He only got the information from Li Zixuan that the assassin was from the Seven Cultivators sect, but he didn't know who it was. It wasn't that he didn't want to investigate. but Liu Baodan, who was captured by the imperial army, knew too little. Hee. If I tell you the assassin's name, will you bring him down the mountain and hand him over to us? Just as Dugu Exian was at a loss for words, and Yin Batian was about to reveal a victorious expression, a loud voice suddenly sounded. Dugu Exian recognized the owner of the voice and was delighted. He turned his head and saw that Li Zishuan had already appeared in front of him and was looking at Yin Batian with a faint smile. Yin Batian furrowed his brows and asked, "May I know who you are?" Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, "Don't ask who I am. Answer my question first. Do you still keep your word?" Yin Batian hesitated for a moment and said stubbornly, "Of course." Li Zishuan laughed and said, "Ha ha ha. Good. Then, please bring Snake King from the 7 Cultivators sect down to confront him. He's the assassin." Boom. Yin Batian felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and his expression was extremely interesting. Seeing this, Dugu Exian understood that Li Zishuan was telling the truth about the name of the assassin. He pulled Dugu Feiying, who had just run over, and asked in disbelief, "Feiying, how did Li Zishuan know about the assassin's identity?" Dugu Feiying glanced at his elder brother, paused, and said, "Don't ask. He's ruthless." Dugu Exian. Chapter 4, 95. Humph. Little brat, you've gone too far. My 7 Cultivators of True Virtue sect has never had a person named Snake King, and no one would ever do such a thing as breaking the law and breaking the discipline. Boy, you ruined the reputation of my 7 Cultivators of True Virtue sect for no reason, so this old man will teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. At the foot of Snake Spirit Mountain, Yin Baishan's expression changed. Then he flew into a rage out of humiliation and dashed in front of Li Zishuan, wanting to teach Li Zishuan a lesson. "Bastard! How dare you?" Dugu Exian was shocked and shouted angrily. However, his reaction was still half a beat too slow. Before he could finish his words, Yin Baishan's palm was about to hit Li Zishuan's chest. Humph. Although Li Zishuan didn't expect that Yin Batian would dare to make a move in such a situation, his reaction was still quite fast. Moreover, Yin Batian didn't use his full strength, so Li Zishuan had the chance to neutralize it. Li Zishuan pinched Yin Baishan's wrist with both hands accurately and quickly. Then he did a Tai Chi push and cleverly dispelled the huge force contained in the palm. After that, he took advantage of the momentum and retreated 5 feet away, keeping a safe distance from Yin Batian. Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel a burst of fear in his heart. That palm was really dangerous. This red-haired old monster in front of me is really strong. If it weren't for my Tai Chi fist, I would have been finished by now. What a strange young man. Yin Batian didn't expect that his sure-kill attack would be blocked by a 14 or 15-year-old kid. He exclaimed in surprise and was about to make another move when Dugu Exian's cold voice sounded. "Humph. It seems that Gate Master Yin wants to openly rebel against the imperial court. Is the 3rd-rank crown prince, Zhan Shi, someone you can kill as you please? Soldiers, hear my command. Get into formation and meet the enemy." Boom. Yes. Upon hearing Dugu Exian's order, the 1,000 Imperial Army soldiers, 200 Yamen runners, and the 3,000 Imperial Army soldiers that had just arrived with Gudu Feiying hurriedly shouted in agreement. Then these 4,000 soldiers drew their MO sabers and rapidly changed their formation, wanting to surround Yin Batian. Yin Batian was shocked. He did not expect that the person he had just dealt with was Li Zishuan. He also did not expect Dugu Exian to give such a decisive order. This was not the slightest bit of Jianghu morality. However, this was not the time for Yin Batian to think otherwise. He hurriedly circulated his shenqi and retreated with all his might. Before the imperial army could complete their encirclement, he had already retreated far away. Fortunately, he didn't use his full strength when he taught Li Zishuan a lesson. Otherwise, it would be even more difficult for him to retreat. It's a misunderstanding. General, this is all a misunderstanding. I just wanted to teach this person a lesson. I never thought that he would be the crown prince Zhan Shi. Please calm down, General. At this point, the chances of reconciliation were getting slimmer and slimmer. However, Yin Batian still wanted to make one last attempt. However, Dugu Xian did not want to waste any more time with Yin Batian. If not for Li Zishuan's quick reaction and clever means, he would have been dead by now. Thinking about it, the dignified crown prince Zhan Shi, the founding father of the country, was killed in front of Dugu Xian. It was not as simple as a punishment. He would bring shame to the entire Dugu clan. Therefore, Dugu Xian was very angry at this moment. He said coldly, "Humph, Yin Batian, you still want to be stubborn at this point? First, your 7 cultivators sect Snake King dared to assassinate Li Zishuan outside Chang'an City. Now, you dare to commit murder in front of me? The law of the country will not forgive you. I will not forgive you either. If you know what's good for you, take your flying Snake King and follow me back to the court to confess your crimes. Otherwise, I will bring people to destroy your sect." Hearing this, Yin Batian's face turned ugly. There was no room for reconciliation now. He smiled coldly and said, "Ha ha ha, destroy my sect. Ha ha ha, little general by Mian, you sure talk big." His whole body soared into the sky. His clothes and hair fluttered even though there was no wind, making him look like a red-haired devil. Then he circulated his qi, and his voice resounded throughout the valley. "You want to destroy my 7 cultivators sect? This old man will make you pay with blood. This snake spirit mountain will be your burial ground. Come, if you're not afraid of death." Ha 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 ha. After saying that, Yin Batian's figure changed in the air. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from everyone's sight. So fast, Li Zishuan muttered to himself as he looked at the direction Yin Batian disappeared in. Li Zishuan was the only one who was able to see Yin Batian's movements clearly, and that was only because he had just broken through to the Grandmaster realm. Otherwise, he would only be able to see a series of afterimages like the others. The terror of a peak Grandmaster stage expert could be seen from this. "Xiao Xian, you can't catch up with him either?" Dugu Feiying shrank his neck and walked forward to ask. He felt frustrated because when Yin Batian attacked just now, he didn't even have the courage to take out his Shuanya flying dagger, let alone stand up to help Li Zishuan. "Of course I can't. This person is different from the Flying Snake King. He's much stronger than the Flying Snake King. I won't be able to fight him in 3 years. Li Zishuan shook his head and said in a deep voice, 3 years? Dugu Feiying opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Should he say that Li Zishuan was bragging? However, Li Zishuan's battle with the Snake King a few days ago had already given him a huge shock. Now that Li Zishuan was stronger, his opponents were stronger as well. But that didn't mean that Li Zishuan wouldn't be able to defeat Yin Batian in 3 years. Dugu Feiying didn't dare to say that out loud. He could only praise Li Zishuan's ambition in his heart, while they, the younger generation, were still fighting and competing with each other. Li Zishuan had already set his sights on the top experts of the older generation. The gap between people was indeed quite big. Ha ha, Feiying, don't think too much. I just don't like that old man, and want to kill him as soon as possible. It's not because I have some ambition that I have to do this. I've always been a lazy person. Just when Dugu Feiying was expressing his endless admiration for Li Zixuan in his heart, he suddenly felt a punch on his shoulder. Then, he heard Li Zixuan laughing heartily. Dugu Feiying. You. Okay, let's get down to business. Feiying, did you bring the Emperor's decree with you this time? Dugu Exaian asked while Dugu Feiying was feeling extremely depressed. Chapter 496. Big Brother. His Majesty ordered me to lead 3,000 Imperial Guards to support you. We must force the 7 cultivators of true virtue to hand over the culprit. The Imperial Court cannot lose face. If they don't hand over the culprit, we will attack them from the front and take them down. When Dugu Feiying heard Dugu Exaian's question, he calmed himself down before answering. It seems that they don't intend to hand over the culprit, so we can only attack them by force. At this point, Dugu Exaian hesitated. But if we attack by force, the poisonous miasma in the Serpent Spirit Mountain will cause us to suffer heavy losses. Dugu Exaian smiled. Big Brother, you don't have to worry about that. Other than the 3,000 Imperial Guards, there are also 2 doctors from the Imperial Physician Bureau with me. Then Dugu Feiying pulled 2 frail middle-aged men from behind and said, "Come, Dr. Wang, Dr. Qin, let me introduce you. This is my big brother, the commander of the Northern Imperial Guards." Big Brother, these 2 are doctors from the Imperial Physician Bureau. They are very good at detoxification. Dugu Exaian was overjoyed. He quickly stepped forward and cupped his fists. "Doctors, thank you for your trouble." The 2 of them quickly returned the salute. The older doctor said, "General Dugu, it's our duty to treat patients. As doctors, it's our duty to treat, save, and detoxify. Brother Wang and I will do our best to deal with the poisonous miasma in the mountain. The situation is urgent, so I hope General Dugu can let us go into the mountain to check the composition of the poisonous miasma. Only then can we find a way to detoxify it." The 2 of them were quite professional. They were going to test the poison with their own bodies. Dugu Exaian's expression turned solemn. "Honorable professors, you are indeed righteous. I will arrange for the soldiers to escort you to the edge of the Snake Spirit Mountain to check the miasma. However, I hope that the 2 of you will prioritize your own safety and act according to your capabilities. Don't be too hasty." "Ha. Don't worry, General. I know what to do," Dr. Qin replied with a smile. He then turned to Li Zixuan and asked, "Does Li Zhanshi want to go with us?" Previously, Divine Dr. Sun praised Li Zhanshi's medical skills to us many times in the Imperial Medical Department. Li Zixuan saw that Dr. Qin was smiling kindly and didn't seem like he was deliberately messing with him, so he politely replied, "That's all Taoist Sun's praise. I'm only good at treating some special injuries, but the art of detoxification is vast and complicated. I'm not proficient in it, so I don't dare to show off in front of the 2 professors." "Ha. Li Zhanshi is so humble. Since that's the case, the 2 of us will go first." Dr. Qin smiled and did not try to persuade him any further. He brought Dr. Wang with him and left. "Take care of yourselves." Li Zixuan bowed and cupped his fists as he said. Dugu Exaian hurriedly called for 4 bodyguards to escort the 2 of them. Under normal circumstances, the people of the 7 cultivators of true virtue wouldn't take the initiative to come out and throw away their lives. But these 2 doctors were very important, and Dugu Exaian had no choice but to be cautious. "Senior brother, how is it? Are the soldiers at the foot of the mountain willing to reconcile with our 7 cultivators of true virtue?" On the Snake Spirit Mountain, in the secret chamber where the Snake King was recuperating. Snake King was recuperating with his eyes closed when he sensed someone pushing the door open. He opened his eyes and saw that it was Batian. Sigh. Batian sighed deeply and sat on the stone bench next to him. He said, "No, they're determined to catch you now, junior brother. It seems that a fierce battle is inevitable." Snake King was delighted. In the end, he didn't want the 7 cultivators of true virtue to reconcile with the imperial court just like that. If that happened, it would be like having a sword pressed against his neck all the time, and he would have to be on guard against Li Zichuan's sudden revenge. Looking at Batian's expression, it seemed that he had shed all pretense of cordiality with the army at the foot of the mountain. In that case, he wouldn't be the only one fighting. With so many people fighting side by side with him, it would be a lot easier for him. Although he thought so in his heart, the Snake King did not dare to show it on his face. He pretended to sigh helplessly and said, "Sigh, it's all my fault for being too reckless and causing the sect to fall into such a situation. Otherwise, senior brother would have just handed me over as a scapegoat. After all, the imperial court is powerful." "Bullshit!" Batian angrily slammed the stone table and said, "This old man has told you more than once that I, Batian, will never betray my fellow sect members. Junior brother, don't say such words again in the future." Snake King said with a touched face, "Junior brother will always remember senior brother's righteousness. If we can survive this calamity, I, Flying Snake, will definitely follow senior brother's lead in the future." Batian was somewhat relieved to hear this. He waved his hand and said, "Junior brother, you don't have to do this." However, this old man did meet Li Zichuan, the person you wanted to assassinate earlier, at the foot of the mountain. Snake King immediately became spirited and said excitedly, "Oh, did senior brother take the opportunity to kill him?" This old fart had been looking forward to Li Zichuan's violent death all this time. At this moment, he looked at Batian with a hopeful expression, praying that he would hear the answer he had been dreaming of. "No, although I attacked him before, I didn't know that the kid was Li Zichuan when I attacked. I only wanted to teach him a lesson, so I didn't use my full strength. In the end, that kid dodged it." Batian shook his head and explained. Then he frowned and sighed. "That kid's kung fu is quite strange. Although I didn't use my full strength, it's still not something that a kid who just entered the Grandmaster realm could dodge. Junior brother, it seems that you didn't lose to that kid in vain." Snake King's face was filled with shame. From a certain perspective, he was the one who made Li Zichuan what he was today. If it weren't for him, Li Zichuan might not have become a Grandmaster. His existence only served to highlight how outstanding Li Zichuan was. "Senior brother, that kid's kung fu is strange. Every move seems weak, but it's actually very powerful. If there's a chance to seriously injure him, we have to force him to tell us what kung fu he's learned before killing him." Snake King thought for a moment and said coldly. Hearing this, Batian's eyes inevitably flashed with greed. He nodded and said, "What Junior brother said makes sense. But the most important thing right now is to find a way to help the 7 cultivators of true virtue survive this crisis." Snake King smiled indifferently and said, "Senior brother, if they want to attack the mountain, just let them. In any case, the 7 cultivators of true virtue has already arranged everything. I don't believe that they can withstand the poisonous miasma in the mountain and the ambush at the mountain pass. Even if these can't stop them, we still have a final trump card." "Final trump card?" Batian looked at Snake King strangely. Then, as if he had thought of something, his face suddenly changed, and he said, "Junior brother, you mean?" Chapter 497. At the foot of Snake Spirit Mountain, under the escort of 4 Imperial guards, the 2 doctors from the Imperial Medical Department gradually arrived at the edge of the Snake Spirit Mountain. Seeing that the entire mountain forest was shrouded in a faintly discernible black fog, Dr. Wong worriedly said, "That's right. Brother Qin, I'm afraid this mountain is full of poisonous creatures. Otherwise, how could it produce so much miasma?" Dr. Qin nodded thoughtfully and replied, "That is indeed the case. I have never seen such a dense and solid barrier before." Fortunately, Dugu Xian did not rashly lead his troops to attack the mountain. Otherwise, we would have suffered heavy losses. How about this? I'll go in first to test the miasma's composition. Brother Wong, you stay behind me. If I'm unfortunately poisoned and faint, I'll rely on you. Dr. Qin, you mustn't. Before Dr. Wong could speak, one of the guards behind them stopped him. When we came out just now, the general personally instructed us to ensure the safety of the 2 of you. If Dr. Qin wants to test the poison, why don't you let me go in and experience it? If I'm poisoned, Dr. Qin can find a way to detoxify me. That way, you can also figure out the composition of the miasma. The other 3 soldiers also expressed their willingness to go into the mountain to test the poison. Dr. Qin and Dr. Wong looked at each other. They did not expect things to develop to this point. However, as a doctor, Dr. Qin shook his head and said, "I appreciate the general's kindness, but the 2 of us still do not know the composition of the miasma. If the general rashly enters the mountain and is unfortunately poisoned, what if our abilities are limited and we can't save you? How will we have the face to stand in the apricot forest in the future? Besides, if I personally test the poison, I can quickly find out the composition of the miasma. So, please don't stop me. Military intelligence is like fire." When the 4 guards heard this, they hesitated. They did not know if they should listen to the command. At this moment, Dr. Wong said, "Brother Qin is right. Testing and detoxifying the poison is the responsibility of a doctor. It's not worthwhile to involve the generals. Don't worry, Dr. Qin has been immersed in the medical field for many years. He knows what to do. Nothing will happen." At this moment, Dr. Qin had already handed his medicine box to a soldier. Then he brushed his sleeves and said to the first guard who said he wanted to help test the poison, "I'll go. Don't worry, little general. It should be fine." After saying that, he turned around and walked up the mountain path. The Imperial Guard did not expect a weak doctor like Dr. Qin to be so brave. He was stunned for a moment before he quickly bowed and said loudly, "Dr. Qin, take care," in the central tent. Dugu Xian could not help but ask how Li Zixuan knew that the assassin was Snake King. Li Zixuan then repeated the information that Lung Yuyao had told him on the way here. Of course, Li Zixuan would never mention that Snake King and Flying Snake were good friends, as he was afraid of polluting his ears. Oh, did that mean that Yin Batian was lying on purpose? I didn't expect that there would be such a loyal and righteous person in a small Jianghu evil sect. If it was any other sect, the Snake King would definitely be abandoned. Dugu Xian shook his head and sighed. Li Zixuan did not believe that Yin Batian was a loyal and righteous person. There must be another reason why he did not give up on Snake King. It definitely had nothing to do with being loyal and righteous. He could tell this from the relationship between Snake King and Flying Snake. Dugu Feiying looked at his brother and said, "Big brother, that Yin Batian almost got away with his sweet talk. We can't let him go so easily." Dugu Xian nodded and said, "Of course, I won't let him go. But when Yin Batian escaped, he said those harsh words. It's obvious that he has something to rely on. So we have to be careful. Xiao Xian, what do you think?" Dugu Xian then looked at Li Zixuan and asked, Xiao Xian, what do you think? Yuan Fang, what do you think? Li Zishuan almost vomited blood. This guy obviously did not come from the modern world. How could he be such a prank? However, although Li Zishuan was depressed, he could not explain further. He took a deep breath and said to Dugu Xian, Xian, you're right. Not to mention that Yin Batian is a martial arts master at the peak of the Grand Master realm. The geographical environment of the Snake Spirit Mountain itself is enough for us to be cautious. Now, let's see when the two doctors from the Imperial Medical Department can make the antidote. Only then can we proceed to the next step. Xian? Dugu Xian and Dugu Feiying were dumbfounded. What the hell was Xian? Li Zishuan said with a matter-of-fact face. What's wrong? Feiying and I call each other friends and brothers. Xian, you're Feiying's brother. How dare you call me, Xian? No, it's me calling you, Xian. Is there anything wrong with that? Li Zishuan did not change his words and almost said, do you dare to answer me if I call you, Xian? If he really said that, it would probably be a big deal. Dugu Xian was speechless. He felt that Li Zishuan's words were very reasonable, but he felt that calling him Xian was very awkward. There's nothing wrong with that. Ha ha, you should call him that. Dugu Feiying didn't mind watching the commotion and laughed loudly at the side. Reporting to the general, the two doctors from the Imperial Medical Department are back. Just as they were talking and laughing, a soldier came in from outside the tent. It was Ma Liao's bodyguard who took the initiative to test the poison for Dr. Qin. He bowed and said after entering the tent, Dugu Xian's spirit was lifted. He quickly waved his hand and said, why aren't you inviting them in? The soldier in the tent hesitated for a moment and lowered his head, not daring to make a sound. Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly had a bad feeling. He took 2 steps forward and asked in a deep voice, what's wrong? Did something happen to the 2 doctors? The 2 brothers, Dugu Xian and Dugu Feiying, were shocked when they heard this and turned their attention to him. The soldier kneeled and cupped his fists. I have failed in my duty and failed to protect the 2 doctors. Just now, at Snake Spirit Mountain, Dr. Qin risked his life to test the poison alone in order to analyze the toxicity of the gas in the mountain. In the end, in less than 15 minutes, Dr. Qin staggered out with a purplish-black face. Dr. Wang is now doing his best to save Dr. Qin. What? Dugu Xian's expression changed. He came in front of the soldier in a flash and said hurriedly, cut the crap, Du Chun, and the rest of you will be punished for your negligence in the future. Bring me to see Dr. Qin now. Du Chun quickly got up and said, yes, General, please come with me. The few people in the tent hurriedly followed Du Chun out. Chapter 498. Dr. Wang, how is Dr. Qin? Dugu Shinren's voice came from a side tent not far from the commander's tent. Then he quickly walked in with Li Zishuan and Dugu Feiying. He, General. Dugu, don't worry. This old man is not in danger. Before Dr. Wang could say anything, Dr. Qin, who was lying on the bed, said weakly. His lips were cracked and his cheeks were dark purple. He looked very scary. Hearing that Dr. Qin could still speak, the 3 people who came in couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, when they saw Dr. Qin's face, Li Zishuan couldn't help but gasp. He hurriedly said, Dr. Qin, you've been poisoned too deeply. It's better if you don't speak. Elder Wang, what poison is in Dr. Qin? Is there a way to detoxify it? Li Zishuan admired Dr. Qin from the bottom of his heart. Although he had only known them for less than half a day, Li Zixuan had already developed a sense of admiration for the two doctors from the Imperial Physician Department in front of him. A doctor's benevolence. Dr. Qin's actions were the best interpretation of this phrase. Don't worry, Dr. Li. I'm doing my best to prepare the medicine according to Brother Qin's description. Overall, there shouldn't be any major problems. Dr. Wang was holding a small booklet and kept writing and drawing on it. When he heard Li Zixuan's question, he answered without turning his head. Li Zixuan hurriedly said, "That's good, Dr. Wang. You focus on preparing the medicine first. No one will disturb you during this time. We'll wait on the side." "Okay," Dr. Wang nodded, and then asked Dr. Qin, who was lying on the bed, "Brother Qin, I've already suppressed the poison in your body with golden needles. You can continue speaking. Don't be too loud. Otherwise, you'll waste a lot of energy." Li Zixuan and the other two were holding their breaths. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. They were afraid that they would make noise and affect Dr. Wang's ability to listen to Dr. Qin. The serpent spirit, Mountain's barrier qi, contains poison. If an ordinary person enters within less than a quarter of an hour, the poison will enter his body. If he is not treated in time, he will definitely die from the poison. This old man went to Lingnan a few years ago. Over there, the ground is hot and humid, and it's easy to form obstructive qi. Ordinary people stay there for a few days, and they'll get swollen diarrhea, but it won't cause death. Right now, this serpent spirit mountain is not as simple as barrier qi. This old man guesses that this barrier qi is mixed with poisonous gas. As for why there is poisonous gas, it must be because this mountain has been entrenched for a long time with a large amount of highly poisonous things. As the saying goes, obstructive qi, poisonous fog. Shooting engineer, shooting engineer. A ghost hoe, shaped like a turtle with 3 legs, also known as short fox. Sand lice, a type of tiny but extremely poisonous louse, and the scourge of snakes. There's nothing that can't be found in the water, from Wei Shu, the biography of Sima Rue. Therefore, the poisonous creatures in this serpent spirit mountain were none other than archers, sand lice, or serpents, nothing more. But according to my symptoms, I dare to conclude that the poison in this poison barrier is most likely snake venom. Brother Wang, you can use the antidote method to detoxify me. Dr. Wang listened attentively by the bedside. After Dr. Qin finished speaking, he quickly nodded and said, "Okay, Brother Qin, I understand. Don't say anything and rest well. I'll go and prepare the medicine for you now." Then he walked to the square table next to him, bent over the table, and began to write the prescription. Dr. Qin, who was lying on the bed, looked at the ceiling and said to himself, "Ha ha, Brother Wang, you've always been better than me when it comes to detoxification and prescription. With you around, this old man can rest assured." This was also one of the reasons why he insisted on testing the poison himself. In less than a quarter of an hour, Dr. Wang had finished writing the prescription. He checked it, then walked to Dugu Xian and said, "General Dugu Xian, I've written the prescription." "General Dugu, I've finished writing the prescription. There are some herbs that we brought with us when we came, but there are a few rare herbs that we didn't bring with us. So please," Dugu Lingtian said. "No problem. Dr. Wang, give me the prescription quickly. I'll send someone back to Chang and on a fast horse to bring these herbs for you." Without waiting for Dr. Wang to finish, Dugu Xian quickly interrupted him. "Thank you for your trouble." Dr. Wang thanked him and passed the prescription to Dugu Xian. He also told him about the few herbs that he needed. Dugu Xian immediately turned around and was about to go out to find someone to get the herbs. Dugu Feiying stood out and said, "Brother, let me get the herbs. My horse runs fast." Dugu Xian thought for a while and nodded, "Okay, I'll let you go. But Feiying, not only do you have to go quickly, but also be careful." "I understand. Brother." Dugu Feiying saluted Li Zixuan with his fists and turned around to leave the side tent. "Dr. Qin, take care of yourself. Dr. Wang, if you need any help, just send someone to call me," Dugu Xian said, and was about to leave with Li Zixuan. But Dr. Qin, who was lying on the bed, spoke again. His voice was weak and weak. "The two of you, please wait." Li Zixuan and Dugu Xian were both martial artists. Their hearing was very strong, so they naturally heard Dr. Qin's call. "Dr. Qin, do you have any other orders?" Li Zixuan came to the bed and asked softly. "Order. I don't dare. This old man just wants to remind General Dugu and Li Zhansher." On the surface, the Serpent Spirit Mountain looked calm and serene, but in reality, there were hidden dangers everywhere. Snake Spirit Mountain, Snake Spirit Mountain. I'm afraid the things in this mountain should be, as the name of this mountain should be, filled with extremely poisonous snakes everywhere. So, General, you must think of a perfect plan to reduce the casualties. Dr. Qin's voice was as soft as a mosquito's. Dugu Xian nodded seriously and said, "Don't worry, Dr. Qin. I, Dugu Xian, am not a reckless person. I will not let the soldiers lose their lives for no reason. You should take the time to recuperate." After a few more words, Dugu Xian and Li Zixuan walked out together. Li Zixuan's heart was heavy. After all, this battle on Snake Spirit Mountain was all because of his own personal grudge. But now, he realized that Dr. Qin had taken such a risk for his own personal grudge. Li Zixuan would be lying if he said that he did not feel guilty. Humph! I hope Dr. Wang can come up with the antidote as soon as possible. This way, not only can Dr. Qin be saved, but the rest of the soldiers will also have fewer casualties when they go up the mountain. Since he could not change anything, Li Zixuan could only pray twice in his heart. Chapter 499. Lord Ju, Dr. Qin is getting better. General Dugu has already rushed over. Do you want to go and take a look? The next morning, Li Zixuan was woken up in his tent. When he opened his eyes, he saw the shadow of a soldier outside. Yesterday, in order to help the army attack the mountain, Dr. Qin did not hesitate to use his own body to test the poison. As the initiator of the family extermination mission, how could he abandon the army and go home alone to hug his wife? Therefore, he spent the night in his tent. Of course, his family had already sent a message back, so his father and mother would not be too worried. "What? Dr. Qin is better?" "I know. Tell General Dugu that I will go immediately." When Li Zixuan heard the news, he immediately lost his sleepiness. He shouted at the soldier outside and immediately got up to put on his clothes. After a while, Li Zixuan washed up and went to the side tent where Dr. Qin was lying. From outside, he could hear the voices inside. Most importantly, he heard Dr. Qin's voice full of energy. Clearly, just by listening to his voice, he could tell that Dr. Qin's poison was no longer a problem. Li Zixuan's expression relaxed slightly. He hurriedly lifted the curtain and walked in. "Dr. Qin, is your poison cured?" Li Zixuan came to the bed and looked at Dr. Qin, whose face was glowing red, and asked with a smile, "Hee, thank you, Li Zhansher, for your concern. The snake poison in my body is completely cured. I think I will be able to get out of bed and walk in the afternoon." Dr. Qin was half lying on the bed, stroking his beard and smiling. Li Zixuan was completely relieved. He laughed and said, "Ha, that's great. Dr. Wang, since you can cure the poison in Dr. Qin's body, can you also create a drug that can avoid the poison in Snake Spirit Mountain? This was not only what Li Zixuan was concerned about, but it was also the reason why Dr. Qin risked his life to test the poison. Of course, Li Zhanshe, I have already discussed the formula of the anti-poison drug with Brother Qin. We will do some verification in the morning, and it will be a success. At that time, we will be able to break the poison barrier of the Snake Spirit Mountain. The way of detoxification had always been Dr. Wang's pride. When he heard Li Zixuan's question, he cupped his hands and smiled confidently. All right. The two imperial physicians were so conscientious that they didn't even hesitate to put themselves in danger. Their medical ethics were so high that I admire them. After the army returns to the court, I will personally ask His Majesty to reward the two of you. Li Zixuan laughed and cupped his hands towards the two doctors from the Imperial Physician Department. Dr. Wang and Dr. Qin hurriedly waved their hands and said, Li Zhanshe, you're exaggerating. These are all our duties. We dare not take credit for it. Li Zixuan shook his head and said, It's not right for the two of you to say that. If it were someone else doing the same thing, it would be very difficult for them to be as conscientious as the two of you. Meritorious deeds should be rewarded, and wrongdoings should be punished. His Majesty will not bury meritorious people for no reason. Therefore, this is the credit that the two of you deserve. There is no need for you to refuse. Dugu Exan also chimed in, Lord Zhu is right. If it weren't for the two of you, the Imperial Army of the Northern Yamen would have suffered heavy losses. If the two of you can create an antidote that can protect the Imperial Army from the poison barrier, I will personally reward the two of you when we return to the court. Dr. Wang and Dr. Qin looked at each other and cupped their hands together. Thank you, Li Zhanshe. Thank you, General Dugu. That afternoon, the two old imperial physicians had created the antidote to the snake venom of the Snake Spirit Mountain. Everyone in the team of more than 3,000 people was given a portion of the antidote. Under the supervision of the various generals, they took the antidote. With such a large amount of medicine being consumed, it was natural that a batch of medicinal herbs had to be transported from Chang, and these were all personally arranged by Dugu Feiying. In addition, he also brought back a large batch of realgar powder according to Li Zixuan's instructions. Li Zixuan did not forget what Dr. Qin said yesterday when he was critically ill. Therefore, he made such an arrangement. Snakes were afraid of realgar. This was common knowledge that most people in the modern world knew. But why would snakes be afraid of realgar? Most people didn't know the reason behind it. Realgar was a type of mineral. Realgar powder was the powder form of realgar, or the main ingredient was arsenic disulfide. Its color ranged from bright yellow to reddish, but yellow was more common. Therefore, it was called realgar. Arsenic disulfide itself was not poisonous. However, after oxidation, it produced arsenic trioxide, arsenic, which was highly toxic. Therefore, realgar powder had to be used appropriately. It could not be used under high temperatures. After high temperatures, it would become highly toxic. Realgar is a type of stomach poison. Stomach poison is a poison that acts on the stomach and other digestive systems of pests to produce a lethal effect. Currently, almost all of the rodenticides used were stomach poisons, and snakes were very sensitive to it. However, after adding alcohol, realgar could drive snakes further away and was more effective. The reason was that alcohol could be used as a thinner to enhance the volatilization of realgar. Whether it was realgar wine or realgar powder, they could not completely cause direct harm to snakes. However, realgar wine and realgar powder did have a certain repelling effect on snakes. When snakes encountered these two things, they would choose to avoid them if they had other options. Yes, note that this was only if there were other options. If there were no other options, it was hard to say if snakes would still be afraid of Realgar. General Dugu, Li Zhanshi, this antidote will only be effective for 4 hours at most. In other words, after 3 hours, regardless of whether you have taken down the snake spirit mountain or not, you must prepare to leave the mountain. Otherwise, many soldiers will have to stay on the snake spirit mountain forever. You must remember. The soldiers of the 3 armies had gathered in front of the military tent. Just as Dugu Exian was about to go up and mobilize the soldiers, Professor Chin suddenly pulled him back and said earnestly. Dugu Exian was stunned when he heard that. After thinking about it in his heart, he said seriously, "Don't worry, Professor Chin. If the 4,000 Imperial Army soldiers can't take down this mob in 3 hours, then they won't have the face to continue fighting. Therefore, no matter what, we must return to the foot of the mountain within 4 hours." That's good. Professor Chin stroked his beard and smiled. Dugu Feiying, who was beside him, could not help but ask, since one portion of the antidote can last for 4 hours, then why don't we just let everyone take a few more portions of the antidote? Why do we have to go through so much trouble? Ugh, this guy's logic does sound reasonable, but I'm afraid he's not wise, mentally retarded. Li Zishuan covered his face. Taking medicine was not as simple as 1 + 1. Ha ha, General Dugu, the effects of this antidote cannot be stacked. If we use it now, we must wait for another 24 hours before we can take it again. Therefore, your suggestion just now is not feasible. Chapter 500. Is that so? Forget it, then. Big brother, lead everyone and start attacking the mountain. Yes. Hurry up and attack the mountain. Don't waste time. Dugu Feiying scratched his head awkwardly and said, although he was trying to cover it up, the second half of what he said still made sense. Li Zishuan agreed. Feiying is right. Exian, let's attack the mountain quickly. Let's take down Snake Spirit Mountain before the sky turns dark. Dugu Exian's mouth twitched. Exian, my foot. However, when faced with such a shameless fellow, even if he wanted to object to this name, it was still ineffective. All right, I'll tell them a few things and start attacking the mountain. Finally, Dugu Exian nodded and walked out of the tent. He began to mobilize the 4,000 Imperial Guards in an unusually simple manner. All right, all in all, you are about to face a group of Jianghu ruffians who don't listen to His Majesty's orders. As the most elite Northern Yamen Imperial Army, if you are defeated, I want to see how you can stay in Chang and City. So, everyone, be on your guard and take note of any unexpected risks in the mountain. The brave will be rewarded, and the cowards will be punished. Don't let the pugilistic world people look down on the Northern Yamen Imperial Guards. Do you hear me? Li Zishuan, Dugu Feiying, Academician Qin, and Academician Wang chatted for a while in the tent. After leaving the tent, he heard Dugu Exian talking to the soldiers. Roar! I hear you! The Northern Yamen Imperial Guards will never retreat. The Northern Yamen Imperial Guards will never be a laughingstock. The Northern Yamen Imperial Guards will never retreat. The Northern Yamen Imperial Guards will never be a laughingstock. The Northern Yamen Imperial Guards will never retreat. The Northern Yamen Imperial Guards will never be a laughingstock. The response to Dugu Exian was a heart-wrenching roar from the 4,000 soldiers of the Imperial Army. Li Zishuan felt the entire forest tremble. Compared to the army of more than 10,000 people he had brought with him, this army of only 4,000 was clearly more imposing. Just from this aura, one could see that this was a powerful army. Of course, Dugu Exion's ability to motivate the Imperial Army with just a few words was truly commendable. Clang! Dugu Exion unsheathed the sword at his waist and pointed it at the sky. Let's move out. Attack the mountain. Yes, all the soldiers roared in agreement. The group of more than 4,000 people began to move in an orderly manner toward the mountain pass of the Snake Spirit Mountain not far away. Li Zishuan patted Dabai's head and told it to wait at the foot of the mountain. Then he picked up the wind-chasing sword and chased after Dugu Exion. He had to participate in this attack, but he wouldn't bring Dabai along. The poison in the Snake Spirit Mountain was a fatal threat to Dabai. After all, the antidote developed by the two doctors from the Imperial Physician Department was only effective on humans. No one knew if it would be effective on horses. Li Zishuan also didn't want to use Dabai as a test subject. In any case, the mountain passes in the Snake Spirit Mountain were rugged, and there were very few places where horses could be used. Moreover, his instincts told him that this attack on the Snake Spirit Mountain would definitely not be a smooth one. On the contrary, it was very likely that there would be great danger. Li Zishuan couldn't explain why he felt that way. If he had to give a reason, it could only be a man's intuition. Dabai wanted to chase after its master, who had always been very close to it, when it saw that its master was about to leave. However, it was pulled back by the reins tied to the tree. It anxiously and sadly let out two strange and sorrowful cries in Li Zishuan's direction. Dabai understood human nature. It could feel the heaviness in Li Zishuan's heart, so it was very anxious. Li Zishuan felt a little uncomfortable when he heard that. However, he didn't have any confidence in protecting anyone's life in this mysterious Snake Spirit Mountain, let alone a horse. After all, the cultivation of the sect leader of the Seven Cultivators sect was terrifying. It was comparable to some of the martial uncles in the Celestial Master sect in his memories. The Northern Imperial Army will never retreat. The Northern Imperial Army will never be a laughing stock. On the Snake Spirit Mountain, at this moment, the deafening roars of the Imperial Army could be faintly heard from the foot of the mountain. Batian and the Snake King were both people with profound inner strength. Even though they were in the stone room, they could still hear the faint roars. They are starting to attack the mountain. This army is actually the Northern Imperial Army. Our Seven Cultivators sect's opponent this time is really terrifying. Batian's expression suddenly changed. He clasped his hands behind his back and muttered to himself, "Senior Marshal Brother, so what if it's the Northern Imperial Army? As the saying goes, capture the ringleader to capture the bandits. You are a peak Grandmaster expert. When they are exhausted by the poisonous miasma, ambush, and harassment in the mountain, won't it be fine if you capture Li Zishuan and the Northern Imperial Army's commander?" The Snake King rolled his eyes and smiled sinisterly. Batian didn't buy it. He shook his head and said, "Things aren't as simple as you think. The Northern Imperial Army is the elite of the elite in the Chang and Imperial Army. Li Shimon's most reliable cavalry was selected from the Northern Imperial Army. It is said that the Northern Imperial Army is not only good at chaotic battles between hundreds of thousands of troops, but also good at coordination. With 500 Northern Imperial Army soldiers, they are not afraid of any Jianghu experts. That includes grandmasters. Once they attack the mountain, Li Zishuan and the commander of the Northern Yamen Imperial Army will definitely be heavily protected. If I try to capture them and get caught in the formation of the Northern Yamen Imperial Army, I'm afraid I won't be able to get out. Snake King was not as cultured as Batian. He was slightly taken aback as he was slightly intimidated by the might of the Northern Yamen's Imperial Army. After a while, he said, "But, Senior Marshal Brother, don't forget that our Snake Spirit Mountain has a poisonous miasma. No matter how strong the Northern Imperial Army is, they will have to lie down after a quarter of an hour, right? At that time, won't we be able to torture Li Zishuan and the Imperial Army's commander however we want to torture them?" Batian wasn't as optimistic as the Snake King. In fact, he hadn't been calm for the past 2 days. At this moment, he could only shake his head and say, "Junior Marshal Brother, you should recuperate first. I'll go check on the defense of the sect's disciples. The Imperial Court's people are attacking. Smash them! Smash them!" At the first checkpoint of the mountain path, the disciples of the Seven Cultivators sect who had been lying in ambush discovered the Imperial Army's invasion. Therefore, they took advantage of the fact that the Imperial Army was only 10 feet away to launch an attack. One after another, huge boulders rolled down from above. The soldiers in the front row, who couldn't dodge in time, were immediately smashed to the ground. Even the Imperial Army behind them fell backward one after another, just like the dominoes. Bam, bam, bam. At the critical moment, Li Zishuan flew to the front of the group and kicked the rapidly falling boulders to the side. Facing the rolling boulders, Li Zishuan started his fancy football performance. After experiencing the initial chaos, the group quickly calmed down. Seeing that Li Zishuan was having fun alone in front of the group, they all went up to help him. The first annihilation crisis was instantly resolved. Chapter 5:01. Smash! Quickly! The soldiers are coming up. Once they come up, we will all be beheaded. Smash as hard as you can. Aya! Li Zishuan's eyes were sharp. He saw a middle-sized man in black clothes at the corner of the mountain path ahead. The man was trying his best to urge the disciples of the Seven Cultivators of True Virtue to move the rocks. He seemed to be the leader of the group. Li Zishuan lifted his leg and kicked the rock, hitting the leader's forehead. The leader screamed miserably and rolled down the side of the forest before he could call for help. The mountain path of Snake Spirit Mountain was extremely narrow. If an ambush was arranged in advance at every turn, it would indeed be possible for one man to hold the pass against 10,000 men. This was because although there were many troops attacking the mountain, only one person was allowed to pass at a time. In a team of more than 4,000 people, only one person could fight at a time. It had to be said that Snake King's initial plan was really good. If other troops had encountered such a perfect ambush, they would have suffered heavy losses. However, Li Zishuan's tyrannical strength and explosive power directly destroyed Snake King's plan. Among the more than 4,000 people present, Li Zishuan was the only one who could kick a boulder that weighed several hundred kilograms like a football. This was the effect of an expert in a chaotic battle that could decide the outcome with a single strike. Aya, second senior brother is dead. Quickly run. 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 At the first corner, the dozen or so disciples of the Seven Cultivators of True Virtue saw that their leader had been beaten down the mountain and began to scatter. In fact, when they saw the powerful army just now, they were already scared. Had it not been for someone watching over them, they would have run away long ago. Now that their leader was dead, how could they not run? After all, since ancient times, the common people didn't fight with the officials. People like Snake King and Batian, who were ruthless enough to go against the imperial court were few and far between. Run! Run! These soldiers aren't afraid of the poison at all. The 7 cultivators of true virtue is done for. Let's run. There was a large army blocking the path below, so they definitely wouldn't be able to cross it. Therefore, they could only go to the 7 cultivators of true virtue on the mountain path. These people didn't want to go back, so they had no choice but to run toward the forest and cliffs on both sides of the mountain path. Fortunately, this position was not very high from the foot of the mountain. Even if he accidentally fell down, as long as he protected his vital parts, he would not lose his life. Li Zishuan gestured to the imperial guards not to pursue these deserters. He was only interested in Snake King and Yin Batian. As for these disciples of the 7 cultivators of true virtue, as long as they didn't help the tyrant, Li Zishuan didn't want to make things difficult for them. Keep marching. Dugu Xian furrowed his brows. After seeing that the disciples of the 7 cultivators of true virtue had already run away, he waved his hand and gave an order. Yes, the imperial army regained their morale and continued to climb the dangerous Snake Spirit Mountain. Sect leader! Sect leader! Oh no! Oh no! The first checkpoint has been broken through by the imperial court's army. Yin Batian came out of the stone room. Just as he was about to go down the mountain to check on the current situation, he saw a disciple running over while panting. What? How could they be so fast? Weren't there dozens of boulders there? Yin Batian's expression changed greatly. He opened his eyes wide and said in disbelief, "It's true, sect leader." Second senior brother was killed on the spot, and the rest of the disciples fled in all directions. The imperial court's army is now marching toward the second checkpoint. The messenger disciple said with a sad face, "Humph, this old man will go and take a look myself." Yin Batian flicked his sleeves and walked down the mountain with a cold face. Hee, you want to use your petty tricks again. On the mountain path, the army soon arrived at the second turning point. Li Zishuan sneered and started to attack. However, he wasn't fighting alone this time. The imperial army had experienced the sneak attack at the first checkpoint, and they were already mentally prepared. They cooperated with each other and started to block the rolling boulders. Dugu Xian and Dugu Feiying, the 2 experts, also copied Li Zishuan's methods and helped to attack the 7 cultivators' sex disciples at the checkpoint with stones or throwing knives. Hurry up! Hurry up! We can't let the imperial court's army go up the mountain. Ugh! Ah! Save me! Fong Gong Ming! Give me a hand! Hurry up and run! We can't hold on any longer. We can't hold on any longer. Once the imperial court's people come up, we will all be beheaded. Accompanied by a burst of crying, begging for mercy, and fleeing, the second checkpoint of the 7 cultivators sect was quickly broken through. After a short rest, the army set off on their journey again. However, Li Zishuan wasn't happy because of this. He had a strange feeling in his heart. His intuition told him that the attack on the mountain wouldn't go so smoothly. There would definitely be some unexpected dangers later. Ha! Little Xian, what kind of bullshit 7 cultivators sect is this? Aside from Snake King and their sect master, the others aren't that great. Dugu Feiying walked on the mountain path and laughed complacently with his hands on his waist. In the second checkpoint, his throwing knives killed 3 or 4 disciples of the 7 cultivators sect. It could be said that he had made a great contribution. Therefore, he was now looking down on everyone in the world. Feiying, don't be so happy too early. We haven't even reached half of the mountain yet. Snake King and Yin Batian haven't come out yet, so we mustn't lower our guard. No one knew what tricks they were going to play next. This Spirit Snake Mountain is very strange. It's not as simple as you, and I think. Li Zichuan patted Dugu Feiying's shoulder and said with a serious face. Dugu Feiying waved his hand and said indifferently, "Ha ha, little Xian, you're thinking too much. Snake King and Yin Batian might be good at martial arts, but we have 4,000 Imperial Guards behind us. No matter how good they are, they won't be able to escape from the encirclement of the Imperial Guards. Therefore, this Spirit Snake Mountain is ours for the taking." You, Li Zichuan gritted his teeth. This brat really doesn't listen to anything when he's being cocky. It's really annoying. Cough, cough. Feiying, little Xian is right. When marching to war, we can't be complacent at all times. Otherwise, we'll definitely lose. It's better to be careful in everything. Dugu Xian couldn't stand this idiot of a younger brother anymore, and also advised him. Ugh. Dugu Feiying rubbed his nose and nodded. Okay, big brother, I know. I'll be careful. Perfunctory. Li Zichuan could tell at a glance that his brother was being perfunctory. He turned to Dugu Xian and said, Xian, tell them to be more vigilant. I keep feeling that something is wrong. Our journey has been too smooth. Yin Batian shouldn't have only prepared these tricks for us. Chapter 5, O2. Bastards, a bunch of trash. Such a good location and so many rolling stones, but they couldn't even stop them for an hour. What a bunch of trash. On a boulder above the mountain path, Yin Batian watched the army break through the second line of defense and couldn't help but curse out loud. Sect leader, what should we do? Many of our disciples died at the hands of the 3 leaders in the previous 2 checkpoints. The 3 of them are very accurate with their stones and throwing knives. As soon as our people show their faces, they will attack us. They are about to reach this checkpoint. What should we do? A tall young man beside Yin Batian mustered up his courage and asked. Although Yin Batian's arrival calmed him down a little, he still couldn't help but feel nervous in the face of such a strong army. Humph. Lu Duong, I'm here. What are you afraid of? Yin Batian snorted in dissatisfaction. Then he frowned as if he suddenly thought of something and asked, That's not right. Why aren't these people poisoned yet? It hasn't been an hour since they entered the mountain, but it should be at least half an hour, right? No matter how strong their Nigong is, they should be lying on the ground now. This sect leader, I don't know either, but could they have gotten our sect's poison prevention pill, or the formula of the poison prevention pill from Lu Baodan? The man named Lu Duong frowned and thought for a while before guessing. That's impossible. Yin Batian denied. The formula of the poison prevention pill is the sect's top secret. Lu Baodan is just a cook. How could she know about it? Also, the sect gives out the poison prevention pill once every 7 days. Even if Lu Baodan has her own collection, it's impossible for her to give out so many poison prevention pills to a 4,000-strong army. Huh? It seems like the people from the imperial court have found a way to break the poison barrier. Lu Duong panicked and didn't know what to do. Humph, I'm afraid it's just as you said. Looks like we can't rely on the imperial court to stall for time. We have to end this quickly. De Wang, tell them to hide behind the rolling stones and not show their heads when they throw them. Then go to the 4th checkpoint and ask Su Qingfeng to bring a group of people and bring over the good gift that I have carefully prepared for the imperial army. Yin Batian's eyes flashed fiercely as he ordered in a deep voice. Lu Duong didn't ask what Yin Batian's great gift was. Instead, he cupped his hands and replied, Yes, sect leader. With that, he turned around and went to make the arrangements. Een Batian stood where he was and looked at the approaching imperial army. He muttered to himself, "Humph, this is not the only trick I have up my sleeve. Li Zishuan, Dugu Xen, since you didn't give this old man face earlier, don't blame this old man for being impolite now. Hee hee, little Xian, look." The previous checkpoint was also a rolling stone. Didn't I say that old man Een Batian had run out of tricks? No matter how you play, you only know this one move. Ha! Good timing. My mystic leaf flying dagger can't wait any longer. On the mountain path, Dugu Feiying couldn't help but tug at Li Zishuan's arm and laugh when he saw the huge stones in front of them. Li Zishuan saw the huge stones before Dugu Feiying did. He couldn't help but frown. "But I still feel that something is wrong. Feiying, be careful." Swoosh, splat, smack. When Dugu Feiying heard Li Zishuan's sudden shout, he couldn't help but be puzzled. Who knew that as soon as Li Zishuan's voice fell, he saw a cold light. With a swish sound, a cloud of blood blossomed in the air, and then his face was tragically sprayed with blood. At the same time, a green flower snake that was cut in two fell to the ground with a paw sound. Li Zishuan was talking when he saw a snake on a tree beside Dugu Feiying. It was sticking out its tongue as it approached Dugu Feiying. It seemed like it wanted to kiss Dugu Feiying. So, in a moment of desperation, he used his wind-chasing sword as a flying dagger and cut the snake in half. "Damn! Snake! It's a snake! Little Xian, hurry up and take it away. This is so scary." Dugu Feiying was stunned for a few seconds before he regained his senses. But when he took a closer look, he was scared out of his wits. He quickly jumped to the side and shouted. He was just short of crying for his parents. Li Zishuan couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha! I didn't expect Feiying to be so scared at your age. Ah, I've been bitten by a snake. Help! Ah, I've been bitten too. So many snakes. Oh my God! There are so many snakes. Ah, help! I've been bitten too." Before Li Zishuan could finish speaking, he heard cries for help rising and falling from the ranks of the imperial army. He looked around and immediately saw countless small, unknown snakes that were joining in the fun in the crowd. Li Zishuan raised an eyebrow and channeled his chi into his voice, shouting, "Brother Li, I'm going to kill you." "Quiet! Everyone, take out your realgar powder and scatter it as you walk." "Yes, sir." After going through the previous two checkpoints, the Imperial Army had a better understanding of Li Zishuan's martial arts realm. People with strength would be respected wherever they went. Therefore, Li Zishuan's words were quite effective. All the soldiers hurriedly took out a large bag of realgar powder from their bags and followed Li Zishuan's instructions, scattering the realgar powder as they walked. Hiss! 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 Finally, a bizarre scene appeared. When Li Zishuan saw the realgar powder, he thought that the snake army would retreat immediately. Who knew that at this moment a strange and melodious tune could be heard? The snakes paused for a moment on the road. Then, not only did they not retreat, but they immediately rushed toward the army as if they had changed into another person. Oh, no, it should be that they had changed into another snake. They rushed toward the army and quickly approached them. Li Zishuan's expression changed, and he knew something was wrong. As mentioned earlier, realgar wine and realgar powder had a certain repelling effect on snakes. When snakes encountered these two things, they would choose to avoid them if they had other choices. Now, there should be someone controlling these snakes. Otherwise, these snakes wouldn't be able to endure their fear of realgar powder and attack the army. Not good. Everyone, stop moving forward. 5 people form a team and help each other look behind. Kill snakes if you see them. Don't get bitten by these poisonous snakes." Li Zishuan made a hand gesture, and the army immediately stopped moving forward. He ordered the army behind him as he killed the poisonous snakes around him. Chapter 503. Snake Spirit Mountain. Halfway up the mountain, tens of thousands of venomous snakes, under the control of that strange tune, charged fearlessly at the 4,000 Imperial Army soldiers. Although many of the snakes couldn't break through the swords of the Imperial Army soldiers, and many of them couldn't even touch the sleeves of the soldiers before they were cut into pieces, they still didn't know what fear was and continued to charge at the Imperial Army soldiers. Just thinking about the scene of tens of thousands of venomous snakes in one place made one's scalp tingle. Although the Imperial Army soldiers were elite soldiers who had experienced hundreds of battles, the ones they had fought before were living humans and not these densely packed venomous creatures. Why can't these venomous snakes be killed? My arms are sore from cutting them. F***CK. How dare you bite me? I'll chop you up. Help! I've been poisoned. I've been bitten too. The 4,000 Imperial Army soldiers obeyed Li Zishuan's orders and formed small groups of 5. They formed a circle with their backs against each other to resist the attacks of the venomous snake army. However, the venomous snakes in front of them seemed to be endless. After killing one, 4 or 5 more would come. As time passed, the entire mountain was filled with venomous snakes. The stamina of the Imperial Army soldiers was rapidly depleted by the venomous snakes' attacks. More and more soldiers were bitten by the venomous snakes, but the attacks of the venomous snakes didn't weaken at all. Xiaoxian, we have to think of something. We can't go on like this. Who knows how many snakes there are on this snake spirit mountain? Dugu Feiying used his sword to parry the venomous snakes around him as he spoke to Li Zishuan at the top of his voice. This unlucky child was only good at throwing knives, but his other abilities were mediocre. However, he couldn't possibly use his throwing knives to kill the snakes, right? In this endless sea of snakes, even if he carried a sack of throwing knives, it wouldn't be enough to kill them all. This fellow clearly knew this as well. He had gotten a sword from somewhere, and was now completely relying on his speed and strength as a middle-stage chi-forming cultivator to fend off the venomous snakes from all directions. However, this kind of method of wielding the sword without any technique also caused his vital energy to be depleted very quickly. In less than 15 minutes, he was already panting. Indeed, we have to think of something. Although these poisonous snakes were annoying, they posed no threat to Li Zishuan, who had entered the Master Realm. They didn't even consume much of his genuine qi. Firstly, his current realm was too high. Secondly, his Taiji swordsmanship could both attack and defend. Its moves were exquisite, and it didn't consume much genuine qi. Although the snakes could not threaten Li Zishuan had to consider the bigger picture. If he allowed the situation to continue, the army would suffer heavy losses. Li Zishuan looked around and finally fixed his gaze on Yin Batian, who was playing the sun on a boulder not far away. The reason why he could recognize that the oval-shaped object in Yin Batian's hand was because he had seen pictures of it on the internet in his previous life. However, today was the first time he had seen someone play a tune on an sun. Suns were made of clay, so it was very difficult to play a tune on them. Xin, Feiying, these snakes were all attracted by Yin Batian. The 3 of us should work together to kill him. Otherwise, there will be more and more snakes. In the end, these 4,000 people will either be poisoned to death or die of exhaustion. Li Zishuan said to Dugu Xin and Dugu Feiying after using White Tiger's tail and sweeping Wind Plum Blossom to kill all the venomous snakes within 3 feet of him. F***CK. Is this what you've come up with? Dugu Feiying almost vomited blood when he heard this. Een Batian was at the peak of the Master Realm. The three of them were like small shrimps in front of him. How could they possibly defeat him with such a huge difference in realm? What? Isn't Een Batian at the peak of the Master Realm? He's not even a Grandmaster. Feiying, why are you so afraid? The three of us dared to fight the Snake King, who was at the middle stage of the Master Realm. Now that I'm at the Master Realm and have the help of the Imperial Army, we might have a chance. Li Zishuan understood what Dugu Feiying was thinking. In fact, he didn't expect that the siege of the Seven Cultivators sect would turn into a battle between two kings. He had the Imperial Army behind him, so he would be crazy to fight Een Batian. However, now that things had developed to this point, he wouldn't be at ease for the rest of his life if he didn't stand up. However, if they cooperated well in this battle, there was still a chance for them to win. Who's afraid? Let's do it. I'm not afraid. Dugu Feiying straightened his neck and quibbled. Then he looked at Dugu Exayan and asked, Big brother, what do you think? Are you going to do it or not? Although Dugu Feiying didn't show any fear on his face, he was feeling guilty. After thinking about it, he could only seek comfort from his elder brother. Dugu Exayan frowned. In the end, he was a general, and it was his duty to lead the army to war. He didn't like this kind of jianghu, struggle, and trying to be a hero. Last time, he was forced to fight the Flying Snake King because of the situation. But this time, if he didn't take action, the 4,000 Imperial Army soldiers would probably be in big trouble. Let's do it. Dugu Exayan's words were always concise and to the point. However, for such an ambiguous word to come out of the mouth of a cold-faced general, it sounded weird no matter how one listened to it. In any case, Li Zishuan almost laughed out loud. Dugu Feiying opened his mouth. Since his brother also supported Li Zishuan's king versus king plan, what else could he say? He could only follow along. Ha! Good. Today, we'll fight side by side again. So, what if he's at the peak of the Master Realm? Beat his mother. What's there to be afraid of? When Li Zishuan saw Dugu Exayan and Dugu Feiying come over and stand by his side, he could not help but recall the scene of the three of them beating up the flying serpent. He immediately became filled with pride and could not help but laugh at the sky. Bob, you're right. Isn't it just peak Grandmaster? What's there to be afraid of? Don't be afraid. Just do it. Dugu Feiying was at the prime of his youth. After being provoked, he was also a little hot-blooded. He spat at Een Batian's direction and said, arrogantly, cut the crap. If you want to fight, then fight. Dugu Exayan raised his sword and said, unhappily, okay, let's fight our way out first. Li Zishuan wiped his nose, raised his chasing wind sword, and charged in Een Batian's direction. Een Batian was old and shrewd. He knew that he should not be distracted when he was controlling the snakes, so he was now more than a mile away from the battlefield. As for how his snort could be heard from such a distance, there was no doubt at all. As a martial arts master at the peak of the Grand Master Realm, he had the ability to let the entire Snake Spirit Mountain hear his voice. Swords were drawn, and the battle of king versus king was about to start. Chapter 5:04. Kiki, juniors, you have the guts to challenge this old man. You are courageous, but you will pay with your lives. On top of a boulder on the mountain path, Een Batian looked at Li Zishuan, Dugu Feiying, and Dugu Exayan, who were charging towards him from the Sea of Snakes. If Li Zishuan and the others had stayed with the Imperial Army, Een Batian wouldn't have been able to do anything to them. After all, no Jianghu expert would dare to go against the Imperial Army. But now that Li Zixuan, Dugu Feiying, and the others had left the army and were going to have a king versus king battle with him, Yin Batian was very happy. In the end, the reason why he brought these snakes to the battle was because the 7 cultivators sect had too few disciples. There were less than 100 of them, and they wouldn't be able to defeat them in a head-on battle. Moreover, it would be too dangerous to capture their leader. After all, the elite imperial army wasn't afraid of any Jianghu expert. Now that Li Zixuan and the others had delivered themselves to his doorstep, it was exactly what Yin Batian wanted. Although fighting with Li Zixuan and the others would affect his control over the snakes, there were already so many snakes on the mountain path that they could at least buy some time. As long as he could defeat Li Zixuan and Dugu Feiying before the imperial army got rid of the snakes, the crisis of the 7 cultivators sect would be resolved in an instant. Humph! The victor is yet to be decided. Yin Batian, this duke will ask you one last time. Are you really not willing to hand over the Snake King? Li Zixuan, Dugu Feiying, and Dugu Xian jumped onto the platform opposite of Yin Batian and said coldly he wasn't talking nonsense before the battle. He was also trying to buy time for the imperial army to get rid of the snakes. His 5 senses were sharp, and he had already noticed that the snakes on the mountain paused for a moment when Yin Batian was talking to them. This meant that Yin Batian's control over the snakes had a time limit. As long as he could buy some time, the snakes would definitely be able to break free from Yin Batian's control. Hee, Duke Li, you're doomed to waste your efforts. 15 minutes is more than enough to get rid of the 3 of you. Yin Batian smiled indifferently. Although he was well aware of Li Zixuan's intention of stalling for time, he didn't care at all. He slowly put away the sun, drew out the long sword at his waist, and pointed it at Li Zixuan and the other 2. Ha! I remember that the Snake King said something similar a month ago, but I'm sorry to disappoint you. I'm still alive and well, but the Snake King has become an earthworm that doesn't even dare to step out of his house. Li Zixuan retorted without fear. Ha! That's right. What bullshit, Snake King? His name is quite impressive, and he is also a master at the Grand Master middle stage. When he saw me, a junior at the Chi middle stage, didn't he run away? Ha! It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but Dugu Feiying, who was watching from the side, didn't mind the commotion and added fuel to the fire. This guy was laughing with his hands on his waist. Coupled with what he said just now, if the Snake King were here, he would definitely be pissed to death. Yin Batian was very close to the Snake King, and he was also very angry. A trace of anger finally appeared on his indifferent face. He waved his sword and snorted coldly. Junior, you're courting death. As soon as he finished speaking, Yin Batian disappeared with his sword. Li Zixuan's pupils shrank, and he shouted, Feiying, get out of the way! Boom! As soon as Yin Batian finished speaking, Dugu Feiying realized that he was in great danger. He felt as if he was being stared at by a ferocious beast, and his entire body was filled with an extremely cold, murderous intent. He couldn't even move if he wanted to. Li Zixuan's shouts seemed to have some kind of magical power that warmed up his cold inner breath slightly. Only then did he have the ability to move. The moment he turned his body, he felt a long sword as cold as water slashing down on the hair on his face. Dugu Feiying was so scared that he immediately used all his inner force to jump to the side. The place where he was just standing was instantly blasted into a big pit. How terrifying! The power of a peak Grand Master was indeed terrifying. The dust settled. Li Zixuan, Dugu Xian, and Dugu Feiying all had the same thought. As the person involved, Dugu Feiying was undoubtedly the one who felt it the most. At this moment, he felt so bitter in his heart. He regretted agreeing to Li Zixuan to come over and cause trouble. They weren't causing trouble. They were risking their lives. When Yin Batian disappeared from the spot earlier, only Li Zixuan among the three of them saw his footwork in the air. Dugu Xian and Dugu Feiying could only see a series of afterimages. Almost in the blink of an eye, Yin Batian flew down from above Dugu Feiying's head. Yin Batian's furious attack was obviously more powerful and aggressive than the one he used to test Li Zixuan at the foot of the mountain yesterday. If there were no accidents, this sword would definitely pierce through Dugu Feiying's body from the top of his head, and Dugu Feiying would definitely die. Unfortunately, there were many accidents in reality, and Dugu Feiying was still alive, and well, Yin Batian's sure kill attack missed. I've underestimated you juniors. To think that there are actually people who can survive my Qianquan sword. I'd like to see how long a sharp-tongued brat like you can live. Yin Batian was slightly surprised, and without saying anything, he raised his sword and continued to attack Dugu Feiying. As for Li Zixuan and Dugu Xian, Yin Batian couldn't be bothered with them. He only wanted to take care of Dugu Feiying first before thinking about anything else. This was the best thing about our Dugu Feiying. Once in a battle, he would definitely pull the enemy's aggro to the max and give his teammates a lot of room to attack. But this was also the most tragic thing about Dugu Feiying. Because he attracted too much aggro, he was going to be tortured. And he wasn't a big meat shield like Cheng Yaojin or Yu Qigong. He was still a pretty boy. How could he accept Yin Batian's cruel torture? F***CK. Old bastard. You're still not done playing? You think I'm easy to bully? Then I'll let you have a taste of my power. When Dugu Feiying saw that Yin Batian was still going to attack, he couldn't help but scream. He jumped far away, and then took out dozens of flying knives from his pants and threw them all at Yin Batian, as if they were free. Dozens of flying knives flew towards Yin Batian. Li Zixuan, who was about to help Dugu Feiying block the attack, couldn't help but have his eyes lit up. Dugu Feiying's flying knives had improved a lot compared to when he was fighting Flying Snake. Not to mention other things. Even if Flying Snake could block this rain of flying knives, it wouldn't be easy for him. This was enough to explain the problem. Although their opponents were more than one level stronger than Flying Snake, the three of them had also improved, and they might not lose this battle. Chapter 5:05. Bam, 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 bam. With the sound of swords clashing against each other, Yin Batian managed to nullify Dugu Feiying's extraordinary move with just a few slashes. Even so, the three of them didn't look disappointed. They knew that even if Dugu Feiying had improved a lot, he wouldn't be able to injure Yin Batian with his flying daggers. They were already satisfied that they were able to hold Yin Batian back for a few seconds with their flying daggers. In a fight between experts, life and death was decided in a second. Even though it wasn't as exaggerated as they said, the time that Dugu Feiying had bought was enough for Li Zixuan and Dugu Xian to do a lot of things. 9 Taishan swords. First style, ride the wind. Riding the wind to the 9 heavens. At this crucial moment, to save Dugu Feiying, Li Zixuan did not plan to use the Taiji sword technique. He wanted to use his best, fiercest, and fastest sword move without holding back. Only then could he save Dugu Feiying. Otherwise, this pretty boy wouldn't be able to survive for more than 2 seconds under Yin Batian's attack. Lone wind swordplay. Almost at the same time, Dugu Xian chanted and dashed towards Yin Batian with his sword. The sword moved, and the shadow of the sword followed. Dugu Xian leaped into the air and spun in the air. A blinding sword aura shot up like a dazzling silver dragon. Li Zixuan could feel the sharpness around Dugu Xian even from afar. He couldn't help but be shocked. Compared to Dugu Feiying, Dugu Xian had improved a lot after that battle. His battle prowess had also increased a lot. This sword strike already had the aura of a grandmaster expert. Being targeted by two sharp sword intents at the same time, Yin Beishan's heart skipped a beat. He had no choice but to give up on his plan to kill Dugu Feiying. He could only use his sword to block the attack. His long red hair fluttered in the air, and his eyes were cold. His sword was like a rainbow, and his footwork changed. First, he used a simple lift of his sword to deflect Li Zixuan's Ride the Wind. Then, he appeared in front of Dugu Xian. He waved his sword lightly, and Dugu Xian was sent flying by a huge force. Blood flowed out of his mouth. He was relaxed and indifferent to the extreme. Yin Batian had crushed Li Zixuan and Dugu Xian with his superior cultivation level and unparalleled movement technique. Before Li Zixuan and Dugu Xian's swords converged, he attacked them separately. First, he pushed back Li Zixuan, and then injured Dugu Xian. Furthermore, he looked relaxed, as if it was as easy as blowing away dust. It was obvious that there was a huge gap between their strength. Swish, swish, swish. How could Dugu Feiying be missing at this time? Although he regretted falling for Li Zixuan's trick, he couldn't abandon his brother and leave alone. The only choice left for him was to fight to the death. While Yin Batian was busy fighting Li Zixuan and Dugu Xian, he channeled his qi into his palm and infused it into the flying daggers that had accompanied him day and night. He could even feel the resonance of blood being thicker than water, as if the flying daggers were a part of his body. Then he stared intently at Yin Beishan's body. When Yin Batian retreated, Dugu Feiying made his move decisively. 3 Xian leaf flying daggers flew towards Yin Beishan's path in a triangular formation, emitting a blazing light. Dugu Feiying felt that these 3 flying daggers were the most exciting, most accurate, and most powerful flying daggers he had ever used in his life. Of course, these 3 flying daggers were also the most powerful enemies he had ever faced in his life. Puffed! This was the sound of a flying dagger piercing into flesh. Yin Batian was a martial arts expert at the peak of the Grandmaster realm. His 5 senses were extremely sharp. Of course, he could feel the hot knife qi behind him. However, his entire body was already in a position to retreat. Even if he forcefully changed his direction midway, he would not be able to completely dodge Dugu Feiying's 3 carefully calculated flying knives. One of the mystic leaf flying daggers sliced open a wound on Yin Beishan's left arm like tofu. If it weren't for his strong inner qi and quick reflexes that allowed him to focus his true qi on the wound at the critical moment, this flying dagger would have sunk into his arm. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence. No one would have thought that the weakest of the 3, Dugu Feiying, would be able to injure Yin Batian, a peak grandmaster. Dugu Feiying's 3 flying daggers were perfectly executed because Li Zixuan and Dugu Xian had created a very good opportunity for him to attack. However, to be able to grasp the opportunity so well was enough to prove that Dugu Feiying's current ability was much, much better than before. This brat has suddenly exploded with power. He's now famous for injuring a peak grandmaster when he's at the qi cultivating stage. Li Zixuan smiled as he looked at Dugu Feiying, who was still in a daze. Ah, you little bastard. I'm going to cut you into pieces. Yin Batian pulled out the flying dagger from his arm and threw it on the ground. Then he screamed at Dugu Feiying furiously. Humiliation. He was a master at the peak of the Grandmaster realm, but he was injured by a junior at the middle stage of qi transformation. If he didn't kill Dugu Feiying today, he would become the laughingstock of the entire Jianghu. F***CK. Don't you call me that, you old bastard. If other people hear you, they'll think that I'm related to you. I'm your grandpa. If you call me that again, I'll stab you again. Dugu Feiying had been calling Een Batian an old bastard. Now that Een Batian called him a little bastard, he couldn't take it anymore. An old bastard and a little bastard. If other people didn't know their relationship, they would think that they were father and son. That was why Dugu Feiying cursed in exasperation. Uft, Li Zishuan, who was preparing the second sword technique of the 9 Taishian swords, couldn't help but laugh when he heard that. He didn't expect Dugu Feiying, this unlucky kid, to be such a prankster. He didn't forget to be funny even in a life and death situation. Because of that, more than half of the sword technique that he was preparing dissipated. Wah, wah, wah. You little bastard, you're too much. Een Batian had been high and mighty for decades. When had he ever been humiliated like this? It was already a miracle that he didn't vomit blood on the spot. Even so, he still felt a ball of fire rising up his head. He picked up his sword and flew toward where Dugu Feiying was standing without a care. F***CK. Unfilial grandson. How dare you kill your grandpa? I'm going to kill you. Don't. Grandpa, you're my grandpa. I'm sorry. F***CK. Big brother. Xiao Xian, I'm going to die if you don't come and save me. How could Dugu Feiying bear the anger of a master at the peak of the supreme power realm? In less than 2 seconds, there were 4 or 5 sword wounds on his body. He hurriedly asked Li Zishuan and Dugu Xian for help. Chapter 5:06. 9 Taishian swords. Second style, graceful. Li Zishuan wasn't discouraged at all after his first attack was easily deflected by Een Batian. After he steadied himself, he followed up with the second style of 9 Taishian swords. The sword in Li Zishuan's hand moved even faster, its trajectory like a flying dragon soaring in the sky, carrying the remaining power of the first sword. Riding the wind, its trajectory was like a flying dragon soaring in the sky, erratic. On the other side, Dugu Xian's sword became even sharper. He flew up into the sky and started the second wave of attacks with Li Zishuan. Een Batian didn't care at all. He just wanted to kill Dugu Feiying first. He was very, very angry today. He didn't know how many years it had been since he was this angry. F***CK. Old bastard, are you done yet? You're forcing me to do this. I'm going to use my ultimate move. Dugu Feiying staggered 2 steps and waved his hand, indicating for Een Batian to stop first. Then he said in a serious tone. While he was talking, he was also putting on a posture. It really looked like he was serious. Actually, he knew that he was just an empty shell now. Although only a few breaths of time had passed, the true qi in his body had been exhausted. There was no doubt that if he did not use up all of his true qi when Een Batian attacked just now, there was a 10,000% chance that he would be dead by now. At that time, neither Li Zishuan nor Dugu Xian could save him because they couldn't make it in time. He could only rely on himself. That was why, even though he looked like he was in a sorry state, it wasn't easy for him to survive. No one in the qi-forming realm could do better than him. Humph, you're asking for it. Dugu Feiying's acting was so good that Een Batian didn't know if it was real or fake. However, Een Batian didn't believe that Dugu Feiying would be able to throw out 3 flying knives that could threaten a master like before. He didn't want to give Dugu Feiying another chance. He wanted to kill Dugu Feiying before Li Zishuan and Dugu Xian's sword arrived. He was confident that he was faster than Li Zishuan And the others? At this moment, Yin Beishan's mind was clouded by anger. He originally had the absolute advantage. As long as he fought steadily, he had a 90% chance of killing Li Zishuan, Dugu Feiying, and Dugu Xian. But now he had to take the risk of being injured by Li Zishuan and Dugu Xian in order to assassinate Dugu Feiying. It was unbelievable. It had to be said that anger could really blind a person's eyes and make them lose their rationality. However, Yin Beishan's plan wasn't entirely wrong. Under normal circumstances, Li Zishuan and Dugu Xian wouldn't have been able to come to Dugu Feiying's aid before Yin Batian killed him. Of course, that was under normal circumstances. Unfortunately, our main character, Li Zishuan, was not a normal person from beginning to end. Nonsense! Can a normal person be as evil as him? He practiced both martial arts and literature, and he was the most powerful person among his peers. Li Zishuan was 10 feet away from Yin Batian, and Yin Batian was 6 feet away from Dugu Feiying. No matter how he calculated, Li Zishuan would never be able to catch up to Yin Batian. At this moment, Li Zishuan's mind was unusually calm. In an instant, he relied on his immense spiritual energy to come up with at least 100 plans. After analyzing and comparing, he finally came up with the most optimal and most likely plan to save Dugu Feiying. 9 Taishan swords. Third style, Snow Walk. Snow Walk without a trace. Swift as a swallow. 9 Taishan swords. Fourth style, Wave Breaker. Wave Breaker. Sea Lord, Thunder Fury. 9 Taishan swords. Fifth style, Dust Parting. A sword parting, the dust parting. Li Zishuan used the remaining power of the second style of 9 Taishan swords to consecutively use the third, fourth, and fifth styles in less than a breath's time. He didn't want to kill anyone, but because he changed his moves too quickly, he couldn't hit anyone at all, and all of them hit the air. The reason why he did this was because he wanted to take advantage of the situation. 9 Taishan swords was a supreme sword technique derived from Li Zishuan's internal energy. When he used it, the 9 styles were linked together, and it was like a storm. It was continuous and overwhelming. Moreover, the power of each style would stack with the power of the next style. Correspondingly, the speed of the sword style would also stack. Li Zishuan planned to use this method of stacking sword styles to catch up with Yin Beishan's speed. This was the most feasible plan that he came up with after using his immense spiritual energy to deduce countless times. After the fifth style of 9 Taishan swords was used, the tip of the chasing wind sword shone with a cold light. An extremely cold sword intent instantly locked onto Yin Beishan's body. This sword was really a dust parting. Li Zishuan's speed had already exceeded his limit. Because of this extreme speed, his long hair was pulled back like a steel wire on this windless mountain path. After entering the Grandmaster realm, Li Zishuan's 5 swords were now at least twice as powerful as the 5 swords he used to fight against the devils incarnate in the Chung Mansion. 9 Taishan swords was able to surpass the level of the enemy. That was why he was able to fight Chung Yaojin to a standstill when he was only at the peak of Qi refining stage. Although Chung Yaojin went easy on him, in terms of moves, he wasn't inferior to Chung Yaojin. Now that he was able to use 5 swords in a row as a grandmaster, judging from the power of the 5th style, Dust Parting, he indeed had the ability to threaten a grandmaster peak expert. Not enough, still not enough. Li Zishuan did a rough calculation and felt that his current speed was still not enough. Therefore, he continued to change his moves. The 6th style of 9 Taishan swords, Drifting Cloud. Smoke Parting, Drifting Cloud, never return. Li Zishuan's speed had already reached the extreme, but now it was 40% faster. At this moment, he and his sword were like smoke and drifting cloud, never to return. Others couldn't even see his real body. This was the first time Li Zixuan used the 6 style of 9 Taishan swords in a real battle. Since he entered the Grandmaster realm after fighting with the Flying Snake last month, he had practiced this sword style at least 100 times at home. Now, he couldn't say that he had mastered it thoroughly, but he had some small achievements. Moreover, with the power of the 5 swords in a row just now, the 6th style at this moment was like a sword that didn't belong to the human world. Its speed was even faster than Inbatian. On the other hand, Dugu Xian was not idle. When Li Zixuan used the 4th style of 9 Taishan swords, he had already seen through Li Zixuan's intention. After all, his martial arts talent was one of the best among the younger generation. Moreover, the person who was in danger was his brother. Logically speaking, he should be more anxious than Li Zixuan. After seeing through Li Zixuan's intention, Dugu Xian jumped up and used a series of complicated sword moves. Then, his speed increased by 60%. Although he was not as fast as Li Zixuan, he was not far behind. The 2 of them, one in front and one behind, stabbed their swords at Inbatian's back. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.